The district reeked of blood and decay. The towers loomed filthy and close-packed, the kind of place the city preferred to forget. Now the air was thick with fear and gunpowder. Gordon knew calling in the guard was barely enough. Against mercenaries this well-armed and organized, it might take an army. Team A, clear the left building. Team B, the right. Everyone else, move forward with me. Watch every angle. The officers fanned out into their assigned positions. Then, shadows flickered in the windows of the 4th and 5th floors. Rifles swung down. The slums erupted in gunfire. Rat-ta-ta-ta-ta. A rapid staccato of semi-automatic rifle fire rang out. The well-trained security guards immediately raised their riot shields and sought cover in an orderly fashion. Someone's down. Evacuate the wounded first and suppress enemy fire immediately. In an instant, a fierce gunfight erupted, leaving casualties on both sides. Just as the standoff seemed unending, a sleek, all-black armored vehicle roared onto the scene. 3 reporters who had been struggling to get close immediately swiveled their cameras toward the approaching vehicle. Look at that. The Batmobile. Batman's here. Haha, I knew he wouldn't let something this big happen without showing up. Heater, get that on camera. Today's front page news is right here. As the cameras locked onto the Batmobile, the Dark Knight of Gotham streamed live across television screens. Ratings for every channel covering the event instantly spiked nearly twofold. Whoosh! As the Batmobile sped forward, a grappling hook suddenly shot toward the rooftops of the slums. A shadowy figure, ghost-like in the night, leapt out. His cape fluttered in the wind like bat wings. The Dark Knight swooped past, and a mercenary on a nearby rooftop was yanked off his feet, plummeting from the 4th floor. Almost immediately, whizzing sounds cut through the air. Clang, clang, clang. Batman's batarangs struck down mercenaries atop the eastern buildings, each collapsing as if paralyzed. Nice work. Commissioner Gordon, watching, felt a sudden release of tension. Inspired, he waved to his officers, shouting, "Move out! Change formation! Snipers, take the high ground! Everyone else follow me!" The guards followed Batman into the slums, while he reeled in his grappling hook and soared like a bat to a rooftop. Several figures were already waiting. Beyond the men, brandishing guns, the leader's massive build was exaggeratedly imposing. Most striking of all, tubes filled with green gas snaked from his mask. "Bane, you've made a grave mistake." Batman's voice, modulated through his voice changer, boomed across the rooftop. Chapter 95. Total Annihilation. Facing Batman's accusation, Bane let out several grating laughs. "Bruce Wayne, you think you're a hero? Huh, to me you're nothing but a clown." Exposing his identity only fueled Batman's anger. His eyes burned as he glared at Bane. "What exactly are you trying to accomplish? You and I are both products of the League of Assassins. You know the will of our master, Ra's al Ghul. I will complete the mission he entrusted to me." Bane spread his arms and advanced toward Batman, step by step. "The Ninja Master is dead, and you've been expelled from the League." Batman moved forward, striking Bane squarely in the face with a punch. But Bane barely turned his head. Slowly, he twisted to face Bruce Wayne, grinning ferociously. "How, Bruce? The Ninja Master isn't dead. I will carry forth our power and show it to the world." With that, Bane lifted his leg and delivered a brutal kick to Batman's stomach. With a thunderous bang, Batman was hurled backward at incredible speed, smashing through the rooftop parapet and plummeting from the top floor. His cape flared out behind him, slowing his descent like a parachute, and he finally touched down on the ground. Before he could steady himself, Bane swung down from the roof on a cable, using the momentum to deliver a brutal knee strike to Batman's back. Thud! A heavy, muffled impact sent Batman flying again, crashing through a wall without even a chance to grunt. Fortunately, his Kryptonian alloy armor absorbed most of the force. Pushing through the rubble, Batman leapt forward, closing the distance to Bane in a blur, striking again with lightning speed. Fists, elbows, knees, and feet, every martial arts technique Batman had mastered was unleashed in a relentless flurry. Each blow struck with precision and power, forcing Bane to stagger backward under the onslaught. "Impressive, even the Ninja Masters spoke well of you," Bane sneered, suddenly clamping his massive hand around Batman's fist. "What?" Batman froze, straining to break Bane's grip, but the more he pushed, the more immovable Bane felt. It was as if he were fighting a living boulder rather than a human. Bane had no superpowers, but with the GL-11 venom coursing through him, his strength had surpassed ordinary limits. Even enhanced humans injected with Mirakiru posed little challenge. "Your combat skills are excellent, but your strength is too weak," Bane declared, swinging a vicious hook at Batman's face. Bang! Punch slammed into Batman's jaw. His skull reverberated as though a massive bell had been struck, sending him staggering back dozens of steps. He collapsed to the ground, the world spinning around him. Each attempt to rise ended with another fall. "Look at you now, Bruce. You cannot stop me." Bane advanced like a victor, confident and unstoppable. By now, Commissioner Gordon and his team had neutralized most of the mercenaries and were regrouping. "Batman, he's been beaten? That masked bastard is trying to kill him. Raise your hands or we fire." Gordon and his officers stood their ground, guns ready, but they dared not underestimate the mercenary who had just flattened Batman. Ignoring them completely, Bane hoisted Batman overhead. "Commissioner Gordon," he sneered, "you thought this man was a hero? A protector of Gotham. Look at him now. Who can he protect in this state?" With a sickening thud, Bane drove his knee into Batman's spine. A sharp scream echoed as Batman collapsed once more. Bane kicked him aside, surveying the slum buildings. The National Guard had already cleared the remaining mercenaries. "Do you know why I chose this place to lure you here?" Bane said, pulling a remote from his pocket. "'Cause here, I can hide bombs where you'll never find them. Ha goodbye, Gotham cops." Before Gordon could react, Bane pressed the button. In an instant, bombs hidden in residents' closets, trash bins and crumbling walls detonated. Red warning lights blinked once, twice, and then boom. Boom, boom. The slum was engulfed in fire. Buildings collapsed, debris rained down and flames surged into the sky. Reporters outside the cordon scrambled to capture footage of Batman taking down criminals, but the next moment, a series of explosions sent entire buildings crashing down, shrouding the streets in smoke and flying rubble, a catastrophic, pyrotechnic display. "What happened? My God, the criminals blew up the building." "How did they blow up the building?" "Monsters. Are they trying to take the police down with them?" Onlookers couldn't make sense of Bane's madness. He wasn't about to die alongside the cops, that much was clear, but sacrificing a few of his men to take some officers with them, that was well within bounds for him. After all, mercenaries were a dime a dozen. As long as you had money and weapons, you could always get more. Batman, meanwhile, let out a furious roar the instant the explosion came. He flared his bat like cape wide and hurled himself toward Commissioner Gordon and the others, shielding them with his own body. Bane's knee slammed into Batman's back, but thanks to the Kryptonian alloy plating, this Batman wasn't about to suffer the fate of certain other versions, snapped in two by Bane's spine, breaking blow. Even so, the repeated impacts churned his insides violently, leaving him on the verge of coughing up blood. When the blast finally ended, Gordon rushed to help him up. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Batman gritted out, swallowing back the blood in his throat. He staggered to his feet, pulled several batarangs from his belt, and hurled them at Bane. "Batarangs?" Bane scoffed. With his steel gauntlets, he easily deflected them. "Those toys might scare amateurs, Batman." "I'm no amateur." As if to prove the point, he snatched Batman's last batarang from the air, sneering with open contempt. Chapter 96. Gotham's about to blow. "Batman, you're about to know what true despair feels like." Before he could finish, the batarang in his hand detonated. A sharp, stinging smoke burst out, flooding his eyes and leaving him blinded. When Bane's vision cleared, both the police and Batman were gone. "Cowards! Cowards! The Dark Knight, Gotham's great protector, nothing but a craven beaten dog." Rubbing the burn in his eyes, he spotted one of his trucks pulling up in the distance. The slums had collapsed. Many officers from the National Guard were dead, others trapped under rubble. Some were gravely injured, some lucky enough to survive for now, but without immediate rescue more lives would soon be lost. Bane no longer cared for games with the police. He waved the truck forward and strode toward the cluster of reporters gathering nervously on the perimeter. Journalists were bold by trade, but even they flinched at the sight of the brute who had just wiped out a detachment of the guard without hesitation. "He's coming this way. We're screwed. Should we run?" Hammerman's hands trembled as he held the rig steady. The lead reporter, a thin, sharp-faced white man, hesitated for only a second before gritting his teeth. "No, we stay. This is a once-in-a-lifetime scoop. Don't you want the first-hand story?" More than that, he sensed Bane wasn't about to attack them, so he forced on a smile and readied his questions. He never got the chance. Bane seized him by the collar, yanked the microphone from his hands, and tossed him aside like trash. Camera on me. That's right, keep it on me. Bane faced the lens, microphone in hand, and grinned. Good evening, Gotham. He gave the camera a cheery wave. Hammerman swallowed hard, fighting to steady his grip and broadcast the scene live to every screen in the city. Now, allow me to introduce tonight's star attraction. Bane gestured toward his truck. 2 mercenaries jumped from the cab, hurried to the back, and swung open the cargo doors. Inside sat a strange device, a transparent circular frame humming faintly. The mercenaries hauled out a frazzled-looking professor in academic robes, spectacles slipping down his nose, his hair streaked white with age. Bane strode toward the truck, waving casually at the cameras. Don't be shy, old fellow, step this way. Let me introduce you all. This is Dr. Paval, Gotham University's professor of physics and energy. Now then, Dr. Paval, would you kindly explain to our audience what this little treasure in the truck is? He thrust the microphone into the professor's trembling hands. Dr. Paval, panting and visibly shaken, stammered, It's an over-energy reactor, an unstable fusion core. The material inside is decaying and, unless it's shut down in 24 hours, it will detonate. Thank you for your honesty, Doctor. Now tell me, when it detonates, what will the blast radius be? Bane pressed the microphone back against his mouth. The explosion will cover 6 miles. The destructive yield is equivalent to a 4-megaton nuclear warhead. The shock wave, the radiation, it will kill every living soul in Gotham. The professor's voice cracked with terror. Bane let out a piercing laugh. We appreciate Dr. Paval's candor. Mid-sentence, he clamped one massive hand around the professor's throat and gave a brutal twist. The snap of bone echoed, and the old man crumpled lifeless at his feet. You know who should bear responsibility for this reactor, or shall we say, this 4-megaton nuclear bomb? That's right, your Dark Knight Batman. Bane roared, lifting his voice to the cameras. The detonator rests in the hand of someone I trust. The only way to stop this bomb from leveling Gotham is simple. Batman must face me in single combat. If he survives, the city survives. If I survive, boom boom boom! Ha ha ha! His laughter rattled through the speakers. Then he leaned closer. And before our duel takes place, let me make this clear: any outside interference, whether army or police, I will trigger the bomb early. Any coward in Gotham who tries to flee, I'll trigger it. From this moment, martial law is in effect. Every citizen of Gotham, go home, hold your loved ones tight, and wait. Will your so-called hero save you, or will you watch your city turned into ash? Eye of Heaven Command Center. Amanda Waller glared at the live broadcast from Gotham, her knuckles white. On screen, Bane had just killed Dr. Paval and held the entire city hostage, demanding a duel with Batman. Run a satellite scan, confirm whether that thing really is a bomb, Amanda barked. Yes, ma'am. The technician's fingers clattered across the keyboard. Within moments, the satellite's energy sweep of Gotham appeared on her monitor. Report: fusion reaction detected in Gotham's West End. Energy readings calculated, confirmed. The threat exceeds nuclear classification. Her voice sped up in alarm. Damn it! Amanda slammed her fist against the console, then snapped. Send a warning to the nearby military districts. No reckless action. Elevate to level 1 alert. And draft an immediate report for President Aguan High. The tech complied. 5 minutes later, she turned back. Reply from the president. What did Aguan High say? Amanda demanded. The technician's face was strained. Only a few words: find the Justice League. Justice League? Amanda's lips twitched. If there was anyone on this earth she never wanted to deal with, it was Leah. But now Gotham sat on top of a ticking warhead. The army couldn't move, the police couldn't intervene, and the public already knew the truth. One misstep and Gotham would be rubble. Some problems could be ignored if left in the shadows. But once dragged into the light, small problems became big, and big problems became disasters. Fine. Justice League, Amanda muttered, dialing a number. After only a few rings, the line clicked alive. Oliver Queen, she said sharply, I need you to get me in touch with the Avenger. Now. What's going on, Amanda? What happened? Oliver's voice was ragged, the sound of combat clattering faintly in the background. You mean you haven't been watching the news? Gotham's about to be blown off the map, Amanda snarled into the phone. Chapter 97. Dreams. When Oliver called, Leah was glued to the TV, watching Bane's live broadcast. How long has it been since the Metropolis battle ended? And now Gotham has its own mess. Sure enough, the warnings from my homeroom teacher in my past life weren't wrong. The hellish world of American capitalism really is living under constant chaos. I already know the details, Oliver. Don't worry, I'll handle this. Leah hung up, letting out a heavy sigh. He still remembered the infamous broken back incident from his previous life. In past memories, Batman had fought Bane and had his spine broken. Some versions showed him recovering, others were permanent, forcing Robin to take up the mantle as the next Batman. Bane did have a weakness, the tubes on his back, or in some versions, his mouth. Remove his venom supply and he would weaken. But that weakness was like a Saiyan's tail. Bane's superhuman strength and speed meant that alone, only a speedster like the Flash could hope to rip out his tubes. If it were that easy, Batman wouldn't have had his spine shattered. As Leah finished the call, he noticed Diana fully geared up. The moment he stood, Fiora, who had been sunbathing on the rooftop just seconds ago, in a bikini, suddenly appeared in her black battle armor. "Hey, what are you two planning?" Leah asked flatly. "Reporting, General Leah. I am ready to follow you into battle." Fiora saluted crisply. Diana was not to be outdone. She slammed her god-killer sword against her divine shield with a sharp twang. "I'm going too! Ares' followers are still at large." "That guy," Diana pointed at Bane on the TV replay, her voice firm. "He's definitely been influenced by Ares." Leah frowned, recalling tales where the wolf really does come the third time, and the incident with Sergeant Evan hearing a whisper and firing at Lois. He began to suspect, is there really a bored god of war pulling strings behind the scenes? Fine. You want to follow, but no rash moves until the nuclear crisis is resolved." Leah shook his head helplessly. He couldn't even imagine Bane's reaction if he found out a Kryptonian female warrior and the daughter of Zeus were coming for him. He's just a normal enhanced human, really. As Leah and the two women flew toward Gotham, Batman lay unconscious in the Batcave. Alfred had seen Bane's live broadcast, and, while distracted, the Batmobile roared in. Bruce Wayne opened the door, spat up some blood, and collapsed straight onto the floor, unconscious. "My God, Master Wayne's hurt!" Alfred exclaimed, helping him out of the bat suit. Examination revealed severe internal injuries, likely from a powerful blow. "Perhaps we should consider adding some shock-absorbing mechanisms to the bat armor," Alfred muttered. He lifted Bruce onto the bed and applied a healing salve. This potion, brought from the Arabian Peninsula, was incredibly effective. Minor injuries healed in a day or two, major fractures in about a week. After treating him, Alfred returned to his computer, continuing his work. On the bed, Bruce's eyes were closed, but they darted rapidly, scanning in irregular patterns. He seemed to hear a distant sound, faint at first, like a song from a high rise, gradually drawing nearer. Bruce, listen. It's Lois Lane. She's the key. Bruce." "Who?" Bruce shot upright, eyes wide. Before him shimmered a ball of white light, streaked with yellow lightning. Within the bolt stood a figure in a red suit, half emerging from the lightning. On the chest was a white circle with a yellow lightning insignia. "Did I come too early?" "You were right about him, always right. I think I went to the wrong place. Bruce, I'll contact you again." The voice faded. Bruce bolted upright again, gasping, cold sweat dripping down his body. Alfred noticed Bruce Wayne stirring awake, and hurried over with a glass of water. "Master Wayne, are you all right?" Bruce took the cup, gulping down the water, his breathing still ragged. Who was that? What did he mean?" Alfred patted his back reassuringly. "You just had a nightmare. There's no one here, Master Wayne. It's likely a side effect of the healing serum you took." He gestured toward the bottle on the table. Bruce recognized it immediately. He swung his legs off the bed, rubbing his face to steady himself. Alfred lingered beside him, a conflicted expression on his face, as though he wanted to speak but feared the reaction. "What is it? Bad news again? Are you hiding something from me?" Bruce asked, narrowing his eyes at the butler. "Sir, please, do not be upset, and do not push yourself, especially in your current state," Alfred said cautiously. Bruce inhaled deeply. "All right, tell me." "About half an hour ago, right when you were unconscious, a symbol appeared at the entrance to your manor," Alfred said, tapping a key on the computer. A video feed appeared. On the lawn outside Wayne Manor, a glowing pattern had been scorched into the grass, as if by laser. It was a capital letter A, circled, with wisps of smoke still rising from the scorched earth. "The Avenger, it's the Avenger." Seeing the symbol, Bruce immediately recalled the superhumans he had witnessed in Metropolis. Among them was one called the Avenger, whose emblem was exactly this stylized A. "Master Wayne, please remain calm," Alfred added. "I don't believe the person means any harm." For a moment, Bruce felt Alfred might be right, but then a whisper echoed in his mind, and his eyes hardened, sharp and vigilant. "No matter their intent, I must be ready." He strode toward the rack holding his kryptonite-based weapons. Chapter 98. My mom's name is Martha too. Seeing Bruce don the Kryptonian alloy armor again and arm himself with kryptonite weapons, Alfred let out a heavy sigh. "Master Wayne, are you really going to do this? Are you going to start a war?" Bruce paused mid-adjustment of his gear. With the cowl in place, his gaze darkened as it fell on Alfred. "They brought the war to us. Look at Metropolis, Alfred, thousands are dead. And next, hundreds of thousands more. They have the power to annihilate all of humanity. Even if there's only a 1% chance they oppose us, we must prepare 100%. Alfred's face paled at the intensity of Bruce's words. Realizing he had spoken too passionately, Bruce's eyes softened slightly as he continued securing his kryptonite arsenal. "I will exploit the Kryptonians' weakness and destroy them." The US government hadn't released much information about Superman or the Avengers. Everything Bruce Wayne knew came from Lex Luthor's records before his death. After Lex was gone, Lena never updated the database. So, putting the pieces together, Bruce mistakenly assumed Laya was Kryptonian too. And who could blame him? Laya's power looked far too much like theirs. Alfred shook his head, making one last attempt to reason with him. "Master Wayne, this isn't like you. I don't believe there are enemies." But Bruce was already geared up. Settling into the Batmobile, his voice rasped through the modulator. "Not today, they aren't." With that, he slammed the accelerator, the Batmobile roaring out into the storm, headed straight for Wayne Manor. Rain hammered Gotham that night. No moon, no stars, just a blanket of darkness draped over the city. The Batcave wasn't far from the manor. In less than 20 minutes, the Batmobile screeched to a stop in front of the estate. Bruce stepped out, a custom weapon in hand. Above, Laya, Feora, and Diana descended, landing before him. The sight of Laya made Bruce's eyes light up. A rare smile touched his lips. "It really is you, the Avenger." Feora's expression hardened. Her voice cut like steel. "You should call him General Avenger." Laya froze, face twisting into a silent "Are you kidding me?" He leaned close and whispered, exasperated, "Didn't I tell you not to call me General?" Feora thought for a moment, then snapped her gaze back at Bruce, eyes blazing. "You should call him Master Avenger." The air went painfully awkward. Laya slapped a hand over his face. Bringing Feora along had been a terrible mistake. "Feora, stand down," he barked, then turned to Bruce. "Bruce, I didn't come here looking for trouble. I heard Bane has a nuclear bomb in Gotham." "I don't believe a word out of your mouth," Batman growled. "You brought those Kryptonians here. You're the one who's brought disaster down on humanity." Laya knew Bruce's history, how he distrusted Superman from the start. Now, mistaking Laya for another Kryptonian, that hatred was aimed squarely at him. He skipped past the argument and said one word, low and sharp, "Martha." The name hit Bruce like a blow. His face shifted confusion, then anger. He stormed forward, voice rising. "What do you mean by that? Why did you say that name?" "My mother's name was Martha. Martha Jennifer Rogers. 17 years ago, I was born in Smallville General Hospital. 11 years ago, a meteor shower made me an orphan. That same meteor shower in Smallville sound familiar?" Laya's eyes locked with Bruce's, his presence pressing down with overwhelming force. Bruce flinched, just slightly. He'd been researching Kryptonians for weeks. Of course he knew about the meteor shower. It was when Superman had arrived on Earth. Sensing Bruce's hesitation, Laya stepped in closer. "I'm human. My mother Martha was human. She died the day Superman came down in that meteor storm. By all logic, no one should hate Superman more than I do. And yet, I still choose to accept his existence. What about you, Bruce? Have you ever truly known the pain of losing family?" It was a pointed question, one Laya already knew the answer to. Bruce shut his eyes, and once more, the memory tore through him. A young boy, carefree, leaving a theater after the mark of Zorro with his parents. A dark alley, a mugger's gun, and then 2 gunshots. His parents falling before his eyes, his mother clutching him even in death, her bloodied face still full of love for her son. That night had never left him. It never would. "I have," Bruce whispered. Then, his eyes snapped open, suspicion returning. Wait, you know my name? Of course I can see your face, I've got X-ray vision, Leah said offhandedly. This time, he didn't even need the whispers in his ear. Bruce Wayne, convinced he was being lied to, snapped his custom kryptonite grenade launcher into place and aimed it straight at Leah. Humans don't have X-ray vision, he growled. He pulled the trigger. The grenade struck Leah's chest with a metallic clang before bouncing off and detonating. A thick green haze of kryptonite smoke billowed out, engulfing him. Fiora instinctively stepped back. Diana tightened her grip on her sword, ready to leap in. But Leah didn't flinch. Instead of swapping to Diana's card, he activated the exclusive skill from his Fiora, the slave card. Steel Body. With Kryptonian blood in his veins, he was immune to all attacks for 5 seconds. The effect kicked in immediately. Protected by Superman's card, the kryptonite haze didn't touch him. In fact, standing in the cloud, Leah inhaled deeply, sucking the glowing smoke into his lungs. Not bad, he said with a satisfied sigh. Bruce Wayne's expression froze. Wasn't kryptonite supposed to be the one thing that crippled Kryptonians? Wasn't Superman supposed to wither like a dying man at its touch? Yet this guy wasn't just fine, he looked like he was enjoying it. What the hell was this smoking weed? Chapter 99. Kryptonite second-hand smoke packs a punch. Bruce Wayne refused to accept it. He reloaded and fired again, then again, pulling the trigger over and over until the launcher spat its last round. Boom, boom, boom. 7, 8 grenades erupted in quick succession, flooding the air with even thicker clouds of green gas. Leah disappeared inside the haze. Only 3 seconds of invincibility had passed. Leah inhaled once more, dragging the dense kryptonite mist deep into his chest. His invincible lungs broke the substance down almost instantly, nullifying its effects. By the time the 5-second immunity wore off, Leah only felt like he'd smoked 10 packs of cigarettes, his lungs burning with a sharp, almost addictive sting. Not bad. Got any more? This stuff's got quite a kick, Leah chuckled, eyes glinting as he glanced at Bruce. He could see plain as day the launcher was empty. Bruce pulled the trigger a few more times, clicked on empty chambers, then hurled the weapon furiously to the ground. With a snarl, he charged and slammed a fist into Leah's chest. Clang! It was like punching steel. A phrase came to mind. Tiny fists pounding your chest. That's exactly what it felt like to Leah. Bruce's all-out strike was little more than an annoying tap, clinking harmlessly against him. Enough, Leah snapped. He clamped one hand around Bruce's armored chest plate and pushed. Even with just a fraction of his strength, the force launched Batman backward like a rag doll. Arms flailing, he was hurled through the air, saved only by the Kryptonian alloy in his armor. Without it, the impact alone would have killed him a dozen times over. He skidded across the ground, finally forcing himself upright, fighting back the urge to cough blood. His heart pounded as the truth sank in. You're not human, Bruce rasped, voice hoarse. No human could have that kind of power. That just shows how narrow-minded you are, Bruce Wayne. You should know the League of Assassins has the Ninja Master Ra's al Ghul, a villain who has lived for 7 centuries. Tell me, how can a mere human live that long? Leah stepped closer, his gaze unwavering. In this world, besides aliens, gods also exist. Wonder Woman Diana is proof of that. Magic, countless mysterious powers. Humans can wield superhuman abilities too, and I am one of those humans. Tell me your name, Bruce demanded, unsure what else to do. After all his preparations with kryptonite weapons, none of it worked on Leah. He couldn't beat him in a fight, couldn't argue him down, and to make matters worse, the man's mother was also named Martha. Leah had no reason to hide anything. My name is Leah Rogers. My father is Chinese Bruce Lai and my mother is Martha Jennifer Rogers. With your skills, you could easily verify my birth certificate, check my grades at Smallville High, even see which vaccines I've had each year. Having lived in America for 17 years, every record about him was real. There was no fear of Bruce checking. Bruce shook his head. He would verify it, of course. He didn't trust anyone that easily. Yet one question lingered. Since Superman indirectly caused your parents' deaths, why haven't you sought revenge on him? Leah paused. This question required a deep answer, not some petty excuse about being unable to fight him. You, Bruce, are the answer to your own question. Bruce looked puzzled. Me? I'm the answer? Yes, you, Bruce. You've experienced the pain of losing your parents, but do you take that pain out on innocent people? Leah's voice deepened. Would you seek revenge on society for your suffering? No. You walk with darkness, but your heart is light. You turn your pain into strength, protecting others from the same suffering. You vow to eradicate evil, to bring hope, even at your own expense. On this, you, I, and even Superman, we are the same. Leah let the words sink in, a heartfelt speech designed to impress. Bruce stared at him, taken aback. Really? I never realized I had such qualities, Bruce said, his gaze strange. Leah blushed. I tend to notice other people's strengths. By the way, shouldn't our enemy be Bane? He's not our enemy. He's mine, Bruce corrected gravely. Frankly, Bruce, can you actually beat Bane? Even with that sturdy armor, you're still no match, Leah shot back bluntly. The comment reminded Bruce of today's beating. His back still ached. Without the protection of the kryptonite alloy armor, it would have been shattered. Even so, Bruce wasn't one to back down. I'll find Bane's weakness and defeat him. His weakness? Those plastic tubes on his body. Remove them and he loses his power. But even if you defeat Bane, can you handle the nuclear bomb? Leah said, hitting the nail on Bruce's deepest worry. The nuke, essentially a superpowered reactor if detonated, would devastate Gotham even worse than what Metropolis endured. How do you know Bane's weakness? I googled it, Leah said, deadpan clearing his throat. Bruce naturally imagined Leah having his own intelligence network, perhaps even more advanced than his, which explained how he knew so much about Bane. So, any advice on the nuke? Bruce asked reluctantly. Leave Bane to you. He wants to duel you publicly tomorrow. Use that as a distraction. I'll locate the remote for the nuke. Once the bomb is dealt with, everything else will be manageable. Leah's words made Bruce Wayne pause for a moment. Then he lifted his head and forced a smile. All right. This time we'll go along with your plan. As mentioned in previous chapters, the author won't delve deeply into Batman's human psychology. The goal here is to write a lighthearted, humorous story, not to explore human nature, endless speculation, or convoluted schemes. The author admits he isn't capable of that. In this universe, Batman doesn't plot or betray. Initially, he's cautious and distrustful, but once he interacts with Leah and the others, he's on their side. There may be arguments, but no betrayal. Chapter 100, The Batcave. While Alfred was fretting over Master Bruce, the roar of the Batmobile echoed through the cave. Hearing that familiar sound, Alfred let out a relieved sigh and hurried to the cave entrance to greet Bruce's return. The Batmobile shot into the cave, slowing to a stop at its designated spot. Alfred quickly moved forward to check on his master, worried that Bruce might collapse or faint again upon exiting the vehicle, though that had become almost routine. At that moment, 3 figures suddenly swooped into the Batcave. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! 3 streaks cut through the air before hovering in mid-cave, slowly descending. Alfred almost panicked, thinking the Batcave was under invasion. But Bruce, having just stepped down from the Batmobile, barely glanced at them and went about his business. Alfred raised an eyebrow. Unexpected. Since the previous Robin's death, Master Wayne hasn't invited anyone into this cave for 8 years. They didn't come at my invitation, they chose to follow, Bruce corrected sharply. In fact, it was Leah who followed. Seeing on the system interface that Bruce Wayne's trust level had finally shifted from negative to positive, he decided it was time to engage further with this stubborn, proud individual. In many other accounts, Bruce Wayne doesn't fully trust metahumans, often limiting them to human oversight. Yet this Bruce Wayne showed no unusual behavior. Leah's friendship points with him were within a normal range, possibly because Leah was human, or simply because things hadn't escalated to distrust. Bruce had attempted to shake them off in the Batmobile, but they were flying with X-ray vision to boot. There was no way he could lose them. Perhaps Bruce was ready to relearn trust. Though he verbally resisted, his actions allowing them into his domain were honest. Otherwise, he would have attacked long ago. Then again, maybe the real reason was that Leah's mother was also named Martha. Leah ignored the stubborn bat and turned to the silver-haired, dignified butler. You must be Master Bruce's butler, Mr. Alfred, right? Alfred, sensing the courtesy in Leah's tone, regarded him carefully. As a gentleman who valued etiquette above all, he appreciated proper decorum. That's correct. And may I ask how you wish to be addressed, sir? You can just call me Leah. I'll Master Leah then. Alfred bowed politely, then turned his attention to Diana and Fiora, asking with grace and courtesy, and may I ask who these lovely ladies are? Diana returned the gesture with graceful solemnity. I'm Diana, Princess of the Amazons. Alfred's face went momentarily blank, then he let out an involuntary wow. Theora's expression was one of pure disdain. Kryptonians lived roughly twice as long as humans, even without prolonged exposure to a yellow sun, so to her, this elderly gentleman looked barely adolescent. Humans are such fragile, short-lived creatures, Theora thought, barely suppressing a sneer. Bruce Wayne scowled at Alfred's overly warm welcome for Laia, and the others, especially after Bruce had already made clear that these people were not invited. He could practically file a trespassing charge against the three of them, if the Batcave counted as private property. Alfred, never shy about making a point, stepped in briskly. "Master Wayne, it's a rare thing to have guests. How about I put a proper dinner on? You shouldn't brood all the time. You need to mingle with the young people. Make friends." Bruce's face stayed impassive. "Alfred, since when have you become so concerned with my social life?" "I've always been concerned," Alfred answered evenly, taking no offense. "And forgive me, Master Wayne, but you can't lock your heart away just because the people you loved are gone. You are Bruce Wayne first, Batman second. People need friends, so do we all." He added a quick apology to their visitors. "I'm sorry you had to see that. I and the Master always spar like this. He won't take it to heart." Bruce was annoyed, but Alfred's words hit home. He'd been right. Still, Bruce wasn't one to admit it, so he steered the conversation elsewhere. "Let's find the reactor first. I don't want Gotham blown to hell tonight." "Do you want me to fly out and scan the city?" Laia offered. "No," Bruce said. "Not yet. Don't let Bane notice you. I'll pull satellite thermal imagery and triangulate the reactor's fusion signature." He hustled to the computer and started tapping commands. Laia didn't understand satellite operations, but the flickering screens revealed a 3D model of Gotham. "Found it," Bruce said, eyes on the display. "Underground parking at the sports arena. Looks like there's a mercenary force stationed there." "Mercenaries aren't the problem," Laia said. "If you're going to face Bane, I can help you upgrade your suit. If I'm not mistaken, your armor already incorporates a bit of that Kryptonian alloy." Bruce nodded frankly. "Yes, adding Kryptonian metal boosted the alloy's hardness. Patch is the alloy has an extremely high melting point. It's difficult to work with." "I can use heat vision to help shape it," Laia offered. "But tomorrow, when you duel Bane, have Theora go with you. Diana and I will handle the nuke." Bruce frowned. "You want that woman to come with me? Why?" "To guard against a trap," Laia replied. "Bane has a well-armed force. Can you guarantee he'll play fair?" The real reason, though, was simpler. Laia didn't want to risk this Batman's spine getting broken. In many versions, Bane snaps Batman's back. Laia was intent on preventing that. Theora wanted to accompany them anyway, and she obeyed Laia without question. If Laia ordered Theora to go with Bruce, she would. Bruce mulled the angle. Bane was a man rejected by the League of Assassins, untrustworthy, ruthless, and utterly unscrupulous. He conceded. "Fine, Theora can go, but she's not to interfere in our duel." Laia nodded naturally. "Of course, judging by her temperament, you'd better ask her nicely, otherwise she'll refuse to help." Chapter 101. The Enhanced Bane. Gotham felt as if it had been swallowed by an endless night. On the live broadcasts, the people saw a madman. That madman held in his hands a nuclear bomb capable of turning Gotham into ash, and he had declared that no outside military was to interfere. If they did, he would detonate it immediately unless Batman could stop him first. Bane had taken over a sports arena, where he had set up the fusion reactor. He himself lounged in the arena manager's office chair, idly playing with an M416 rifle. "Boss, there's a mercenary here to see you," one of his men called through the door. "Someone looking for me?" Bane thought for a moment, then lazily replied, "Fine, let him in." The office doors opened, and in swaggered a white man with a cigar clenched between his teeth. Bane lifted his eyes. He knew this man. Tate, the personal mercenary of Lena Luthor, CEO of LexCorp. Rumor had it their relationship was far from ordinary. "Tate, what wind blows you here? Didn't you say our cooperation was over?" Bane rose from the chair, straightening his coat. "The Avenger is here," Tate said bluntly. "The Avenger? You mean the alien from the Metropolis battle?" Bane, of course, knew of the recent chaos in Metropolis. Like most, he assumed Leo was Kryptonian. "That's right, and according to solid intel, he's brought 2 others with him. Bane, you may control Gotham's bridges and roads, but you can't watch the skies." Tate smirked. Bane snorted dismissively. "You came just to flaunt LexCorp's satellites, spare me. You're no match for the Avenger." Tate spoke without hesitation. From his coat, he produced a cylindrical metal injector. Through the glass casing, thick yellow liquid oozed sluggishly. Holding it out to Bane, Tate said, "This is our company's latest biochemical enhancer. To be exact, it's been diluted tenfold. Want to try it?" Bane narrowed his eyes at the injector. "Diluted tenfold? Why not bring me the undiluted one?" "Forget undiluted. Ordinary humans can't even survive this diluted version. But we've studied your blood. Your body, already adapted to GL-11 venom, should theoretically withstand this serum." Tate's grin was that of a crooked salesman. "Interesting. But you realize if I can't handle it, our deal is off." Bane's stare drilled into him, as though stripping away every hidden intention. "Of course. I wouldn't cheat you." "Madness," Bane muttered, then his lips curled. "But I like it. Most people would never inject some mysterious experimental drug." But Bane was not most people. A flash of mania lit his eyes as he flicked the injector cap free, exposed the needle, and drove it straight into his arm. The thick yellow liquid surged into his veins. A burning heat exploded through him. His skin flushed scarlet, veins bulging as if molten rock coursed beneath. A body, it's going to rip apart." Bane's whole frame blazed with heat, his skin steaming like a lobster thrown into boiling water. Sweat hissed into vapor the moment it touched him. This was the brink of collapse. Even Bane, already enhanced, was being torn apart by the serum's power. Disappointment flickered coldly in Tate's eyes. Shaking his head, he stepped forward without haste. He raised a finger and touched Bane's forehead. A spark of silver lightning flared, vanishing into Bane's body. "Rawar!" The beastly bellow rattled the arena. Armed mercenaries stormed in, rifles raised only to freeze at the sight before them. Bane's crimson skin gradually cooled, but his frame had swollen grotesquely, muscles twisted and doubled in mass. He loomed now like a monstrous brown bear, savage and unrecognizable. "Power! Such incredible power! Ha ha ha! Everything you said is true," Bane said, his breathing rough but his body finally stabilizing. When he glanced at Tate, the disappointment in Tate's eyes vanished, replaced by a professional, almost mischievous smile. "Congratulations, Mr. Bane. You are the first survivor of the enhancement serum. Want to test your newfound strength?" Tate suggested with a sly grin. Bane let out a few menacing laughs, his gaze shifting from Tate to the other henchmen in the room. The men instinctively stepped back, unnerved by his stare, but in an instant, Bane moved like a shadow. 3 fists and a few kicks later, every henchman was sent flying, crashing through the walls behind them. When they looked again, their necks and chests had caved in a death so complete, it was irreversible. "Clap, clap, clap." Tate applauded from the side. "Honestly, you don't even need those gas tubes anymore." Bane casually yanked one out, chuckling. "True, I don't, but I kind of like keeping them in anyway." By the afternoon, Gotham's media had mobilized fully, their cameras focused on the city courthouse. Here, a duel would take place that could determine Gotham's fate. Batman versus Bane. The Gotham City police were completely outmatched. The few remaining officers were powerless. External military forces had surrounded the city but dared not act, wary of the nuclear bomb Bane controlled. All hope now rested squarely on Batman's shoulders. Win and Gotham was saved. Lose and the city would be reduced to ashes. Bane had arrived early, stationed with his men on the courthouse steps, surrounded by tanks and armored vehicles, most of which had been stolen from Wayne Enterprises. "The time is nearly up. Where is your hero, Gotham's Dark Knight? Or is he a coward, hiding in the shadows, too afraid to show his face?" Bane shouted at the press below. The enhancement serum had bulked him up even further. Combined with the armor concealing his twisted flesh, he radiated lethal intimidation. A sharp whoosh pierced the air. A batarang embedded itself in the marble column at the courthouse entrance. Upon seeing it, both the on-site crowd and those watching on TV erupted in cheers. Yes, Batman had arrived. High above, a black silhouette descended from the sky, wings spread like a bat as he landed on the ground with ghostly grace. The moment Batman appeared, the people of Gotham cheered wildly. "Ha, our other protagonist finally shows up. I almost thought you were too scared to come out." Bane leapt down from the courthouse steps, landing directly in front of Batman. Though still Bane, Batman immediately noticed a stark difference from yesterday. Beyond the terrifying aura that would intimidate any normal person, Bruce Wayne could feel that Bane was visibly more massive than before. Just as his own armor had been completed with Leah's help dissolving the remaining Kryptonian metal to forge the full kryptonite alloy batsuit, Batman now stood in his fully upgraded, true kryptonite alloy combat armor. Enough talk, Bane. A prison is where you belong. Batman Bruce Wayne's voice, low and gravelly, activated the energy system in his armored suit. The bulky black battle armor seemed to hum with power, blue lights flaring from his eyes, chest, and other key points. The fight was imminent. Batman charged like a battering ram, each step deliberate and thundering, bearing down on Bane like a heavily armored tank. Bane's face was hidden behind his mask, unreadable to outsiders, but from the courthouse rooftop, Fiora could clearly see a smirk of ridicule curling his lips. Boom! Batman collided with Bane like a raging bull. Nearly 400 pounds of Bane were sent hurtling through the air, crashing onto the marble steps outside the courthouse. The marble fractured like chocolate, burying Bane in debris as the crowd erupted in cheers. Seizing the advantage, Batman pressed forward, landing in front of Bane. His fists flew in a relentless barrage, striking Bane across the face and chest. Though the armor slowed him down, every punch packed 4 to 5 times his usual strength. Bang! 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 The ground seemed to tremble slightly with each blow. To the onlookers, Batman appeared unstoppable, pummeling Bane into submission. Well done, Batman. Finish him. How dare he threaten us with a nuclear bomb? Kill him. Clean Gotham of this menace. Citizens on the streets and viewers watching at home felt a wave of relief, seeing Batman taking decisive action against Bane. Yet, just as it seemed victory was within reach, Bane slammed his head into Batman's, producing a sickening crack. Batman staggered back, clutching his head, dazed. He nearly lost his footing as Bane rose, brushing dust from his armor. Impressive, Batman. You're stronger than yesterday, but still powerless to save your city. Batman lunged again, striking Bane with a knife, hand to the neck, followed by a flurry of elbows and knees like a storm of steel. But Bane stood unyielding. After Batman's combo, he drove his knee into Bruce's stomach, curling him up like a roasted shrimp. Then, swinging his fists like twin sledgehammers, Bane sent the heavily armored Batman sprawling to the ground. Finally, Bane gripped Batman by the throat, lifting him high for the media to see. You expect this man to save the world? It's over. Gotham will face destruction and rebirth. Ha ha ha. His eyes turned savage. Reporters froze for a moment before screaming and scattering in panic. Word of Batman's defeat spread instantly, plunging Gotham into chaos. Despite the suit's upgrades and his strength surpassing yesterday's Bane, Batman still lost. The only explanation: Bane had grown stronger too. Bane, stop the super energy reactor before it's too late. Batman struggled, trying to pry Bane's fingers apart, but they were like iron clamps, unyielding. Don't bother. Heroes are a ridiculous lie, Batman. You're a joke, Bane sneered mercilessly. Batman coiled his legs around Bane's arm, hooking his feet into the tubes on Bane's shoulders and yanking. Pop, pop, pop. Several tubes tore free. Batman followed through, stomping on Bane's chest and delivering a punishing kick. Bane went down again, and Batman rolled midair to land steadily. Bane, you lost. Oh, really? Bane, who should have been weakened by the loss of his venom tubes, stood as if nothing had happened, eyes glinting with mockery at Bruce as though watching a clown perform. The battle was far from over. Layette and Diana appeared above the sports arena, hovering in midair as Layette swept the place below with his X-ray vision. Luke's in the underground parking lot. Counting the guards posted there, I make 102 mercenaries inside the arena. Diana tilted her head, a faint smile on her lips. I'll take the front, you take the back. Whoever clears out their side first gets to the parking lot first. Deal? No problem. They split up, slipping in from opposite ends. Even without tapping into the speed force, Layette moved like a shadow, dropping mercs silently, one after another. He and Diana cut through the arena, almost casually. Patrols didn't even get the chance to raise the alarm before they were out cold. These were mercenaries behind acts of terror. Layette showed no mercy. One down, one less. A pair? Two less. Before long, he reached the underground parking lot ahead of Diana, though she caught up just 2 seconds later. The space was vast, lit as bright as midday. At the center stood a massive device, a transparent ring as tall as a man, humming with violent nuclear fusion. Layette could feel the raw power seething within. Game's over. Hand me the detonator, Laia called to the figure standing beside the reactor, back turned. In his hand was the remote, one button to detonate, another to shut it down. The man slowly turned, and Laia recognized his face instantly, pulling the memory from his mental archive. I know you. You were Lex's merc. What is it now, you working for Bane? Or, is Lena Luthor in on this too? Laia narrowed his eyes. The merc grinned. I don't work for Bane, and I don't represent Lena Luthor either. Truth be told, Lena's a lot better than her brother, at least in some ways, but today isn't about that. He raised the remote and smiled. This is what you want, isn't it? Laia said nothing. With a thought, he froze time around them. The Speed Force. At a leisurely pace, he strolled over, plucked the remote from the merc's hand, and returned to his spot. Time snapped back to motion. He smiled, lifting the remote for the man to see. This toy? It's mine now. The merc barely blinked. He just raised an eyebrow and lowered his hand. Something's off, Diana muttered, stepping closer. What if it's a trap? What if pressing stop triggers the explosion and pressing detonate stops it? Laia pulled out his phone, browsed through articles on remote circuitry, then cranked his brain power into overdrive. In 2 minutes, he had skimmed through dozens of technical manuals, principles of remote circuitry, design and analysis of remote control systems, and more. I feel like I could take the certification exam right now, he said dryly, putting the phone away. He scanned the device with X-ray vision. It didn't matter that most books covered T remotes and civilian gadgets, the principles were universal. After a thorough check, he found nothing unusual. No issues with the remote, Laia said, frowning. He pointed it at the reactor and pressed pause. By all logic, the fusion reaction should have halted, but the reactor kept humming along, unchanged. He pressed pause again, and again. Nothing. He gave a wry smile. So, where's the real remote? Or was there never one in the first place? Bane gave me this, the merc shrugged. If it's fake, that means there isn't a real one. Maybe the bomb was always meant to go off. The reactor kept roaring. Once the fusion hit its peak, it would explode. The gauges already read 70%. By the numbers, they had maybe 2 or 3 hours left. It doesn't matter whether there's a detonator or not. I can just toss the bomb out of Gotham, Laia said with a careless shrug. Then you'd better hold it steady. Once this reactor was set here, all its safeguards were removed. Even a slight jolt could accelerate the chain reaction or set it off early. Tate grinned in that infuriating, sly way of his, and Leah's patience snapped. His eyes flared blood red, searing beams lancing toward Tate. Azizizizizizz. But the instant the heat vision struck him, Tate's figure vanished. Leo reined his vision in, careful not to scorch the fusion core nearby. So quick to lose your temper, Avenger. If I'm not mistaken, a nuclear blast wouldn't kill you anyway, would it? The voice came from behind them. Leah and Diana spun around. Tate now stood at their backs, as if he had simply stepped through space. Who are you? Diana demanded, drawing the God-Killer sword. She hadn't even unsheathed it against the mercenaries upstairs. Leah narrowed his eyes. If it had been super speed, he would have seen the movement. His vision could track even a speedster. This wasn't speed. This was teleportation. Who am I? The man's gaze dropped, as though dredging memories long buried. I've slept so long, I've nearly forgotten my name. Ares. You're Ares. Diana's voice trembled not with fear, but with exhilaration. Her mother, Queen Hippolyta, had filled her childhood with tales of the old gods. Ares, god of war, destroyer of peace, father of endless slaughter. His very presence plunged nations into ruin. Now, facing him in the flesh, Diana knew it was time to fulfill her destiny. The man's form shifted at the sound of that name. The white mercenary melted away, replaced by a middle-aged man with bronze skin, white hair and beard, and eyes utterly devoid of light. Ares, yes, Ares, the god of war, the last survivor of the age of gods. Oh no, not the last anymore. Now there's you. Diana ignored his words. Her hands clenched around the hilt of her sword as she advanced, step by step. I am Diana of the Messira, daughter of Queen Hippolyta. I stand for all the goodness of this world, and by the mission of the Amazons, I will cast you, Ares, out of it. With a sharp cry, she raised the blade, and drove it for his heart. The God-Killer sword struck his palm, and shattered like glass. The indestructible weapon crumbled into dust, leaving only the hilt in Diana's hand. Her eyes widened. The God-Killer how? Ares laughed coldly. You call this toy a God-Killer? Don't be naive. Only a god can slay a god. Before he could finish, twin beams of blazing heat crashed down on him. They hammered into his divine aura, smashing him into the ground. The earth split and cracked in spidering fissures around him. Leah descended slowly, his eyes dimming back to normal. "Showing off here? Did I give you permission?" At the courthouse steps in Gotham, Batman had believed tearing out Bane's venom tubes would end the fight. Yet the monster stood before him as if nothing had changed. "Batman, you know nothing of power," Bane roared, his fist slamming into Batman's chest like a cannonball. Boom! The Dark Knight smashed through a marble pillar, the entryway collapsing around him. He clawed his way out of the rubble. The blow had looked devastating, but his armor's shock absorbers had spared his organs. In simple terms, Bane's raw strength dwarfed his own, but for now, Bane couldn't deal him a killing blow. If brute force wouldn't win, Bruce Wayne fell back on what he did best. His eyes scanned the environment, running simulations in his mind, matching tactics to every tool and weapon at his disposal. Up on the courthouse roof, Fiora lounged idly. She had assumed Batman was finished, and was about to drop down to lend support. After all, Leah had made it clear the Batman was not to be killed. However, Fiora noticed something remarkable. Despite being at a severe disadvantage, Batman showed no hint of surrender. In fact, his gaze was even more intense than before. Can he really win, when the odds are so uneven? Fiora's interest peaked, her attention riveted to the fight below. Chapter 104, Battle with Bane. Batman and Bane's confrontation had long since moved beyond the courthouse steps. After all, it was Batman's home turf. He knew every street, every building in Gotham far better than Bane, who was still unfamiliar with the city. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Batman weaved through the surrounding buildings with lightning speed. Bane pursued him relentlessly. Seeing Batman about to vanish from view, Bane let out a roar of anger and lifted a nearby sedan, hurling it toward the building ahead. Boom! The facade cracked in a spiderweb pattern. Fortunately, the nearby residents had taken shelter in bomb shelters, allowing Batman to fight freely. Moments later, the sound of swinging ropes cut through the air. Batman swung like a pendulum, using his momentum to drive a powerful kick into Bane's back. Thud! Bane rolled like a massive punching bag, crashing through the wall in front of him. Roar! Damn Bat, you've made me angry. Bane's eyes locked onto Batman. He tore chunks of concrete from the walls and hurled them like cannonballs toward his opponent. Batman, however, only smiled. Retracting his grappling line, he soared into the air, shattering a glass pane and slipping inside a nearby building to evade the attack. Coward! Coward! If you won't face me head on, I'll detonate the nuke and level all of Gotham. Bane howled, leaping with gecko-like agility to cling to a wall. Rumble! Batman had planted explosives on the wall. As Bane approached, the bombs detonated, sending him flying in a fiery shockwave. His clothing was burned away, exposing his twisted, grotesque musculature. What have you done to yourself, Bane? In the dim interior, Batman observed the distorted muscles. Yesterday, Bane had looked different. Bane tore the shredded fabric from his body with a grin. There was no deep personal hatred between them. His opposition wasn't solely the work of some divine manipulation. Much of it stemmed from an obsession with Batman himself. In Gotham, Batman was a living legend. Bane, trained by the same ninja master, naturally wanted to test himself against the Dark Knight. Coupled with a childhood spent in prison, Bane's inner darkness had been honed to a pure, dangerous edge. He shifted, the air around him seemingly moving with him, propelling him toward Batman with terrifying speed. The distance between them closed in an instant. This speed was even faster than yesterday. Batman braced himself, adjusting his weight. As Bane lunged, he flexed at the waist, moving with the agility of a panther, dodging to the left. Bane seemed to anticipate the move. Pivoting on his toes, he twisted sharply, spreading his arms like a charging brown bear, slamming toward Batman with brutal force. Nowhere to run. But Batman didn't panic. Calmly, he pressed a button on his utility belt. The whirring sound of his grapnel cable echoed as he was flung backward, narrowly dodging Bane's attack. At the same time, he drew 6 batarangs and hurled them with precision as he soared through the air. Clink, clink, clink. The batarangs struck Bane, piercing his reinforced skin. Even with Bane's super-dense muscles surpassing copper and steel, the batarangs made of Kryptonian alloy shattered his defenses. The next moment, the batarangs flickered and exploded with a thunderous boom. Flames surged, shattering every window in the building. Debris and shards flew in all directions. Batman soared out of the building, sweeping his cape around him to shield against the fire and falling rubble. The cape unfolded like bat wings, slowing his descent as he glided to the ground. Through the fire, Bane emerged, scorched and panting, eyes blazing with fury. "Tank units! Armored forces! Attack Batman with everything you've got!" Bane roared into his calm, enraged from taking blow after blow at Batman's hands. The steel treads of 4 tanks and armored vehicles rumbled into position, surrounding Batman, their gun barrels aimed straight at him. What the? Batman's scalp tingled, his mind raced 1,000 thoughts at once. All the vehicles bore the Wayne Enterprises emblem. Damn it, he was about to be blown apart with his own family's tanks. The irony made his stomach twist. Did every young billionaire who built weapons have to go through this kind of insanity? Boom, boom, boom. The tanks fired simultaneously, joined by the armored vehicle's arsenal. Shells of every type screamed toward Batman. Batman only had time to turn his back, silently praying that his Kryptonian armor could withstand the hail of fire. While nearly indestructible, it didn't cover every inch of his body. Thud! Something landed in front of him. Before he could react, the shells exploded around him. Boom! 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 The ground trembled violently, but Batman felt no impact, just scorching heat in the air. He knew immediately. Someone was shielding him. Turning, he saw Fiora standing calmly amidst the explosions, arms crossed, unscathed. The shells slammed into her, sparks igniting around her, yet not even her hair was ruffled. She glanced at Batman. "Do you need me to handle Bane?" "Thanks, I can manage him, but you can take care of the tanks," Batman replied, forcing calm into his voice. Fiora had anticipated his answer. She drew a pistol from her leg holster and tossed it to him. "Bane is enhanced. I can see structural changes in his body. You'll need stronger weapons to defeat him." Before Batman could respond, Fiora leapt forward, moving almost instantaneously to a tank. She grabbed it with both hands and slammed it into another. Crash! She didn't pause to watch the explosion. Sprinting forward, she angled herself to collide with a third tank. Despite her slender, delicate frame, she crushed it on impact, sliding back 5 meters and leaving a deep trench in the ground. Batman shook his head, gripping his Kryptonian pistol, eyes locking with Bane's across the battlefield. Their gazes met midair, 2 titans ready to clash. Chapter 105, You Have Divine Power Too? Happy National Day. While Fiora was tearing through Bane's army, Laia was grinding the god of war, Ares, into the dirt. Though Ares used teleportation to dodge Laia's heat vision, the instant he reappeared elsewhere, a thunderous sonic boom erupted behind him. And faster than the sound came Laia's fist. Wham! Laia's punch descended like a bolt from beyond the heavens, a streak of thunder splitting the sky, its force shaking the earth itself. Boom! It was like a speeding train ramming head-on into a car on the tracks. Ares was flung away like he'd been caught in a hurricane. Divine power surged around him as he fought to resist, but he was still hurled upward, smashing through the parking structure's ceiling, bursting into the night sky above. And it didn't stop there. Laia shot after him, breaking the sound barrier, looping around to Ares' back. His right leg snapped out like an iron whip, cutting through the air. Crack! Ares was blasted skyward by a punch, then immediately kicked back down. He crashed into the stadium grounds, steel beams and concrete collapsing in an avalanche of destruction. From the rubble, Ares rose. His clothes were shredded, but arcs of blue lightning crackled across his skin. Then, as if gravity itself had abandoned him, the twisted steel and shattered stone around him lifted into the air. With arms spread wide, Ares drew the debris toward himself. Metal dissolved, reshaped, reforged upon his body. Clang, clang, clang! A new suit of armor emerged, drenched in the aura of slaughter. Upon his head formed a horned helm. He pressed 2 fingers to the ice, lids, the metal melted, and with a pull, the war god's helmet took its final shape. "Mortal," Ares thundered, his voice heavy with divine authority, "you dare profane a god, I will destroy you." He raised his hand. The ground trembled. The entire stadium ripped free from the earth, floating upward with him. Only Diana's divine shield kept the fusion reactor safe from the upheaval. The next instant, the stadium shot forward like a moving mountain, bearing down on Laia. Ares clenched his fist, and the massive structure mirrored him, collapsing inward. The arena, vast as an island, shrank into a crushing sphere. Any ordinary man would have been reduced to paste beneath such force. But Leia was no ordinary man. The sphere shuddered violently, then exploded outward. His body became a streak of black lightning, ripping through the sound barrier, closing dozens of meters in a blink, his fist already flying. Ares' face darkened. He crossed his arms, bracing to take the blow. Boom! Like a rainbow piercing the sun, Leia's strike slammed into his chest. The war god's armor shattered outward from the point of impact, splintering piece by piece. Force of the blow blasted through his body and out his back. Only then did the delayed sonic crack roar across the battlefield, echoing in every direction. Ares plummeted like a meteor, carving a deep trench in the earth. Ah! Moments later he clawed his way out, caked in dirt, his body battered, his voice a guttural roar. Divine power surged. A cyclone of raw energy coiled around him, arcs of lightning blazing as his wounds sealed and his shattered armor reformed anew. A mortal cannot kill a god. Only a god can slay another god. Ares' eyes burned red, veins bulging across his body. With a thunderous roar, he stomped down, hurling his divine power outward. Crack! The night sky over Gotham split open with a blinding bolt of lightning, a spear of raw power tearing through the heavens, screaming toward Leia at near sonic speed. Who says a mortal can't kill a god? Divine power, I have it too. Leia's voice was cold as he clenched his fist. Silver-white lightning coursed up his arm, born of the godly force within him. His power came through Diana. Though the Wonder Woman card was slotted only in his secondary deck, their bond as lovers amplified its effect twofold. He didn't have Ares' bottomless well of divine energy, but it was more than enough to sheath his arm in lightning. In an instant, Ares' spear of God, lightning struck before him. Leia kicked off midair, breaking the sound barrier as he shot forward. His silver-wreathed fist slammed down, colliding head-on with the war god's strike. The heavens exploded in light. Power clashed above Gotham, Leia meeting Ares' full force assault with a single punch. Below, Diana shielded the reactor with her godly aura, glancing upward. From the clash at Leia's fist, a searing brilliance spread, turning Gotham's night into day. Citizens across the city looked up in awe. To many, it seemed like a miracle, a sign that a savior had come. In midair, Leia pressed forward, his fist cutting through Ares' divine lightning, closing the distance fast. Ares' jaw clenched. He knew Leia was strong, immensely strong, impervious to blades and bullets. But as one of the ancient gods, the last survivor of the old pantheon, he could see the truth at once. Physical invincibility, magical vulnerability. That was the weakness of both Leia and Superman. Terrifying on the physical plane, but far less so against mystical forces. Ares had even tried to exploit it before, lingering in Clark's shadow, attempting to push him toward abusing his power through subtle psychic nudges. Against an ordinary man, it would have worked with ease, but Clark's will was iron. Ares couldn't move him an inch. Batman was a different matter. Feed him suspicion, stoke his distrust, and Ares could deepen it until it festered. But Superman himself, overflowing with incorruptible hope, was beyond the war god's mental reach. Ares hadn't cared. He was the god of war, not of whispers. He had his pride. Why bother with tricks when raw divine power was enough to crush zero magic, defense mortals? And yet, when Leia unleashed godly power, Ares froze. When that meager divine force not only held against, but overpowered his mightiest spear of lightning, the war god nearly wept. What happened to physical invincible, magical defenseless? His gaze flickered with confusion, frustration, humiliation, then fury. Roaring, Ares poured even more divine might into the clash, bellowing, "Mortal, why do you wield god power? And your power, what the hell? That's Zeus' thunder!" The unspoken thought screamed in his mind, "Damn it, just how many bastard children did my father have?" Chapter 106, Ragnarok. Ares' roar could not stop Leia's fist. Boom! Leia's punch struck like a cataclysm, shattering Ares' war armor and leaving a massive hole in his chest. Bloodied ribs and a beating heart were visible, yet Ares barely flinched. His gaze, locked on Leia, burned with disbelief. "Impossible. How do you possess divine power? Who are you?" "You can call me the God Slayer." Leia, of course, did not reveal his advanced 2.0 system. He gripped Ares' heart and crushed it with a controlled strength. Squish! God! Blood spattered across Leia's black armor. Ares fell to one knee, clutching his chest, gasping for air. "Why isn't he dead?" Diana rushed forward, stunned. Ares' chest had a gaping hole, his heart crushed, yet he still clung stubbornly to life. Leah frowned. If crushing the heart isn't enough to kill him, then let's just reduce him to ashes. Suddenly, Leah's eyes erupted with crimson rays. Waves of searing heat surged forth, engulfing Ares, instantly vaporizing his body. I told you mortals cannot kill gods, especially me, the god of war. War doesn't have to be fought between armies. As long as there is conflict and destruction, I can draw strength from it. The greater the scale, the stronger I grow. Since Ragnarok I have slumbered. Even the great wars of the past, World War I, World War Roman II, only restored a fraction of my power. The Kryptonian invasion, though lacking conventional armies, surpassed 1,000 legions. I, Ares, god of war, have fully awakened, stronger than ever before. A bolt of lightning split the sky, thick as a bowl, striking Ares. His wounds and war armor instantly regenerated. Mortal, you should not challenge the authority of a god. Ares floated above, his armor crackling with silver lightning. He swung his arms toward Leah and Diana, summoning divine spears of lightning that slammed down. The silver light flashed. Leah dodged with superhuman speed. His body could withstand any physical attack, but divine lightning was a different matter. Diana stepped forward, positioning herself in front of Leah. She slammed her god-forged bracelets together with a resonant clang. Voom! A shockwave radiated outward from Diana, violently countering several of Ares' lightning spears. Leah let out a roar, stumping the ground. His form blurred into a streak of light, breaking the sound barrier. Boom! In the next instant, he appeared before Ares, smashing him backward. A massive shockwave radiated outward, leveling everything around them. Ares' armor shattered as he crashed to the ground, gouging a deep trench. His body was mangled, bones crushed, chest caved in. But as lightning struck again, Ares' injuries instantly healed. It's useless. Gods do not die, they wither with the winds. No matter how many times you defeat me, I can rise again as long as conflict exists in this world. Ares grinned, exuding the arrogance of a superior being, pitying mortals' weakness. Gods do not die? Leah retorted coldly. Then why are Zeus and the others still gone? He remembered Ares' earlier words. He was the only god from mythos to survive aside from Diana. The mention of Zeus froze Ares for a moment, then his emotions flared. Father gods never truly die. One day, we will restore the glory of the age of gods. Diana's eyes blazed as she retorted, My mother told me it was you who killed the gods. Zeus used the last of his divine power to cast you down to earth, because you were a threat. You're the real culprit, the source of all evil. Ares froze, utterly bewildered. Since the fall of the gods, he'd been in slumber, barely regaining awareness during the Great War. And now, all of a sudden, he was being accused of murdering the gods, being called the root of all evil? Ares felt like shouting, No way am I taking this blame. I did not kill the gods, Diana. Zeus is my father, our father. My power comes from him. How could I possibly have killed him? Ares said, fury flashing across his face. Diana blinked, stunned. Wait, what do you mean Zeus is our father? My mother told me I was molded from clay. Foolish sister, Ares bellowed. Of course she would say that. He was imprisoned by my mother, Hera, on the Messira. She despises Hera, she despises me, and that's why she spread lies. With that, Ares revealed secrets of the age of gods long hidden. You're lying, Diana snapped, unwilling to believe him. My mother said Zeus protected us by placing the Amazons on the Messira. We were never imprisoned. Their argument escalated into violence. Diana's god-killer sword shattered, and she swung her fists at Ares' face. He met her blow for blow, and the siblings clashed in a storm of raw power. Lee watched the heated fight, thinking, how does this mythology not match any version I've ever known? She sighed, realizing there was no point in overthinking it. In this universe, Diana hadn't left the island during the Great War, and according to Ares, he only regained strength afterward, not like in other versions where he directly influenced the war's escalation. Ares, tell me, what exactly was Ragnarok? What did you all experience? Lee asked, curious. Ragnarok, Ares murmured, gathering his divine power and pushing Diana back. We were invaded by beings from a higher realm. The gods fell in battle, that is Ragnarok. Diana's expression softened. She struggled to accept that Zeus was Ares' father, but she couldn't deny her fascination with the age of the gods. Higher dimensional invaders. The wild hunt. Darkseid? Lee asked casually. Hearing those names, Ares' heart skipped a beat. Where did you hear those names? Lee pointed to Diana. She told me. Diana's mother often shared stories from the Age of Gods. Did I say that? Diana asked, confused. I don't remember. I've heard of the Wild Hunt, but who is Darkseid? She looked at Lee, bewildered. The atmosphere turned awkward, and even Ares' gaze toward Lee carried an odd, unsettled curiosity. Note: this diverges from the movies, comics, and TV shows. All references serve only as inspiration. The story won't copy them directly. Fans of the original may find it unusual, but since this is a fan work, some creative liberties are necessary. Chapter 107, Godslayer. It was clear now the new gods of Apocalypse had once invaded Earth and clashed with its ancient deities. Laia ignored Ares' strange stare and said, "So, if Darkseid caused Ragnarok, you fear they'll return. That's why you've been stirring up endless conflict so you can become strong enough." Exactly. Ares' eyes burned with fervor. If I grow strong enough, I can crush the new gods, rebuild Olympus, and restore the Age of Gods. Join me, both of you, my brother, my sister. By this point, Ares truly seemed to believe Laia was another bastard son of Zeus after all. How else could he explain the lightning in Laia's veins? Diana refused him without hesitation. We cannot build strength on endless war. Ares, if you insist on fueling conflict, then I must stop you. If you stand against me, then show me your strength. Before his words had even faded, Ares raised his palm toward Diana. His divine power flared, erupting as raw lightning. Her divine shield snapped into place, but the force of his thunderbolt still blasted her away. Laia blurred forward, appearing at Ares' side, but his fist struck only air. Ares vanished, reappearing directly before Diana. "Diana, give me your divine power. With your strength, mine will grow unstoppable." He pinned her down, holding her fast. Diana had not yet awakened her full divinity. In the battle at Metropolis, she had unleashed only the faintest spark of Zeus' lightning, not nearly enough to contend with her brother Ares. Laia's eyes blazed red. Twin beams of heat vision flashed across the battlefield, but Ares teleported again, retreating farther back. "Ares," Laia said coldly, shielding Diana behind him, "you claim Diana is also a god. That means she can kill you, right?" "That's correct," Ares sneered. "Diana bears the godhead of love and peace. She is their goddess. You, though you wield divine power, have no godhead. You cannot kill me outright." In Ares' mind, the irony was flawless. The one with the power lacked the authority, and the one with the authority lacked the power. Perhaps, if Diana were to endure the death of a beloved and the ruin of peace, she would awaken fully. But Laia had no intention of dying just to trigger her ascension. He needed another way. A cold smile spread across his face. He clenched his fist. "Diana, use your strongest divine power on me." "What? Laia, are you insane?" She almost couldn't believe her ears. "Do it," he insisted. "Use everything you have. I can kill Ares." He offered no explanation, but when Diana saw the fierce certainty in his eyes, she chose to trust him. She nodded. "I understand. Are you ready?" Silver arcs of power rippled around her as she crossed her wrists. The divine energy of a daughter of Zeus surged forth, bright and deadly. "Laia, be careful." Her bracelets clashed, and a thunderclap split the air. A storm of silver lightning lanced out like 1,000 spears, striking Laia full on. "Heh, I don't know what game you're playing, but it's idiotic." Ares smirked, watching with relish. Laia's body wasn't built for magic resistance. Unless he countered with equal divine power, taking that blast head on was suicide. But Laia had no intention of dying. As Diana's thunderbolt engulfed him, his will moved in an instant, slotting Diana's divine card from the secondary slot into his main one. In that flash, he borrowed her godhead, the mantle of love and peace. Kryptonian bodies might be nearly indestructible, but their resistance to magic was nil. In this situation, Diana's divine essence was far more useful than Superman's flesh. Of course, swapping cards weakened his overall battle strength. That was why he needed Diana's power as fuel. To take her lightning without protection would have been suicide, except Laia had one more weapon. A skill granted by Fiora's slave card, that was his alone. Steel body, not of Kryptonian blood, yet able to amplify defense tenfold for 5 seconds. With this ability, Even if Leah took Diana's divine lightning head on without any shield, he could endure it, fuse it into his own divine power, and end Ares in an instant. If Ares wasn't killed now and managed to escape, there was no telling what kind of schemes he would hatch in the shadows. Ah! Diana's thunder struck Leah, and in his heart he quietly triggered his exclusive skill, Steel Body. His defense surged tenfold. The divine lightning brought only a faint sting of numbness and burning, and soon he was channeling both forces together. In that moment, Leah's body was wreathed in silver lightning, like countless serpents, slithering across his form. Ares, you're finished. He stomped the air, blasting out a shockwave, and hurtled toward the god at supersonic speed. What? Ares hadn't expected this maneuver. For the first time he doubted whether Leah, now infused with Diana's thunder, might actually have the power to kill him. Panic crept in. Whoosh! Ares dared not clash head on. His form blurred, vanishing into the void, another teleportation to dodge Leah's strike. But as he disappeared, a knowing grin tugged at Leah's lips. Speed domain. The world froze. Time itself seemed to halt, every motion reduced to stillness. In the space where Ares had been, Leah could even see a wormhole, like rift, time and space torn open. Yes, Ares could rend the fabric of reality with his divine power to shift short distances. Leah scanned the still world. To his right, near Diana, a spatial fissure slowly widened like a film dragged to a quarter of its speed. Moments later, armored in warplate, Ares emerged. You can die now, Ares. Leah turned sharply, darting across the frozen world. His speed was quadrupled within the domain, so when he appeared before Ares, the war god's head was only just beginning to turn, his eyes straining to focus. Lightning surged wildly over Leah's body. He drove his fist forward, and the silver storm burst out like stampeding steeds, like a flood smashing through a dam, crashing straight into Ares. The speed domain shattered. Ares spat, a great mouthful of blood, his face draining white. For the first time his eyes were wide with fear. Chapter 108. The Angel of Judgment. Tell me, can a mortal kill a god? Leah lowered his hand. His divine power was spent, leaving him with an unfamiliar heaviness of exhaustion. Ares staggered, then collapsed, blood spilling from his lips. Diana and Leah's combined power had ravaged him beyond repair. He lifted his head weakly, lips twisted in a blood-soaked grin. Unbelievable that a mortal could reach this point. But hear me, death is not the end for a god. The moment you struck me down, you inherited my divinity. The words jolted Leah. Inherited Ares's divinity. What did that mean? Seeing his confusion, Ares went on, voice fading. Leah, that is your name, isn't it? You wield Zeus's power, yet lacked a godhood. Now that you've slain me, you bear my divinity. My brother, you are no longer mortal. You are a god. By now, Ares was still convinced that Leah was Zeus' illegitimate son. His gaze sharpened, locking onto Leah as he said, My brother, when the new gods arrive, you and Diana must drive them away. The gods shall never fall. After speaking his final words, Ares' body turned to ash, vanishing into nothingness, filled with endless resentment. Though he disliked humans, Earth was his home. He would not allow the new gods of Apocalypse to come and cause chaos. Ding. Unknown energy detected. Analyzing. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a source of magic, i.e., divinity. You may inherit its original traits, or reassign them according to your own preferences. The system's voice echoed abruptly in Leah's mind. After a moment of thought, he understood its meaning. In simple terms, a divinity is a source of magic, a sort of world, granted authority, the wellspring of a god's power. Each source of magic has attributes tied to a god. Aphrodite gains strength through love, Ares through conflict and war. Now the question was whether Leah should inherit Ares' traits or redefine them according to his own will. Becoming the new god of war would mean constantly instigating conflict to grow stronger, but Leah preferred punishing villains. Call it righteous justice, or more bluntly, showing off and slapping evildoers in the face. With that in mind, Leah commanded in his mind, System, reassign my divinity my source of magic with the trait of judgment. From now on, my divinity shall be the executioner of the celestial. In that instant, a profound sensation surged through him, as if his entire being had connected with the world itself, each breath resonating with the cosmos. In more mystical terms, Leah had grasped the primordial force. Gods could only be slain by other gods. the divinity of a fallen god would be claimed by the one who killed them, augmenting their own power. Leah's case was unique. He had no divinity of his own, he had only relied on Diana's pseudo-divinity to kill Ares. Yet now, Ares' divinity descended upon him. Though Diana had assisted, Leah had delivered the killing blow. Thus, he inherited Ares' source of magic. I now possess divinity. Through judgment I can acquire power. My base attributes have reached blue elite, and I can rapidly advance toward purple hero level. Clenching his fist, Leah unleashed a surge of divine energy, silver lightning dancing across his palms. Finally, he was no longer defenseless against magic. While his strength and defense might still lag behind Superman's, Leah now had his own divine power. He might not lose to Superman after all. Diana strolled to his side, eyes hesitant. Leah, are you really Ares' brother? My brother? Leah blinked, staring at Diana's worried expression, and couldn't help but laugh. So this girl was worried they were long-lost siblings? That would be awkward. German orthopedic surgery, here we come. Rolling his eyes, Leah replied, of course not. Ares was desperate for a brother and thought anyone with lightning was his sibling. Diana, mark my words, you'll soon meet someone who runs like lightning, and even has a lightning emblem on his chest. Who is this person? Diana asked, curious. Well, you'll meet him eventually. Wait, didn't we forget something? Leah scratched his neck. The two of them froze simultaneously, then turned to each other, exclaiming in unison, crap, the nuke, we forgot the nuke. In an instant, they became streaks of lightning, racing toward the underground parking lot beneath the ruins of the original sports center. When Lee and Diana arrived, Bruce Wayne and Fiora were already at the superpowered reactor. Fiora greeted Lee politely, while Bruce remained focused, tinkering relentlessly with the reactor. The reactor's nuclear fusion levels had dropped sharply, making an immediate explosion unlikely. Bruce, what about Bane? Did you capture him? Lee asked, knowing Batman would never kill. Hearing the question, Bruce's hands froze mid-disarm. He sighed. Bane killed himself. He wanted to take me down with him. Fiora saved my life. The outcome wasn't terrible, and Lee's attention shifted back to the superpowered reactor. Bruce, can you dismantle this thing? Bruce glanced at Lee. This reactor was built by Wayne Enterprises. I was involved in the research, and the project had been shut down, but a few days ago, I restarted it. I didn't expect all this to happen. His voice was low, tinged with guilt. Lee reassured him, it's not entirely your fault. You might not believe it, but you were influenced by Ares, the god of war. Lee expected Bruce to think she'd lost her mind, but he reacted with surprising calm. You mean Ares, the armored guy, who just fought you? The battle had been intense, and Bruce had certainly noticed. Yes, that's Ares. Bruce, do you know anything about the old gods? Lee asked. Sensing Bruce's composure was unusual, he accepted her explanation of being a superpowered human just like that. As he finished his final adjustments to the reactor, Bruce said, I do know many things ordinary people don't. Magic exists, and what people call gods are simply superhumans with extraordinary magical abilities. But I was genuinely surprised when you mentioned superhumans and gods. I just didn't show it. Well, Bruce Wayne simply meant he was stone-faced. Chapter 109. That Man. After Bruce successfully dismantled the superpowered reactor, the nuclear fusion reaction ceased, ending the crisis in Gotham. Many had witnessed Lee and Ares' battle, and when the dust settled, people approached to see what had happened. A particularly brave reporter ventured to the ruined sports center. Shocked by the devastation around him, he noticed that Batman had successfully stopped the nuclear bomb. Mr. Batman, will the bomb still explode? The reporter asked, mustering courage, a slightly overweight photographer trailing behind him. Bruce Wayne turned to face the camera, and using his voice modulator, said no. The bomb has been dismantled. Gotham is safe. The reporter's face lit up with excitement. He turned to Lee, holding out his microphone. You're the Avenger, right? It's surprising to see you here in Gotham. Are you working with Batman? Lee glanced at Bruce, who remained silent, and smiled at the reporter. Yes, we're on the same team. We're both members of the Justice League. Although the Justice League's headquarters were still under construction, and the U.S. government hadn't released any information to the public, since even oceanic authorities recognized the League's legitimacy, it was only a matter of time before the public knew of its existence. As expected, upon hearing Lee mention the Justice League, the reporter's eyes widened with the prospect of a huge scoop. He immediately took out his notebook and scribbled furiously. Batman remained expressionless, but the system interface revealed that his friendship value with Lee had increased, betraying his true feelings. Their friendship had now risen to 80% on a standard scale. Bruce's usual pride was getting in the way. For anyone else, ordinary level friendship would have already advanced to friendly level. Still, progress was progress, and Lee wasn't in a hurry. After a brief interview, Lee and Batman left. Soon news of Batman and the Avenger saving Gotham spread rapidly, officially bringing the Justice League into the public eye. Lee. Back at the Batcave, Bruce called out to Laya. "What's up?" Laya noticed that Batman was quickly shedding his battle armor and slipping into a sharp, elegant suit. Once out of the heavy batsuit, Bruce Wayne was once again the billionaire playboy. "I had originally planned to host dinner for you tonight, but I already have plans with someone. If you're willing to stay a few days in Gotham, I can make it up to you properly." Hearing this from Bruce Wayne, it was clear that his attitude toward Laya had softened. Laya smiled. "Someone, huh?" Bruce, judging by how meticulously you're dressed, that someone is a girl you like, isn't she? He wanted to say Selina Kyle, the infamous Catwoman, but the exact nature of Batman and Catwoman's relationship was always ambiguous. It could also be some journalist or maybe a Gotham socialite like Silver St. Claude. In short, Bruce Wayne had plenty of potential romantic interests. Who knew which someone he meant? Bruce simply smiled and said nothing, tying a fancy knot in his tie in front of the mirror. "If you need anything, talk to Alfred. I won't be coming back tonight." Alfred, adjusting his reading glasses, gave Bruce a pointed look that clearly said, "Figure it out yourself." Laya wanted to confirm something. "Bruce, about the Justice League, I've always wanted to form a team of heroes. Do you want to join?" "You're all superpowered," Bruce said, looking him in the eyes, "and I'm just a normal man. Are you sure you want me on the team?" "Normal? Bruce, a normal person wouldn't have the energy to fight me while bleeding internally. A normal person certainly couldn't defeat Bane, yet you did, even with Fiora telling me that Bane had been enhanced by Ares." "You're far from ordinary," Laya said. Bruce fell silent for a moment, then asked, "That man, is he joining too?" He meant Superman Clark Kent. Laya smiled. "Of course. You've probably seen the news. Superman saved a falling plane, rescued workers at an offshore oil rig, extinguished a skyscraper fire, day or night. He does everything he can to help others." Bruce nodded thoughtfully. "I can tell, yeah, you really admire your friend. But I want to meet him myself. If he truly is as selfless as you say, I'll stand alongside you all." "You'll like him once you meet him," Laya assured. 2.5 months later, the first phase of the Justice League's Earth headquarters was complete. The remaining construction was expected to finish by the end of the year. American industrial technology was advanced. Most buildings used a panel and column structure rather than China's beam, column, frame system. Although expensive, this method reduced labor costs and drastically shortened construction time, allowing cities to rebuild quickly after devastation. President Auchincloss personally met with Laya, General Swanwick, and General Ryan to discuss many logistical details. Yes, Colonel Sam Ryan, Louise Ryan's father, had been promoted to at least general after the Battle of Metropolis, becoming one of the few notable figures in the U.S. military. No matter what, neither the military nor the government may monitor or eavesdrop on the Justice League members' privacy in any form. "Superman told me recently that a drone tried to track him," Laya said, speaking as an Avenger. General Swanwick's face darkened. "That was a $50 million drone. Superman just smashed it. I didn't even arrest him, and I'm being generous." Go ahead, nobody's stopping you. General Swanwick, feel free to use your tanks to go after Superman. I won't interfere." Laya shrugged, giving a supportive look. Swanwick twitched at the corner of his mouth and looked at President Auchincloss with mock grievance. He'd just spoken too quickly. If he really tried to apprehend Superman, he wouldn't dare, not even with a tank, let alone an aircraft carrier. Chapter 110. The God of Persuasion. President Oben did not wish to dwell on the matter of the unmanned drones. Clearing his throat, wearing his practiced politician's smile, he asked, "Avenger, if you refuse to make your identities public, how can we trust that you're sincere about working with us?" Without an external threat looming over them, Oben's confidence had returned. He could recognize the Justice League as legitimate, but like all those in power, he disliked anything that disrupted the balance. Put simply, once the League was fully established, they would possess power capable of overwhelming the U.S. military. Even if that chance was only 1 in 1,000, Oben intended to guard against it. Open cooperation, however, might ease his fears somewhat. The reasoning was simple. Superman had openly admitted that he lived on Earth, which meant he must have family and friends. By controlling them, Superman's actions could be curbed to a degree. A few months ago, such negotiations might have been impossible, but things were different now. Leo was no longer merely an avenger, he bore godhood. Altering a mortal's thoughts with divine power was child's play to him. Mr. President, General Swanwick, General Lane. Leo's gaze swept across the three men. His divine power threaded into his voice as he spoke. We keep our identities hidden not out of distrust, but to preserve the lives we already have. When we don our suits, we fight for justice. When we remove them, we want nothing more than to live quietly as ordinary people. Under the influence of Leo's power, Oben and the others found themselves instinctively agreeing with him. His statement wasn't especially clever, riddled with holes, in fact, but to them, it sounded utterly reasonable, beyond dispute. Okay, I understand your concern, Avenger. Then let's do it your way. I, Oben, on behalf of the United States government, promise that we will not, under any circumstances, pursue the identities of the Justice League. He scrawled the clause onto the contract with a flourish. Seeing the president take the lead, General Swanwick and Lane dropped their reservations as well. I, Swanwick Sam Lane, on behalf of the U.S. military, pledge not to pursue the identities of the Justice League in any form. The first clause was settled. Leah smiled sleepily. Now then, Mr. President, don't you think your annual funding allocation is a bit small? It's not small. Not small at all. Counting the 20% from the 7th Military District, the League's budget already surpasses the CIA's. Oben shut him down instantly, not even pausing to think. More money? Impossible. Not in this lifetime. Even if I jumped out that window right now and tore down the watching the sea, listening to the waves' calligraphy on my wall, I wouldn't give you another dime. That was Oben's inner monologue. Rubbing his hands, Leah gave a helpless sigh. Mr. President, it's not me asking you for more funding. It's the millions of American people. Do you know where that money will go? Every cent will be spent serving those very people. Taken from the people, returned to the people. Even expressed in English, stripped of its cultural nuance, the phrase still resonated with Oben. After all, he adored Chinese culture. The words watching the sea, listening to the waves on his wall weren't there for decoration. What a fine phrase, taken from the people, returned to the people. Oben felt his blood stir. An odd surge of passion filled him, as though he too wished to dedicate himself to serving the people. He made a decisive call. Each year I'll approve another 100 million in funding. Leah's grin spread wide, nearly splitting his face. He looked at Oben with mock admiration. Mr. President, you truly are a good leader, a president who genuinely cares for his people. Now then, what about you two generals? The divine lure still laced his voice. Both generals shuddered, staring at him as though at a ravenous wolf. And yet they couldn't resist. In their hearts, they believed his words. Especially with Oben setting the example, they suddenly felt that, as American soldiers, they had a duty to love their country and their people without reservation. Our 7th Military District is willing to yield 20% of our budget. General Lane shot to his feet, his voice ringing with conviction. Our North American Air Force Joint Command is willing to allocate 40% of the military budget. General Swanwick didn't mince words, 40%, right off the bat. Hearing the figure, Leah's heart leapt with excitement. Huden shook both their hands warmly. You are true comrades. On behalf of all the people of America, I salute you. Leah's enthusiasm was infectious. Tears of emotion glistened in the eyes of the three present. All right, moving on to the next point. Let's talk about the authority levels. Leah waved them over to sit, signaling that the discussion of details could continue. The remaining terms were straightforward. Secretary Ogwanhai even suggested assigning a few agents to the Justice League, ostensibly to assist Leah and his team. But it was obvious what Ogwanhai was really planning, and Leah decisively refused. Among the superheroes, they already had experts in every field. Batman provided and maintained the weapons and gear. Superman's consciousness kept the database. Feel Ra, the versatile operative, could handle security and maintenance duties. And that was just the current team. Later, more talents could join. Barry Allen, the fastest deliverman in the world, Caitlin Snow, expert in cooling systems, Firestorm heating, Arthur Curry, water supply, and even Poison Ivy, well, maybe skip her. In short, the meeting with Ogwanhai didn't drag on long. Under Leah's divine influence, Oh Guanhai and the others unwittingly signed a slew of one-sided agreements. The mental persuasion was flawless, like the ultimate psychic attacks in some anime, invincible to normal minds. They fully believed these decisions were their own, which left the Secretary of State skeptical about Oh Guanhai's feedback regarding the Justice League agreements. Oh Guanhai, along with Generals Swanwick and Ryan, firmly shut down the Secretary's doubts. Back home, Leah pulled out 4 invitation letters. The pale blue covers bore the elegant, flowing words, Justice League Invitation in English. Chapter 111. The Invitations. Diana, your name goes on the first one. The second is Clark Kent, the third Bruce Wayne, the fourth Oliver Queen. From today onward, the Justice League is officially established. Leah smiled. Originally, he had founded the League to boost friendship points and grow stronger. But now, having acquired divinity as the executioner of the Celestials, he could reach purple hero level or higher without friendship points. He could even exploit the weaknesses of Superman and Wonder Woman to defeat them effortlessly if he wanted. At this moment, Leah was, in every sense, a god among mortals. Creating the Justice League was no longer about points. It was about the joy of focusing on a cause alongside friends. Diana accepted the invitation with a smile. After scanning the contents, she picked up a pen and wrote the invitee's name. All signed, Leah. Do you sign at the end? Of course. You're the invited, I'm the inviter. My name goes last. Leah took the 4 invitations back, signed each one, and stamped them with the Justice League's red seal. It had no other function, but it looked official. All set. Diana, here's yours. Theo Ra, can you deliver the remaining 3 to the others? Leah asked. Theo Ra had been standing behind him the whole time. Of course, she was envious. Joining or not didn't change her duties, but for a soldier, honor mattered. To her, being recognized by Leah through the Justice League was the highest honor. At that moment, she silently vowed to complete every mission and earn his approval. Yes, General Leah, I will complete the mission. Theo Ra saluted crisply, standing at attention. Call me Master. Yes, General Lee Master. The Justice League invitation had been sent out. When Fiora found Clark, he was in hot pursuit of a vehicle. Apparently, some overly bold criminals had robbed a jewelry store, jumped into a car, and hadn't even made it off the block before they ran full speed into Superman. They got nothing, wrecked their car, and ended up with a major loss. Hey Fiora, what brings you here? Clark asked, surprised to see her. Fiora had originally wanted to warn a hapless thief aiming a gun at Superman, but seeing Clark ask her a question, she ignored the criminals. The Avenger spoke with oceanic authorities about the Justice League. It's officially established today, and you're formally invited to join. Bang! 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 The robbers fired wildly at Superman, but Clark completely ignored them. He took the invitation from Fiora and began reading it carefully. He actually did it. Ha! We were just joking when we talked about it before, and now the Avenger really has founded the Justice League. And he even promised me the vice president position, Clark said seriously, utterly unfazed by bullets ricocheting off his back. While Clark read the invitation, Fiora leaned forward and addressed the criminals behind him. I suggest you run while you still can. Your weapons won't do anything to him. Trying to take on Superman with a small handgun? These thieves clearly weren't thinking straight. Hearing Fiora, the robbers snapped out of their stupor and bolted, hauling large bags of stolen jewels in the opposite direction. Clark carefully stowed the invitation and asked Fiora, are there any other procedures I need to complete to join the Justice League? Just print out an application, no handwritten forms, and provide a 2-inch photo in your battle suit. That's it, Fiora explained, then bid Clark farewell and flew off toward Gotham. Watching her leave, Clark glanced back at the robbers, only to see them running right back to the jewelry store entrance. Gotham City, Batman drove the Batmobile through the streets, chasing a heavily modified motorcycle. In the city, the bike could navigate tight spaces. Just as it was about to slip into a narrow alley, Batman pressed the communicator on his ear. Check the map for me. Calculate possible escape routes. Before he could finish, a woman in black armor dropped from the sky, kicked the motorcycle, and grabbed the criminal in her hands. Alfred, no need to check, Batman's voice rumbled. What's wrong, sir? Alfred asked, slightly surprised. Him? The map shows. The motorcycle stopped in the alley. Fiora caught the criminal. Batman cut off the communicator, opened the Batmobile door and stepped out. "You didn't come all this way just to help me catch a criminal, did you?" Batman asked as he approached. Fiora tossed the nearly petrified criminal at Batman's feet. "The Avenger verbally invited you to join the Justice League before. I've brought the formal invitation." Batman knocked the criminal out with a single punch, stepped over him, and took the invitation from Fiora, opening it to read. "What? The Justice League has official recognition from the U.S. government? And they're sponsoring a $200 million building unconditionally?" Batman's face showed disbelief. Their Wayne Tower alone cost only $100 million. The key point: the U.S. government officially recognizing a vigilante organization? When Batman first became a vigilante, the police treated him as a criminal. After all, in any country, private citizens taking the law into their own hands aren't allowed. Forming an armed vigilante group could easily get you labeled a terrorist and put on the FBI's most wanted list. But under the current circumstances, instead of being wanted, the Justice League had even received recognition from President Auchincloss. Of course, today, the Avengers discussed many logistical details with the President and the two military generals. Soon, the Gotham Police Department will receive an official notice from the White House, informing them of the Justice League's existence. Blue-tier members of the League will have authority second only to the Police Commissioner, Fiora explained. Chapter 112. Unexpected Authority. The Justice League still followed its member ranking system, using card colors to indicate levels. Blue-tier members included heroes like Green Arrow, Oliver Queen, rated as elite level superhumans. "And what about me? What level of authority do I have?" Batman asked, trying to suppress his surprise. "You're a purple-tier member, with authority second only to the mayor," Fiora answered, reflecting Leah's evaluation of Batman. Although Batman wasn't superpowered, and his base attributes barely exceeded those of ordinary humans, his defeat of the enhanced Bane, combined with his intelligence, determination, and creativity, earned him the purple-tier designation. Of course, this authority didn't replace government officials outright. It granted decision-making power only in specific circumstances. Take the Deathbringer Enhanced Human Army, for example. In emergencies, the police commissioner could mobilize the National Guard, but during that incident, the commissioner had been eliminated by the enhanced humans, leaving the Guard unable to respond. Now, blue-tier Justice League members had authority just below the commissioner. If the commissioner's post was vacant, they could mobilize the National Guard, direct officers, and issue emergency evacuation orders. Had Oliver possessed such authority during that incident, casualties from the enhanced human army could have been reduced by over 40%. Purple-tier members have authority second only to the mayor. Batman's surprise slipped out audibly. Doesn't anyone worry about potential abuse of this power? He couldn't imagine whether vigilantes, granted significant authority, would remain principled or whether they'd succumb to the allure of power. Fiora noticed his concern. "Don't worry. The Justice League is strict about authority, and many people are monitoring it. Any abuse will be punished. The purpose of granting members authority is to allow them to work more effectively." That said, Batman, would you abuse your power? "Of course not," Batman replied immediately, without hesitation. Dark heroes like him were rarely welcomed by the police. Thanks to Commissioner Gordon, Batman wasn't wanted, but even so, officers often refused to cooperate during criminal pursuits. Vigilantes disrupted the city's original balance. In America, the police and wealthy elites had complex, opaque connections. Over time, they had created an unwritten system of rules that vigilantes disrupted entirely. Especially in Gotham, where the original officers had died in Bane's trap, newly assigned policemen despised Batman. But now, with purple-tier Justice League authority, those officers had no choice but to cooperate, even if they disliked him. "That solves it. Including you, there are only 3 purple-tier members, and Laia said the Avengers will strictly limit membership to prevent abuse of power," Fiora explained. According to Laia's memories from his previous life, the 7 founding members of the Justice League in the mainstream DC universe had never been corrupted by power. Of course, this excluded the Injustice League. Superman's fall there wasn't due to authority, but because the Joker tricked him into killing his own wife and child. Batman's eyes stayed fixed on the invitation, and to say he wasn't tempted would be a lie. Lately he'd been getting tangled up in the schemes of corrupt cops. As Bruce Wayne, he could ignore them, but as Batman, they were a constant nuisance. With the Justice League behind him, his vigilante work would gain government backing an undeniable advantage. I have one question, he said at last. Does joining the Justice League mean revealing our identities to the government? That was the worry that weighed heaviest on Bruce Wayne. He'd seen what happened once before when his identity was exposed. His loved one paid the price with her life. If the government knew the truth, he had no doubt they would monitor him, maybe even try to control him. Thera shook her head. The contract spells it out clearly. President Oben, on behalf of the U.S. government, and Generals Swanwick and Lane, representing the military, all signed a pledge not to pursue the identities of League members in any form. What the fuck? Even the ever-composed Batman almost cursed aloud. On the one hand, the government was pouring authority into the League. On the other, they were promising not to investigate their identities. Had those officials lost their minds? Bruce Wayne had dealt with top officials before even met Oben himself more than once, and this was nothing like the man's usual way of doing things. Don't tell me the Avenger threatened them with force, Batman muttered, trying to find some explanation that made sense. Nope. They sat down in the White House and talked it out peacefully. Thera smirked, enjoying the rare sight of Batman's mask cracking. So, are you in or not? Batman lowered his head in thought. Then with grim finality he nodded. Yes, I'll join. Good. Print an application, don't handwrite it. Attach a 2-inch ID photo of yourself in the batsuit. Tossing out that parting shot, Thera shot off toward Star City. Leah was sprawled lazily across the sofa when a chime echoed in his mind. Ding! Friendship level raised to friendly. Bruce Wayne character card unlocked. As expected, Bruce Wayne's card was blue-grade. His stats surpassed normal humans by far, nearly brushing the limits of enhanced beings. But at the end of the day, Bruce was still purely mortal. Blue card. Bruce Wayne, CEO of Wayne Enterprises. Race: human. Main card effect: human peak strength, speed, reflexes and extraordinary intellect. Sub-card effect: cash power, equipping the sub. Card grants 1% ownership of Wayne Enterprises. WTF? System, what the hell is cash power? Leah nearly choked on his drink. That man always joked that his superpower was money, but that was supposed to be a joke. And now he was being handed 1% of Wayne Enterprises? What kind of nonsense was this? The cold, unyielding system offered no explanation, leaving Leah baffled. Wayne Enterprises' assets had never been publicly disclosed, but if an American fruit, logo, phone company could be valued at hundreds of billions, then a conglomerate spanning multiple industries like Wayne Enterprises must be worth staggering sums. Even 1%, who could calculate how much that was worth? At a certain point, money stopped being money and turned into meaningless numbers. System, let me warn you, I don't need this cash. Oben gives me a fat budget every year, and since we're outside the government's jurisdiction, that money's basically free. We're not short on funds. If you're using some mysterious trick to steal shares from Wayne Enterprises and Bruce finds out, it'll look real bad for me. The mighty chairman of the Justice League, one of only 2 gods left on Earth, the divine arbiter himself, reduced to stealing shares from a mortal's company? If that ever got out, Leah's reputation would be in shreds. Chapter 113. Barry wakes up. As Leah hesitated over the cash-related ability, a new dialog box suddenly popped up on Batman's additional effects, a system upgrade notification. This skill involves the principle of causality. Host may equip with confidence. Reading the prompt, Leah felt even more suspicious. Causality? Were they trying to imply I'm uneducated, or something? With a frown, he manipulated Bruce Wayne's character card in his mental space, spinning it continuously. Maybe I should test it at the edge of danger? Silently, he repeated it 3 times in his mind, reminding himself that he just wanted to experience the causality the system mentioned. He had absolutely no interest in taking even 1% of Wayne Enterprises shares. With a thought, the Batman card smoothly slotted into the secondary slot. Its basic attributes offered only a negligible boost to Leah, so minor it was practically unnoticeable. Rolling in the deep, you had my heart inside of your hands. At that moment, Leah's phone rang. The high-pitched ringtone yanked him back from his mental space to reality. He grabbed the phone. It was Bruce Wayne. What the no way he found out this fast? Leah twitched at the corner of his mouth and, on impulse, hit the answer button. Hello, Leah. It's me, Bruce. From the other end came Bruce Wayne's deep, calm voice. There was no hint of emotion in that single sentence. Leah steeled himself and replied, "Hello, Bruce. What's the matter? I know everything you've done." At first, Leah thought Bruce had realized something was off about the shares. He braced himself for confrontation, expecting a fallout. But Bruce's tone shifted. "The meaning of the Justice League is far greater than I initially thought. For so long, I fought alone. Even though I hate to admit it, there are times personal strength is really insignificant. I couldn't even protect the one I loved." "Hey, Bruce, don't dwell on those gloomy thoughts. We're partners now. If you're in trouble, I won't hesitate to help," Leah comforted him over the phone. "I know. Thank you for inviting me to join the Justice League. So, I've decided to contribute 1% of Wayne Enterprises shares to support the League." Bruce's words were casual, but Leah's body stiffened. "What? 1% of Wayne Enterprises shares to fund the Justice League? Was that even possible?" Bruce hadn't waited for a reply, fearing Leah might refuse. He quickly added, "Please accept my donation. I know the Justice League will need funding for equipment, management, personnel and more. You have extraordinary power. There's little I can do to help. I hope you'll accept my gift." After a moment, Leah said solemnly, "All right. On behalf of the Justice League, I gratefully accept your generous contribution. In a few days, I'll have Alfred draft a share transfer contract. You can just come sign it. If you don't want to attend board meetings, you can authorize Alfred to handle business on your behalf," Bruce suggested. Leah didn't know much about corporate shares or shareholder procedures, but he trusted Bruce wouldn't give up part of his company just to trap him. Naturally, he agreed. After hanging up, Leah reclined on the sofa, looking around his uncle's slightly run-down house. He still couldn't associate the term billionaire with himself. Am I suddenly rich? He struggled to adjust to his new role. He turned to Diana, lounging on the living room sofa, eating chips and watching TV. "Diana, I want to build a spaceship. I'm thinking of consulting Joel. Want to come?" At the North Pole was Superman's solitary fortress. During the last battle of Metropolis, Leah had kept the key to Clark's ship. That meant Jor-El's consciousness, Superman's father, still existed in digital form. Jor-El represented the pinnacle of Kryptonian technology. Previously, Leah didn't have the financial resources to turn Jor-El's knowledge into reality. Now, Lee held 1% of Wayne Enterprises shares. With the government funding on top of that, he could try building things the world had never seen before. Diana lazily cast him a glance and said without hesitation, "I'm in the middle of a series. Go figure it out yourself." Indeed, for a goddess who had fully embraced her homebody tendencies, building a spaceship couldn't compare to the comfort of lounging at home watching TV. Central City, Advanced Technology Lab. Cisco and Caitlin were performing routine checks on a comatose Barry Allen. During a break, Cisco put on a song by a famous American pop star, Poker Face. The irresistible rhythm filled the room. Cisco swayed his bucket waist, singing off key with gusto. Can't read my, no, he can't read my poker face." Caitlin face-bombed so hard it was almost audible. "What on earth are you doing?" she snapped. Hearing her complaint, Cisco snapped out of the music trance. "Come on, I saw this on Barry's Facebook. He really likes this song. Maybe a few listens will wake him up." Listening is indeed the last sense to fade. "But Cisco, if Barry wakes up, he'll definitely want you to shut up," Caitlin shot back mercilessly. Cisco refused to accept that. "I was a karaoke champion in high school. Your inability to appreciate my melodious voice is your loss." He then sang even louder. Just then, Barry, lying on the bed, suddenly jerked upright as if resurrected, gasping desperately, like a drowning man clawing for air. Barry waking up startled Cisco beyond measure, especially considering Caitlin had said, just a minute ago, "Barry will wake up and tell you to shut up." "Oh my God! Oh my God! Barry, are you trying to scare me to death? Is my singing really that bad?" Cisco's confidence collapsed instantly. Caitlin stayed calm, quickly grabbing a medical flashlight to check Barry's condition. Pulse 120, pupils reactive to light. Barry gradually regained awareness, looking around and realizing he was in an unfamiliar place. Unease settled over him. "Where am I? Who are you? What happened to me?" "Hey buddy, don't panic. You're in the Advanced Technology Lab. Just relax." Cisco stepped forward to steady him. "Advanced Technology Lab? And you, who are you?" Barry noticed all the instruments and wires attached to him. He ripped them all off and stood on the floor. "I'm Cisco Ramon, and this is Dr. Caitlin Snow. Do you remember what happened before you went under?" Cisco introduced himself. Before I went under, Barry strained to recall. There was a lightning strike. I was confessing to Iris. Thinking carefully, he recalled everything. Following Lee's advice, he had been confessing to Iris when the lab exploded, and a lightning bolt struck from above. "Oh my God! Iris! Is she okay?" Barry asked urgently. Cisco grinned with a mix of envy and admiration. "Of course. During your coma, she visited often, and Felicity came too, along with Lee." "Lee? You mean Lee Rogers? He visited me too? Did he say anything?" Barry's surprise at hearing Lee's name was genuine. He hadn't expected a superpowered individual to care about him, still seeing himself as a low-level Central City crime lab clerk. Cisco thought Barry's reaction was exaggerated. "Yes, that's him. But why are you so surprised? Lee's just Felicity's assistant. He's not some big shot." "Felicity's assistant?" Barry instantly understood it must be Lee hiding his true identity. His expression shifted to one of realization. Right, he's Felicity's assistant. By the way, how long have I been out?" 9 months. Buddy, you were struck by lightning and unconscious for a full 9 months, Cisco exclaimed. Hearing that he'd been out for 9 months, Barry Allen was momentarily at a loss for words. Caitlin took the opportunity to gently push him back onto the bed. "Exactly. That's why we need to run more tests. Your muscles should have atrophied, but instead, your body is undergoing cellular regeneration at a chronic, inexplicable rate." Barry glanced down and was stunned to see a perfectly defined 8-pack on his abdomen. He even poked it with his finger. "The lightning gave me an 8-pack?" At that moment, the sound of a wheelchair rolling came from the doorway. Harrison Wells entered the room, smiling at Barry. "You're finally awake, Mr. Allen. We have a lot to discuss." Barry, starstruck, couldn't help but exclaim, "You're Omega! You're Harrison Wells. I've always wanted to meet you." Wells tossed Barry a lab jumpsuit. "Come with me. I'll explain the lightning that knocked you out." He then took Barry on a tour of SDR labs, explaining that 9 months ago, the particle accelerator malfunctioned and suddenly exploded, releasing a massive surge of energy that rose into the sky and formed a storm cloud. From that cloud, a bolt of lightning struck Barry as he was confessing his feelings to Iris. But Barry didn't linger on small talk. Once he had a general understanding of the situation, he bid farewell to the three at SDR labs and went to find Iris. Iris was now working at a coffee shop in Central City. When Barry arrived, they embraced passionately. "Oh my God, Barry, you're finally awake. Does Dad know?" Iris asked, holding him tightly. She could never forget the moment 9 months ago when that lightning struck. It felt like her world had collapsed. "Joe doesn't know yet. I came straight to you after waking up, but I can call him now," Barry said, his eyes full of love. "He's on a mission today. Several banks in Central City have been robbed recently. Strangely, witnesses report seeing a storm inside the bank lobbies," Iris said, worried about her father. Barry listened, incredulous. Although he knew the world had metahumans, based on his past investigations, he hadn't suspected this. Maybe the robbers used some chemical agent. "Perhaps I should go help him." "Don't even think about it. You just woke up. Rest first, then worry about work," Iris insisted. At that moment, a slightly heavy-set black woman walked by and accidentally knocked over a cup of coffee on a nearby table. The coffee tumbled toward the floor with a loud gasp from its owner. Barry's reflexes kicked in. In an instant, it was as if time had slowed tenfold. He could see the cup's trajectory and the coffee splashing in slow motion. "What the?" By the time the cup hit the floor, Barry snapped back to reality, bewildered and replaying the moment in his mind. Iris, noticing the commotion, quickly turned and asked someone to clean it up. Then she turned to Barry. "I've got to work. You should go home for now. When Joe's off duty, we'll celebrate properly." She stood on her toes and gently kissed Barry on the lips. That kiss sent Barry, who had secretly loved Iris for over a decade, into a frenzy of emotion, but he suddenly noticed his palms trembling uncontrollably. Once outside the coffee shop, Barry ducked into an alley. Seeing no one around, he lifted his hands and noticed them shaking violently. "What's happening to me? Why is this happening?" The next moment, his body flashed forward, crashing into a parked car 10 meters away, then ricocheting off a bridge railing and landing headfirst into a trash bin on the other side. Barry realized something was wrong. He couldn't control his speed. Even a slight push off the ground sent him moving incredibly fast. "I need to figure out what's happening. Right. To SDR labs." The Arctic, Superman's Fortress of Solitude. Once, this fortress was nothing more than an outpost ship from Krypton's age of expansion. When Clark activated it, the vessel buried itself within the Arctic glaciers, layers of ice columns rising over it until it resembled an ancient mountain of ice that had always been there. Stepping inside, Leah found Jor-El's consciousness projection already waiting in the grand hall. "Hello, Leah. You look pleased," Jor-El said evenly. "Yes. In our terms, I'd say I just struck a bit of fortune. Jor, I want to build a starship, something that can serve as a monitoring station in space, but also act as the true headquarters of the Justice League. After all, a base on Earth is far too conspicuous." Leah laid out his intent. Jor-El studied him silently for a moment before answering. "No problem. I can provide you with designs for over 1,000,000 starships. Filtering them according to Earth's conditions narrows it down to around 26,000. Tell me the rest of your requirements, and I'll help you find the most suitable one." Chapter 115. Meteor Shower. The starship doesn't need to be enormous enough to house about 1,000 people. Will do it must be capable of interstellar travel, with research facilities for weapon technology, a training base for warriors, a living sector, and most importantly, equipment for pinpoint teleportation to Earth. Inside the fortress, Leah listed his demands to Jor-El's shimmering projection. At his words, Jor-El conjured a wall of light, a lattice of countless glowing points. On closer inspection, each light was a miniature model of a starship, shifting continuously as Jor-El filtered the vast database to match Leah's criteria. Just then, a sudden flash of brilliant violet streaked across Leah's mind. Ding! Flash, Barry Allen, all attributes elevated to hero level. The system's alert caught him off guard. Barry Allen's stats had jumped to hero grade, meaning he had awakened and become the Flash. By the timing, yes, it's been about 9 months. That means Barry's finally awake, Leah thought, a smile tugging at his lips. With a flicker of intent, he pulled his awareness into the system interface. Purple card, Barry Allen the Flash. Race, human. Primary effect, enhanced strength, accelerated recovery. Additional ability, Speed Force, draw power from the Speed Force, becoming a speedster. At present, Barry's raw stats were only slightly above those of an ordinary superhuman, but the Speed Force would amplify his strength, transforming him into a true speedster. At its peak, his velocity would allow him to transcend time and space itself. Leah remembered how, in his past life, many dismissed the Flash as underwhelming, especially when compared to Superman, who also possessed super speed. But Superman's speed was purely a result of his extraordinary physical attributes, whereas the Flash's speed came from the Speed Force. The official sources never explicitly explained the Speed Force. They simply described it as the source of all speed, a mysterious power present in the universe. Leah figured it could be thought of as the fundamental origin of velocity, or to put it in a more fantastical way, the law of speed. It's somewhat like Marvel's Infinity Stones, though the Speed Force wasn't just a single object, it was a far grander source of power. In short, Superman's speed was based on physical attributes, while the Flash's was more akin to magical energy. Setting aside some ridiculously overpowered versions of Superman, the Flash's top speed generally exceeded Superman's. Thanks to the Speed Force, the Flash could even break through spacetime barriers. Silver, gold, and supreme versions of Superman excluded. Leah mentally equipped the Flash card in the secondary slot. The next moment, it was as if his mind had connected to Wi-Fi. The sensation of being linked to some mysterious force swept over him. His palm trembled, and it felt as though he'd cranked a chainsaw to full power. Yellow lightning crackled through his body. The Speed Force! Though Leah drew only a fraction of its power, thanks to his already enhanced base speed, the Speed Force's boost pushed him past Clark's speed. Filtering complete. Though Leah's thoughts were rich and complex, only a few seconds had passed for Jor-El. Within seconds, he finished the filtering process and projected the remaining data in front of Leah over a dozen spaceship models displayed. Filtering complete. 12 spaceship models meet your requirements. Each model reproduces every component of the ship to scale. Leah squinted and focused on one model. The more he zoomed in, the more he could see countless pipes, parts, and countless unknown operational devices. In short, 3 words completely incomprehensible. Only children make choices. Allah, how might choose CCM-139 Fortress class spaceship? He had instantly chosen a model identical to one used by Friez's army. The ship was circular, 320 meters in diameter and 95 meters tall. It could be equipped with a dark energy engine, featured a full suite of functional areas, and relied on numerous intelligent machines to maintain operations without human labor. This ship is designed as a temporary space base. The dark energy engine can utilize engines left by outposts, and most technical issues can be handled by the intelligent machines, provided a batch of them is mass-produced, Jor-El explained. He gestured and all other models vanished, leaving only the CM-139 Fortress-class spaceship. Leah's gaze shifted toward the entrance of the Fortress of Solitude. I remember Clark broke a few robots. Are those the intelligent machines you mentioned? Exactly. Their manufacturing materials aren't available on Earth, but that's not a problem. We can find substitutes here. Once you repair the machines, they can restart the production systems on board and mass-produce more intelligent machines, Jor-El said calmly. Technology's covered. Materials are the key. But how do I repair the intelligent machines? Leah asked. Jor-El extended his hand. The model of the intelligent machine appeared, rapidly expanding, each part disassembled with detailed explanations. Even with Leah's newly acquired speed force, he couldn't fully read or comprehend the advanced knowledge. True, though each robot was under a meter tall, with current human technology it would take at least 50 more years to fully understand these fully functional intelligent machines. Do you want to learn it gradually on your own, or should I transmit all the knowledge directly to your brain as neural signals? Jor-El asked. Do I even need to choose? Send it directly, Leah said. After his command, Jor-El clenched his fist, and the holographic projection vanished, transforming into a stream of data that flowed straight into Leah's mind. It felt like scalding hot water had been poured over his head. Lee's brain suddenly lit up at full capacity, as if he were simultaneously solving 50 different advanced calculus problems at maximum speed. In just 20 seconds, it felt like centuries had passed. He suddenly recalled how Clark had spent months in the Fortress of Solitude, learning about 28 different star systems. No wonder Clark possessed a will of steel. Under such an overwhelming flood of information, a few months in the outside world for him could feel like hundreds or even thousands of years. Imagine doing advanced math problems continuously for hundreds of years. Unless you had a will of legendary endurance, you'd be driven insane. A few days later, a small meteor shower appeared outside Earth. Half of the meteors burned to ashes from the extreme heat generated by atmospheric friction as they plummeted at high speed. Only a few managed to break through the atmosphere, falling toward the uninhabited regions of southern Kansas. Wayne Enterprises, CEO's office. Sir, about an hour ago, our satellites captured several meteors falling into the uninhabited area of southern Kansas, Alfred said, opening a file on the computer as he reported to Bruce Wayne. It was daytime, and Bruce had just returned from a board meeting when Alfred updated him. Meteors? Show me the satellite footage, Bruce said, hands braced on the desk, eyes fixed on the screen. Alfred replayed the video. Though magnified and digitally processed, the footage was slightly distorted, yet the shapes of the meteors were still discernible. Bruce tapped the center of the video. Alfred, you might need stronger reading glasses. There's a spacecraft among these meteors. Hearing this, Alfred tapped the keyboard a few times, enlarging the image further and letting the computer enhance it for better clarity. Even so, he had to press his face close to the screen to barely make out the metallic object resembling a spacecraft among the meteors. Oh my God, Master Wayne! Another alien spacecraft? Are we facing another extraterrestrial invasion? Alfred exclaimed. He clearly hadn't forgotten the alien battle in Metropolis a few months ago, which had leveled half the city. No matter where it happened, he hoped never to witness such destruction again. Don't worry, Alfred. Judging by the size of the ship, it seems to hold only one person, maybe two if they squeeze. So this visitor will likely be alone, Bruce said, loosening his tie. Alfred knew this gesture well. Bruce always did this before donning the batsuit. Master Wayne, you still have an important business meeting this afternoon, Alfred reminded him. Bruce headed toward the CEO office door. Pausing briefly, he gave Alfred a small smile. I trust you can handle the meeting for me. Then he took the CEO elevator to his parking garage, grabbed a Porsche at random, and drove toward the Batcave. On the way, he called Lee. Lee had spent the past few days holed up at home, repairing intelligent machinery. With knowledge directly imparted by Jor-El into his brain, He needed practical application to transform the influx of alien information into usable skills. "Hey Bruce, what's up?" Lee answered. Bruce's voice remained low and steady. "Lee, we have a problem. Wayne Enterprises satellites have detected an alien spacecraft, which has now crashed in southern Kansas. I'll text you the exact coordinates." An alien spacecraft? Lee was stunned. While he had his suspicions, seeing it firsthand was the only way to be certain. His parallel universe diverged from many mainstream storylines, and due to his involvement, events were already unfolding ahead of schedule. "I've got the coordinates. I'll head out immediately, and I'll bring Superman with me," Lee said over the phone. Laia didn't reveal Superman's true identity to Bruce Wayne. After all, every hero's secret identity is personal. Friends knowing is one thing, but broadcasting it everywhere would be inappropriate. Hearing Superman's name, Bruce fell silent for a moment. The last time he'd been that close to him was during the Battle of Metropolis, when Superman and Zod clashed with earth-shattering force. Bruce had stood beneath a collapsing skyscraper, watching the battle unfold in the sky. "No problem. I'll try to be polite to him," Bruce said. This would be the first meeting between Superman and Batman. Hopefully, it wouldn't be too awkward. Laia changed into his upgraded combat suit. Diana was still in class, enjoying her favorite history lesson, the one class she never missed. He called over Fiola, who usually lounged on rooftops, soaking up the sun, and sent Clark the coordinates Bruce had given him, along with a simple message: "Superman, come to this location. Surprise awaits." Once the text was sent, Leia and Fiola flew off together. 10 minutes later, they arrived in the uninhabited wilderness of southern Kansas. America was vast and sparsely populated. Half the area was empty suburbs and open land. A few falling meteors went unnoticed by ordinary civilians. But just because the public didn't notice didn't mean the authorities wouldn't. When Lai arrived, he saw several helicopters already circling 6 meteor craters, with police tape marking the perimeter. "Who goes there? This area is under lockdown. Leave immediately." Before Laia could approach, several soldiers with machine guns moved to intercept. Fiola instinctively prepared for combat. One command from Laia, and she could eliminate them instantly. But Laia's gaze drifted past them. "Amanda Waller, how is it that you show up everywhere?" A black woman in a sharp professional suit and high heels stepped forward from behind the soldiers, glaring at Laia and Fiola. "That's my line. How is it that you're everywhere? This ship our agency, Checkmate, would have discovered it first." Amanda Waller's tone carried a sense of territorial claim, but Laia shook his head with a smile. "Finding the ship first doesn't mean you get to claim it. Amanda, let the professionals handle this." Mentioning professionals nearly twisted her nose in anger. "You mean we're not professionals? Excuse me, we've been researching metahumans for nearly 20 years. 20 years of metahuman research?" Laia chuckled mischievously. "Amanda, as a so-called professional, do you even know what the symbol on that ship means?" Though Lai hadn't approached the ship, his X-ray vision could penetrate the several meter-deep meteor craters to see the ship in detail, including the symbol on its hull, an S. Amanda leaned over the crater and saw it for herself. Reflexively, she said, "That stands for Superman's S, right?" "No, it's not an S." A voice came from above. Amanda and her agents looked up to see a figure hovering overhead, clad in blue and red, a crimson cape fluttering in the wind. He smiled at Laia and Fiola, then addressed Amanda and her team. "On Krypton, this symbol represents hope. It is the emblem of the House of El." Chapter 117. Kara Zor-El. Superman. When Amanda Waller and her people saw Clark, their first instinct was to raise their guns. But almost instantly they realized how foolish that was. "You all better watch yourselves. If one of those guns goes off by accident, things are going to get real ugly," Leah said with a mocking grin, clearly enjoying their discomfort. Clark spoke calmly. "Madame, this ship belongs to my family. Withdraw your troops." His tone was courteous enough, but Amanda Waller was the type who pushed harder when met with softness. Seeing Superman so composed, she shamelessly retorted, "I'm sorry, Mr. Superman, but this is U.S. territory. The sovereignty of America is sacred and must not be." "Out!" Leah cut her off sharply. He didn't share Superman's patience, and nothing irked him more than political posturing. "The Justice League is handling this. Stray dogs can get lost." Amanda flinched at his sudden bark, biting down hard on her lip, glaring at Leah in disbelief. "Very well, Avenger. I'll be reporting your behavior to the president himself. As if I'd be afraid of you? Leah sneered. Amanda Waller, this is your last warning. Push me again, and I'll send a certain audio recording straight to the Daily Planet. The moment he mentioned the recording, the arrogance drained from her face. She knew exactly which one he meant, the damning evidence from when she tried to destroy Star City during the metahuman core invasion, intending to frame Slade for it. You AMPH? We're leaving. Amanda trembled with rage, but had no choice. With a wave of her hand, she withdrew her people. Once Task Force X was gone, Leah, Clark, and Fiora stepped to the center of the impact crater where the ship had crashed. At that moment, Batman's small Batwing finally arrived. It's him. Gotham's Batman? Why didn't you tell me you invited him too? Clark asked in surprise. He's not here because of me. Leah shrugged. In truth, it was his satellite that spotted the ship. Clark gave a knowing look, narrowing his eyes at the Batwing. Then he chuckled. That explains it. So Batman is Bruce Wayne, the young billionaire with his own satellites. In the face of X-ray vision, no disguise could truly hold. Soon the Batwing landed, and Bruce leapt down, his eyes immediately locking onto Superman. The two men's gazes collided midair, holding firm for a full 30 seconds. While they measured one another, Leah dropped into the crater to inspect the ship. To his surprise, none of the nearby meteor fragments contained kryptonite. The vessel was roughly 3 meters across, though its pointed prow and engines took up most of the bulk. Using his own sight, Leah peered inside and spotted a girl of about 15 or 16, unconscious in her seat. The hatch had been warped in the crash, impossible to open from within. Leah reached out and tore it off with ease. Sunlight streamed inside. Under its glow, the girl's skin looked pale and flawless, her delicate features sculpted with such perfection, she seemed less like a survivor than a fragile piece of art. The sight alone stirred a protective instinct. Her long lashes trembled, and like someone who had lived too long in darkness, she instinctively raised her hand to shield her eyes from the sudden light. Struggling, she blinked against the glare to see the face before her. Are you Kal-El? Her voice was uncertain, as though she wasn't sure she could believe it. Clearly, she mistook Leah for someone else. I'm not Kal. I'm his friend Leah Rogers. Cradling her gently, Leah lifted the girl from the ship and slowly flew out of the crater. By then, Superman and Batman had finally broken their long, wordless stare. Who is she? Batman asked warily. Leah didn't answer, but Superman stepped forward, his gaze falling on the crest of the House of El emblazoned on her clothing. His tone was weighted with emotion as he asked. Are you of the House of El? Yes. The girl stared at the symbol on Superman's chest. Once Leah set her down, she threw herself into Clark's arms, laughing. Kal, I finally found you. Clark awkwardly patted her back. You recognize me? Of course. I'm your cousin Kara Zor-El. When you were sent to Earth, my parents had me follow your ship so I could arrive with you and protect you, Kara said, her voice trembling with emotion. Batman Bruce Wayne furrowed his brow. You say you came with Superman's ship? Why did it take you 10 years to reach Earth after he arrived? Clark looked at Kara, equally puzzled, not doubting her identity, but curious about what had happened. Kara glanced at Batman and instinctively shrank back. My ship was attacked, and I was knocked off course into the Phantom Zone. Their attack? Who attacked you? What's the Phantom Zone? Clark and Bruce asked simultaneously, then exchanged a look that seemed to spark a silent fire between them. Hey, you two, don't interrupt. Let Kara finish, Leah reassured, patting her shoulder with a bright smile. Go on. You fell into the Phantom Zone, then what? Kara nodded and continued. The Phantom Zone is a separate region of the universe where time doesn't pass. I slept for many years until they discovered me again. Somehow, during my escape, I managed to leave the Phantom Zone. Leah's doubts eased. If Kara had spent years in the Phantom Zone, she naturally wouldn't have brought any kryptonite with her. Who are they? Clark pressed, still focused on the invaders. Mechanical life forms, or mechanical zombies. They serve Brainiac. Brainiac wants krypton, Kara said, her voice tinged with fear. Brainiac, known as the Brainiac in English, is an AI with a computer-based body and 12th level intelligence, one of the smartest beings in the DC universe. As an artificial intelligence, Brainiac's purpose is collection. Known as the Universe Collector, he has an obsession with conquest and collecting entire planets. Hearing this, Clark's confusion deepened. Why did my father tell me Krypton was destroyed because of resource depletion? He never mentioned an external threat. Your father. Kara paused, then realized. You mean Uncle Jor-El's consciousness projection? Yes, Krypton was on the brink of collapse due to resource depletion, and that projection was created then. But, just as Krypton was facing total ruin, Brainiac appeared. Note: in the Supergirl TV series, she arrived on Earth around age 13. This book does not strictly follow the TV series. It is based on films and comics, while existing as a parallel universe with its own independent storylines. Brainiac, you mean Brainiac, right? The one who destroyed Krypton? Clark asked, recalling what he learned from his father. Krypton had once faced a Brainiac invasion, a war that required nearly all of Krypton's military forces. The planet ultimately won, though at a heavy cost. Despite suffering massive losses, Brainiac's core was heavily damaged, forcing him to retreat to his homeworld to recover. That war, however, left lasting scars on Krypton and planted the seeds for its eventual destruction. When Krypton neared annihilation, Brainiac or one of his replicas reappeared. The Brainiac replica claimed it could prevent Krypton's explosion, but only if the planet became part of his collection. Although he wasn't the one who caused Krypton's destruction, it was his mechanical zombies that slaughtered the civilians. Many could have escaped otherwise. Kara's expression was tinged with sorrow. Clark hugged his cousin, offering comfort. It's all right. Even if Krypton is gone, you still have me. I'm glad to see our family survive. I'm glad to see you again too, Cal, Kara said, her eyes shimmering with tears. She smiled brightly through her joy, letting her emotions shine. In Kryptonian culture, even when one's homeworld is destroyed, being with family is enough to overcome any hardship. Fiora stood beside Lee, smiling and performing a Kryptonian military salute. Greetings, Miss of the House of L. Who are you? Are you Kryptonian too? Kara's eyes lit up. She sensed strong Kryptonian traits in this woman, though without a family crest, she could not identify her true lineage. Fiora replied respectfully, of course. I once served in General Zod's army as his aide, Fiora. I was born a regular soldier and do not possess a family crest of my own. General Zod is on Earth too? Kara's eyes widened with interest. The L and Zod families had a long, complicated history, both allies and rivals for years, but during Krypton's final crisis, the two sides suddenly fractured. This was part of why Krypton could not withstand Brainiac's invasion. Had Zod not staged his coup before Krypton's fall, Superman's father, Jor-El, would not have had to imprison the planet's elite army. Clark shook his head. Zod wanted to reshape Earth into Krypton. To stop him, we had no choice but to defeat him. As a sign of a scientific family, Kara understood the consequences. If Earth were transformed into Krypton, humanity could not survive. Her kind heart could not bear to see innocent humans perish. And Fiora, what about her? How is she here? Kara asked, puzzled. How could Zod be gone, yet his aide remain unharmed and standing? She was swayed by my charisma. At the last moment, she abandoned the dark path, pledged allegiance to the Justice League, and vowed eternal loyalty, Lee said, seizing the opportunity to spin a story for the newly arrived Kara. Superman and Batman exchanged glances, rolling their eyes at Lee's shameless exaggeration. They chose to just smile silently. But Kara took Lee's words seriously and looked at Fiora with expectant eyes. Really? He convinced you to abandon destroying Earth? Fiora, raised to obey her direct superior, absolutely, nodded firmly. Yes, General Avenger's words are true. Lee silently gave Fiora a mental thumbs up. Tonight, she deserved an extra chicken leg at dinner. Kara's gaze toward Lee now sparkled with admiration. Batman, however, could not stand it. Kara was tall but appeared no older than 15 or 16, still a minor. He deeply disapproved of Lee's shameless deception of an underage girl. Ahem. Let me interrupt. I have a question, Batman said. Earlier you mentioned seeing mechanical zombies, Brainiac in some phantom zone. Could they pose a threat to Earth? The group's expressions turned serious, especially Fiora's. She had grown up in the shadow of Brainiac's war, in which her parents had died. Kara's smile vanished, replaced by a stern gaze. Brainiac collects planets with life. He is an enemy of all natural life in the universe. But don't worry, his main body was severely damaged years ago. This invasion is one of his replicas. My mother told me that Earth's yellow sun makes us incredibly powerful. Together, me, Cal, and Fiora, we can defeat them. Lee crossed his arms, frowning. Hey Kara, did you forget about me? I'm pretty formidable too, you know. Kara laughed apologetically. Ah, I forgot to ask, you're Kryptonian, right? But you don't seem like it, and I've never seen your family crest before. Kara looked curious, mistaking Laia's emblem for a family crest. I'm from Earth, a human with superpowers. My abilities are a lot like yours, so you can think of it that way, Laia explained briefly. Cool. Kara immediately changed her tone. Then I guess that counts you in too. Then she noticed someone else standing nearby, clad in a heavy bat suit with a cowl, silently staring at her. Sir, do you have superpowers too? Should I count you as well? Kara realized she'd forgotten someone and, like a guilty child, asked timidly. At 15 or 16, Kara's adorable expression could melt steel. Bruce Wayne, the Batman, a master of stoicism, averted his gaze and finally muttered a few words. It's fine. I don't mind. Laia couldn't help but think sarcastically. Clearly, you do mind. He didn't say it aloud. Instead, he gave Fiola a knowing glance. Fiola, Kara just arrived on Earth. Take her around, help her get familiar with Earth's culture. You two are girls, so it should be easier for you to communicate. Oh, and bring her ship back with you while you're at it. To cover his real intention bringing the still naive future Supergirl, Kara, back home, Laia added the excuse about it being easier for girls to communicate. Clark's smile faded as he shot Laia a strange look. Laia felt a chill under Clark's gaze, but kept his expression serious as he addressed Superman and Batman. Our main concern right now is how to deal with Brainiac, or as Kara puts it, Brainiac's replica. Superman, what do you know about him? Superman retracted his gaze, thinking for a moment. I don't know much, mostly what I learned from my father. Looks like someone's coming. Let's discuss this in detail at Batman's location. Clark had been monitoring the surrounding area for hundreds of meters. After recently fending off checkmate agents, he noticed more ordinary people approaching. Laia didn't mind Superman's suggestion, but Batman wasn't happy. Why go to my place? Wait a second, Avenger, you didn't tell Superman my identity, did you? Both Superman and Laia laughed. Come on, how could I possibly reveal it? Superman has X-ray vision. Once you appear before him, your identity isn't exactly a secret anymore. Batman gave a look that basically said, are you kidding me? Right. I have no secrets in front of you. Just like when you were about to destroy the world, I was powerless against you. Superman smiled. Don't you think you're overthinking this? You're wearing Kryptonian alloy armor, carrying kryptonite smoke bombs at your waist. What, you plan to blow me up with those? I just want to confirm your stance, Batman said, taking a deep breath. Superman's expression remained calm. If he wanted to kill Batman, the other wouldn't even get a chance to trigger his kryptonite smoke bombs. My position is clear. I've always considered myself an American citizen. For Earth's peace, I would even oppose my own people. Laia interrupted. Batman, you must get rid of your last kryptonite smoke bombs. If Superman goes rogue, I'll stop him. The rest of the Justice League will stop him too. That's the whole point of forming the League: mutual oversight, mutual trust. If any signs of trouble appear, we can intervene and correct it in time. Superman waved it off. Let him keep those few kryptonite smoke bombs if he wants. Avenger, are you sure that's all he's got? Of course. Batman used the last 2 pieces of kryptonite from LexCorp to make weapons, most of which were already used on me. I can guarantee that's his final stock, Laia said confidently, having already scanned Wayne Enterprises, Wayne Manor, and the Batcave. Batman's eyes flicked between Superman and Laia. Avenger, the kryptonite smoke grenades are yours, but right now, we should focus on how to deal with Brainiac's duplicate. Kara said, he's an artificial intelligence? Earth's scientists had been chasing the dream of AI for decades, yet no one had ever created a system capable of true independent thought. And now Batman was preparing to face not just a self-aware intelligence, but one whose hobby was collecting entire worlds of living beings. What happened to the 3 laws of robotics? The 3 of them retreated into the Batcave, where Batman brought up Wayne Enterprises satellites, angling every lens toward the sky. If anything came near Earth, the network would sound the alarm. Then Laia broke the silence with a jolt of a question. What if Brainiac's duplicate is already on Earth? Batman immediately dismissed it. Impossible. If he were here, my satellites would have picked him up long ago. Superman shook his head. I hate to say it, but Batman, to Brainiac, your technology is no better than Stone Age tools. If he wants to stay hidden, slipping past your surveillance would be effortless. For once, money had met a problem it couldn't solve. Batman looked genuinely rattled. That's when Laia turned to Superman. Tell me, Superman, how does Kryptonian tech compare to Brainiac's? His is more advanced, Clark admitted after a pause, but at Krypton's height our science wasn't far behind. Otherwise, we never would have won our war against him. Perfect. Leah snapped his fingers. Batman, here's the plan. I've been preparing to build a Kryptonian-style starship for exactly this kind of threat. And we can upgrade your satellites while we're at it. Simply put, Superman has the tech, you've got the cash. We join forces. Noticing Batman's expression, he added quickly, relax. The labor can be handled by mass-produced automatons. All you need to do is provide the raw materials. Bruce Wayne's mouth fell open, at a rare loss for words. Alien technology, something no human on Earth had ever truly laid hands on, was suddenly within his grasp. For most of the world, the only glimpse of Kryptonian tech had come during the Battle of Metropolis. The largest ship was swallowed by a black hole, the world engine locked away in the Fortress of Solitude, and what scraps remained battle armor, fragments of hull plating Batman himself had already seized and reforged into Kryptonian alloy. And now Leah was telling him, put down the money, and you can own a starship on par with the most advanced civilizations in the galaxy. Forget $998. This was the only $98. Take an alien starship home today. Kind of deal. Fine. Name your price. But I want equal authority in the project, Bruce declared, unable to hide his excitement. He'd long grown bored with limited edition sports cars and prototype aircraft. A chance to pilot an alien starship, that was something he could never let slip away. No problem, Leah said without hesitation. As a Justice League Purple Tier member and chief investor, you'll have full clearance. Right, Superman? After all, Superman was both the League's vice chairman and the one providing the tech. Leah needed his approval. Clark only shrugged. You're the chairman. If you're fine with it, so am I. Good. Then it's settled. The raw materials for a starship run about $8 billion. Satellite upgrades, another $2 billion. For a flat $100 billion, you'll be fully equipped with alien technology. Leah's tone was pure business, but his eyes gleamed. Bruce thought it over. A Nimitz-class aircraft carrier cost roughly $6 billion. For $100 billion, he could command an entire Kryptonian warship. That was practically a bargain. I'll put down $800 billion, Bruce said with a sweep of his hand. Upgrade the Batcave while you're at it. The rest can cover long-term maintenance of the starship. For Bruce Wayne, any problem that could be solved with money was never truly a problem. Chapter 120. Fiora, you've changed. Flying back to the small town with Clark, Leah noticed Fiora and Kara lying on the rooftop. Kara had changed into ordinary Earth clothes, her face slathered in sunscreen, basking contentedly in the afternoon sun. What are you two doing? Clark hovered in midair, puzzled, staring at the two girls laughing on the roof. Hearing Clark's voice, Kara lit up. Cal, I'm sunbathing. Fiora said that if I sunbathe every day, I might get superpowers like yours. Clark blinked in surprise and leaned toward Leah's ear. Fiora sunbathes on the roof every day? Yep. One time, Diana and I went out, and that girl stayed on the roof for 2 whole days and nights. If you didn't know better, you'd think she was cosplaying as a solar water heater. Leah muttered, doubting whether his subordinate had a screw loose. Kara looked down from the rooftop and called out, Calyx, bring me a glass of juice. I'm thirsty. Before Leah could ask who Calyx was, a steel cocoon-like robot floated out from the house. Metal tentacles emerged from its armored plates, one of them holding a cup of bright orange juice. Kara took the juice and drank, sighing with delight. So good. Truly legendary fruit juice. Fruits have been extinct on Krypton for thousands of years. Clark's eyes fixed on the floating steel cocoon. Isn't that one of Krypton's intelligent machines? That's right. I went to the Fortress of Solitude before, and your dad had me repair one intelligent machine. Once it's fixed, it can sell, replicate, and help build a spaceship, but I don't remember fixing it myself. Leah recalled he hadn't yet mastered several core technologies. He was far from truly fixing the intelligent machine. Kara puffed up her chest with pride, still in the early stages of development, and said, I fixed it. My dad specialized in AI development. I grew up watching him assemble all kinds of machines. Machines like this intelligent one haven't been used for years. I repaired it and even upgraded its system, then named it Calyx. Repaired it and upgraded its system as a side task? Leah was struck. He'd been tinkering for days, yet hadn't fully mastered the knowledge in his head. Meanwhile, this little girl arrived just hours ago, fixed the intelligent machine, and even upgraded its system. So this is what they mean by innate talent. Thanks, Kara, but I need to send the intelligent machine to the Fortress of Solitude so it can self-replicate. Also, the ship you're on needs to go there too, Leah said. Kara looked at him eagerly. Can I come with you, Brother Leah? Kara, you can call me Brother Leah. Fiora, did you teach Kara any weird stuff? Leah asked sternly. Fiora met Leah's gaze with an even more serious look. Reporting, General Leah, not me. I didn't. Don't say that. What? Even Fiora denied it 3 times in a row. Leah slapped his forehead, staring at Fiora in disbelief. My God, Fiora, you've changed. You weren't like this before. Superman finally couldn't hold back his laughter. Leah, you can't blame Fiora. You know what they say, like general, like soldier. Leah's face turned red. Go to the Arctic, go to the Arctic. Fiora, make sure Diana prepares dinner after class. Fiora saluted from the rooftop. Yes, reporting. General Leah, actually I could. No, you cannot. If you step within 5 meters of the kitchen, I'll exile you from Earth forever to the Phantom Zone, Leah said firmly, shutting down Fiora's borderline attempt. Last time she got into the kitchen, she almost blew up the house. He wasn't about to come back today and find the place destroyed. Central City, the 15th day of Barry's time as the Flash. When Barry first discovered his super speed abilities, he nearly lost his life facing his first metahuman. It was only thanks to the remote guidance and strategies of the 3 members of the SDR Labs team that he managed to survive. Barry's adoptive father, Central City Police Officer Joe West, was the first person outside of SDR Labs to learn Barry's identity as the Flash. He warned Barry to avoid unnecessary risks and reminded him that he was just an ordinary person struck by lightning, nothing more. However, after witnessing Lee and Diana take down enhanced humans and later seeing an alien invasion in Metropolis, Barry realized just how wrong his previous understanding of the world had been. This world wasn't as peaceful as it appeared on the surface. Barry Allen couldn't pretend to be an ordinary person, clocking in and out of work while watching danger unfold around him. So the Flash emerged. In just the past 2 weeks, he had prevented roughly 60 pedestrian accidents, 20 incidents of witnessing petty theft, over 10 armed robberies, and 4 crimes committed by enhanced humans. Barry, there's a Hummer hijacked on West Street. It's wreaking havoc, and several pedestrians are injured. The police have deployed in force, but the driver's still getting away, Cisco said, sipping his milk tea while tapping on the command center interface with one hand. Barry's voice came over the communicator, laced with exasperation. Come on, I'm preparing dinner with Iris, and I still have to pick her up from work. Okay, it's only 1 p.m., but it feels like a century has passed. How has only 1 hour gone by? Thanks to Lee's advice, Barry had opened his heart to Iris before being struck by lightning. Both had acknowledged each other's feelings, so it only made sense that they were now together. On West Street, 3 police cruisers chased a yellow Hummer with 2 more vehicles arriving as backup. The driver tried to dodge into an alley to escape. Officer West, the hijacker's heading your way. Nice work. Officer West of Central City PD positioned his team to block the Hummer's path. Everyone had their guns raised, ready for action. Moments later, the roar of the engine echoed down the street as the yellow Hummer barreled straight at the officers. Instead of slowing down, the driver floored the gas pedal. Stop immediately or I'll shoot. According to American law, police have the authority to use lethal force if warnings fail against high-risk criminals. Ignoring the warning, the Hummer's driver aimed directly at the police blockade. F***C. K, this guy's insane. Cursing, Officer West fired multiple rounds at the driver's cabin. Bang! 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 He expected to see the criminal taken down, but the bullets merely sparked off the vehicle, leaving the driver unharmed. Not a scratch. What the F***CK? Officer West's eyes nearly popped out. He thought he saw the bullet hit the man, and the target's skin instantly turned the color and texture of steel. He's a meta-human? Before the thought even fully formed, the yellow Hummer barreled toward him at 120 miles per hour. There was no time to dodge. Even the fastest human reaction couldn't outpace a speeding vehicle. Crash! Just then, a streak of lightning shot across the street. Officer West vanished from his spot, and when he regained his senses, he was safely on the sidewalk. Boom! The Hummer smashed through 2 police cars blocking its path, laughter echoing from the driver as he sped away. Officer West, are you okay? The other officers, witnessing the harrowing scene, couldn't help but break into a sweat. West, however, remained remarkably calm. he wasn't new to being whisked away by the so-called fastest man alive. Thanks, Barry. Cough, cough, flash. I saw something strange about that robber. You're welcome, officer. I'll keep an eye on him, Barry replied. Seeing his foster father safe, he flashed forward again, turning into a streak of lightning as he raced after the yellow Hummer. The officers stared at the speeding blur. Oh, Officer West, that guy just now, could he be the Flash, Central City's hero? West said, his voice a mix of pride and worry. In an instant, Barry caught up to the Hummer, stopping about 100 meters ahead. Hands on his hips, he called out teasingly, "Sir, you're already exceeding the speed limit. Please step out for an inspection." If the driver refused to comply, Barry intended to pull him out of the car by force. The driver, clearly recognizing Central City's hero, smirked maliciously but then slammed on the brakes, bringing the Hummer to a slow stop. "Understood, Flash." The driver stepped out, a burly man with slicked back hair wearing a tank top. He rested his hand on the car door, effortlessly ripping it off with one pull, then swung it like a weapon toward Barry. A metahuman. Barry realized why Officer West said something felt off. This man, too, had superhuman abilities. Ordinary humans couldn't rip a car door off, especially one as sturdy as a Hummer. Barry flashed to the side, dodging the flying door, then closed in on the man and threw a punch at his face. But the moment his fist made contact, the man's skin instantly transformed into a metallic surface. Barry's punch slammed against it like striking a thick sheet of steel. Crack! Pain shot through Barry's arm and he tumbled to the ground, his wrist bent at an unnatural angle, clearly broken. Through his earpiece, Cisco, who had been monitoring him, immediately noticed something wrong. "Barry, your heart rate is spiking. What happened?" Gritting his teeth through the pain, Barry struggled to his feet. "My wrist, it's broken." "He's a metahuman, one whose skin can turn into metal." The burly man sneered as he advanced. "Your powers are pathetic. Looks like you were born to take a beating." Before Barry could react, the man clenched his fist. His entire arm transformed into metal, and he swung violently, sending Barry flying through the air. "Ah!" Barry gasped in pain, each breath sharp and ragged. This was the first time since gaining his superpowers that he had been knocked flat on the ground. In the STR Lab's top-tech facility, Cisco glanced at the display on the wall. Barry's suit was equipped with instruments monitoring his body's vital stats, relaying the data back to the lab. "Oh my God, Barry's bodily functions are plummeting. He's basically been run over by a heavy-duty truck." Cisco panicked. Caitlin snatched the microphone and shouted at Barry, "Run! Get out of there, Barry, move!" Metallo stepped forward, sneering at the fallen speedster. Hearing Caitlin's voice, Barry summoned every ounce of the speed force coursing through him. Despite his severe injuries, he pushed himself toward STR Labs. What should have been a 1-minute sprint took him 10. Along the way, he collapsed to the ground several times. "Barry, are you okay?" As lightning flashed inside the lab, Cisco and the others fell to the floor instinctively, then scrambled forward to support him. "Oh my God, his hand bones and ribs are shattered. Get him onto the exam table immediately." Caitlin, a PhD in bioengineering and the team's resident medic, took charge. Harrison Wells sat in his wheelchair, watching Cisco and Caitlin carefully move Barry onto the table and administer emergency care. An hour and a half later, Barry woke, racked with pain. "Don't move. You've really outdone yourself this time. 13 fractures in your hands, 3 broken ribs, and a concussion." Caitlin scolded, though beneath her stern tone was genuine concern. "Oh my, I'm this badly hurt? Great, I still have to pick Iris up from work," Barry said, glancing at the instrument, clamped arm, disappointment flashing across his face. "Alan, even with your super healing injuries this severe will take hours to recover." "Now why don't you tell us exactly what happened?" Harrison Wells asked, sensing a painful familiarity in Barry's ordeal. A few months prior, he'd faced something far worse. That criminal hijacking the Humvee. When I hit him, I saw his skin literally turn into steel. Barry groaned through the pain. "Steel? Wah," Cisco gasped, his excitement barely contained. "You mean could it be super?" "No, he's not Superman, nor is he an Avenger. It's not that he's invulnerable, his skin literally becomes metal," Barry interrupted, correcting Cisco's assumption. "P.S. To the nitpickers out there, yes, the Speed Force isn't this weak. The author isn't trying to undermine Barry. First, Barry just recently gained the Speed Force and hasn't reached his full invincible, dodge, everything, godlike form. Second, he's still a CSI, fighting mostly by instinct. Third, in comics and shows, the Flash often crashes into opponents' powers, sometimes failing to outrun them, so this is realistic. Most heroes in this story are just starting out, don't compare them to fully powered versions. Steel body. Cisco couldn't contain his excitement listening to Barry's description. Cisco, steel body is Superman's exclusive descriptor. Everyone immediately thinks of him when they hear it, Caitlin said seriously, shutting down Cisco's overactive imagination. Barry sighed. Now's really not the time to argue semantics. If we don't stop him, more people will get hurt. But how do I fight a guy made of steel? Harrison wheeled over, patting Barry on the shoulder. Don't worry, we'll figure it out. In the meantime, Cisco, pull up the surveillance. Let's find out who this guy is. No problem. Finding people is my specialty, Cisco said, rushing to the main console. He pounded on the keyboard, his fingers flying, muttering, wow. After Metallo stole the Humvee, he hit 3 items too. The cameras caught him, I just need to match the photo to the database. While waiting for the database to process, Barry half sat up on the bed, looking at everyone. A smile suddenly spread across his face. What if, to deal with the Metal Man, we get some outside help? Someone even stronger than him. Outside help? Barry, are you talking about Superman, the Avengers, or Wonder Woman? No offense, but against someone immune to weapons, even Green Arrow from Star City might not be much help, Cisco said, as usual, skeptical. He didn't believe Barry actually knew these people. But seeing the serious look on Barry's face, Cisco felt a jolt. Wait, Barry, are you serious? Of course, I'm serious. Maybe I'll take this chance to give him a call, Barry said. He jumped off the bed. His injuries weren't fully healed, but a little strenuous movement wouldn't be a problem. Oh my God! Now it was Cisco and Caitlin's turn to be stunned. Both wore expressions of disbelief. You're serious? Barry, you know one of them? Or all of them? Only Harrison Wells remained calm. Leah had promised not to interfere with his return to the future, so he no longer harbored the same resistance toward Leah as before. Barry pulled out his phone. Boss, I don't know all of them, just one. I've seen another twice, not very familiar, but she'd definitely greet me if I said hi first anyway. I'll go make the call. With that, Barry dashed down the hall, phone in hand, and dialed Leah. Cisco and Caitlin exchanged a look of surprise. Caitlin, did you notice he said she? He knows Wonder Woman. Wow, how did Barry manage this? He was just a small corner before he passed out. Caitlin couldn't help but envy him. Even more irritating, Barry had never mentioned this to them. In the hallway, Barry held the phone to his ear, dialing Leah's number. The call connected quickly, though the voice on the other end was drowned out by a strong wind, as if a storm was blowing. Hey Barry, you're awake? Hey, I've been awake for almost half a month. Leah, I heard you came to see me a lot while I was unconscious. I really appreciate it. No need. Whenever you're free, come see me in Metropolis. Leah, it's like this. I discovered I have superpowers when I woke up, super speed. Inspired by you, I started using my speed to help people, but now I've run into a little trouble. I understand. Wait 10 minutes, I'll be right there. I'm at the Advanced Technology Lab. By the way, didn't you say flying from Metropolis to Central City only takes 3 minutes? Barry asked, curious about the extra 7 minutes. I've been at the Arctic recently. 10 minutes later. Cisco, Caitlin, and Dr. Harrison Wells waited in the backyard of the Advanced Technology Lab. A thunderous sonic boom echoed from the sky as a black figure descended, smashing the ground beneath them and landing before the group. The Avenger. Cisco trembled with excitement. Snatching the pen and paper he had prepared, he ran up to Leah. The Avenger. It really is you. I'm your super fan, can I get your autograph? He looked at Leah expectantly. Caitlin was thrilled inside, though she maintained her usual cool exterior. Her eyes scanned Leah from head to toe. Barry, I feel like I've seen the Avenger somewhere before, she murmured. Barry didn't reveal Leah's identity. Clearing his throat, he said, of course you have. A while back, the news reported he and Batman saving Gotham City together. Leah, asked for an autograph by Cisco, smiled, took the paper and pen, and quickly wrote. To my friend, Cisco Ramon. Signed, The Avenger. Cisco's hands trembled as he accepted Lee's autograph. At first glance, he froze completely. Sensing something was off, Caitlin stepped forward a few paces. What's wrong? What did the Avenger write? to my friend, Cisco Ramon. How did you know his name? Even with your X-ray vision, Cisco, you didn't have any ID on you. Lee, you're Lee. Cisco stared at Lee for what felt like an eternity before finally snapping back to reality. Oh my God, the Avenger is Lee. The feeling was like winning a $5 million jackpot. Who would have thought that the young man who normally wore glasses and an ordinary suit, looked a little handsome, cracked witty jokes, and had such a pleasant voice, was the legendary Avenger who had repelled an alien invasion? Barry, how could you not tell me that Lee is the Avenger? God, I swear I might have to break off our friendship, Cisco shouted at the top of his lungs, as if Barry had committed some unforgivable crime. Don't be like that, Cisco. Just like you wouldn't reveal my identity yourself, some things have to come from the person themselves, Barry replied. And indeed, matters of true identity were sensitive. They could only be shared with the other person's consent. Upon learning Lee's true identity, the friendship levels between Lee and both Cisco and Caitlin skyrocketed not because of her fame, but because she chose to trust them, and they trusted her in return. Ding! Congratulations, host. Friendship level with Cisco Ramon has increased to trust. Main card effect increased to 55%. Sub card effect increased to 30%. Ding! Congratulations, host. Friendship level with Caitlin Snow has increased to trust. Main card effect increased to 55%. Sub card effect increased to 30%. Ding! Congratulations, host. Friendship level with Barry Allen has increased to trust. Main card effect increased to 55%. Sub card effect increased to 30%. Barry Allen's friendship boost was a pleasant surprise, though entirely reasonable. They already had a solid foundation, and now Barry's trouble had been immediately addressed by Lee, leaving the two oblivious teammates utterly astonished, a fact that secretly pleased Barry immensely. Barry, the data comparison results are in Metal Man vs. the Iron Body. The show is about to begin, Cisco called out, urging everyone to return to work. Barry scoffed at the phrasing. Joe, don't you realize Lee's abilities? This is going to be a one-sided slaughter. Barry, I think you should ask Lee for some guidance either on using your powers or learning a bit of combat technique, Caitlin said, unusually chatty today. Caitlin's right, Cisco chimed in. Barry, when you fight, it looks like a child swinging wildly with no form at all. And don't even get me started on maximizing your potential at super speed. You really should learn from a senior. Barry had already realized this, and now took the opportunity to seek Lee's advice on combat techniques. Lee was happy to share her experience, while Harrison Wells trailed behind, expression unreadable, silently observing. Back in the command center, Cisco pulled up the data on the computer. This metal guy is named Tony Woodward. His criminal record is thicker than a phone book. 10 months ago, he accidentally fell into molten iron at the Keystone City Ironworks. Wait, 10 months ago? Everyone exchanged a glance, and Cisco continued, that explains it. 10 months ago, the particle accelerator exploded, and Tony Woodward happened to fall into the molten iron. He gained the ability to transform his body into metal. Barry's eyes locked onto the photo on the screen, and a long-forgotten memory surged to the surface. Oh my God, I know him. Barry's expression immediately shifted. He went to my elementary school. Back then, he always bullied me in front of Iris. This had been part of the reason Barry never confessed his feelings to Iris. As a child, he was often bullied and had to rely on Iris, who had trained in boxing, to protect him. Even as he grew older, before gaining his powers, Barry couldn't hold his own against her. Now, recognizing that the metallic man was his old elementary school tormentor, Barry felt completely deflated. Oh my God! When we were kids, he could knock me down with one hand. Now that he's grown up, even with my superpowers, I'm still this fragile in front of him. Metal Man Tony Woodward had just broken Barry's arm in 13 places, snapped 3 ribs, and given him a concussion. Leah stepped forward to calm Barry, who was on the verge of a mental meltdown. Hey Barry, your strength isn't your biggest advantage. You need to understand that. I can punch with 900 kilograms of force. My strength isn't as weak as you think. Barry was defiant. Drawing from the Speed Force didn't just enhance his speed, it boosted all his basic attributes, though speed was the most extreme. Cisco casually asked Leah, how strong is a punch from you? Batman tested me once. I tapped very lightly, and the force meter exploded. My maximum strength can't even be measured, Leah shrugged. So, how much force could the broken meter handle? Use Barry's data, convert kilograms to tons. 900 tons? A collective gasp filled the command center. Harrison Wells rubbed his temple with his right hand, muttering that he didn't want to deal with this kind of monster. Barry's jaw hung open, speechless. Finally, he shook his head. Okay, I admit it, strength is my weakness. Leah, tell me how I can improve my abilities. Leah smiled, standing directly in front of Barry. First, you have to understand that winning a fight doesn't rely purely on raw strength. That coming from you is painfully ironic. Cisco laughed obnoxiously. Barry glared at the troublemaker. Cisco, are you bored or something? If you have free time, go find Tony Woodward's hideout. Fine. I'll find him. Hack the traffic cameras, hack the Queen Group satellites. I'm not even a professional hacker. Why do I always have to do this? Cisco grumbled, returning to the computer to track Tony's location. Leah continued coaching Barry. I don't recommend learning complex martial arts. You just need to master the technique of delivering force. Simple punches, blocks, dodges, whip kicks combined with your speed. That will help me beat Tony Woodward. I can't break his defense. Barry interrupted, frustrated. Leah shook his head. That's exactly why your speed matters. According to the kinetic energy equation, if mass remains constant, the faster an object moves, the greater its energy. If you strike him with enough speed, you can still inflict massive damage. How fast exactly? Barry asked, understanding the principle and seeing a glimmer of hope. Since the metal man can resist bullets, you'll need to strike him with a supersonic punch at just over Mach 1.1, given your weight. Mach 1.1. A punch at 837 miles per hour? Are you sure I won't be pulverized? Barry could hardly believe it. Cisco couldn't help but chime in. I just ran a simulation, and Leah's right, it's completely feasible. Supersonic punches, it even sounds cool. At that kind of kinetic energy, there's no room for error. One mistake and either you crush the metal man or every bone in your body turns to fragments. Let's start by learning how to properly generate force, Caitlin suggested. Barry nodded. Okay, we'll start with generating force. Later, Barry brought Leah to a room in the basement of SDR Labs. Ever since the particle accelerator explosion, many projects had been abandoned, leaving empty rooms available for use. This room is big enough to move around. Leah, we can start, Barry said, stretching his shoulders and getting into position. Leah demonstrated a punching motion and explained the principles behind it. Barry, when moving at high speed, you need to maintain your center. Many amateurs swing wildly, thinking it adds power, but at high velocity, big swings throw off your balance rather than increase force. After demonstrating the basic offensive techniques, Leah had Barry try striking him, constantly pointing out his mistakes. At first, neither of them used superpowers. After a while, Barry grew restless and activated his super speed to spar with Leah. They trained for a long time, until Cisco's voice came over the room's intercom. Barry, I have some bad news. We located Metalode Tony Woodward. He's appeared at the cafe where Iris works. He's at Iris's cafe? What does he want? Barry panicked instantly upon hearing Cisco. Leah walked toward the door, shrugging. Barry, think about it. He used to pick on you in front of Iris, right? Isn't it obvious? He likes her too. Beating you up was just his way of showing off his strength. Hearing this, Barry's anger flared. In an instant, he vanished from the room and raced to the control center, slipping into his suit in 0.1 seconds and shot toward the cafe where Iris worked. Barry, your bones won't fully heal for at least another 30 minutes. Don't forget, Metalo isn't me, he'll just break them again, Cisco warned through the comms. But Barry didn't care. Right now, his mind was only on Iris. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on him, Leah said, grabbing a communicator and following him. In Central City, Metalo, Tony Woodward, tracked down his childhood crush Iris. After confessing his feelings and being rejected, he forcibly abducted her. Cafe patrons tried to intervene, but when they saw Tony's skin turn to metal, they wisely decided the safest option was to call the police. Iris, I've seen you writing blogs about the Flash. That guy couldn't last a single round against me, he's weak. You should write about me instead. Tony threw Iris into his car, locked the doors, and slid into the driver's seat, starting the engine. Hearing him mention the Flash, Iris stopped struggling and forced herself to stay calm. Tony, let me go now. I won't press charges. The police are already after you. Turn yourself in before it's too late. Turn myself in? Haven't you seen my powers? I have a steel body and super strength. Don't you get it? I'm a god. Even Superman and the Avengers can't stop me. Since gaining his powers, Tony had clearly grown arrogant. especially after declaring himself to have a steel body. He believed he could take on Superman himself. "Wake up, you lunatic," Iris sneered. She had long known her elementary school classmate wasn't the sharpest, but now he even dared to compare himself to Superman and the Avenger? This wasn't just foolish, it was outright insane. Rish. A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. Iris felt a sudden blur before her eyes, and when she regained her senses, she was on the street, being carried in a bridal style hold by a figure in a red suit, a lightning bolt emblazoned on his chest. "The Flash! I knew you'd come to save me." Iris's eyes sparkled with an unusual light. She didn't realize the Flash was her boyfriend, Barry Allen. She simply saw him as a hero. Barry set her down and positioned himself in front of her. His voice vibrated with authority as he said, "Get out of here now. Leave the rest to me." "Flash, be careful. That guy's skin it turns to metal," Iris warned, unwilling to leave completely but keeping her distance. Tony Woodward noticed Iris was gone, slammed on the brakes, and skidded around the street. Behind him, he saw the Flash. "You again? Didn't I beat you enough this afternoon? This time I won't let you escape. I'll crush every bone in your body one by one." He advanced, fists clenched, his skin gleaming metallic. A punch launched like a cannonball. But after the afternoon's training, Barry was ready. The moment Metal Man Tony swung, electricity flashed in his eyes, and in an instant, the world seemed to stop. "You're pathetic compared to him." Barry lifted his leg, circled behind Tony, whose weight was leaning forward, and delivered a swift kick to his backside. Metal Man Tony hadn't even completed his punch before he felt a sudden impact from behind. He flew forward and hit the ground hard, landing face first. The crowd burst into laughter, pulling out phones to snap photos. Infuriated at being made a public joke, Metal Man Tony scrambled to his feet, wildly swinging his arms to crush the Flash. Facing this crazed opponent, Barry remained composed. This was far more dangerous than sparring with Leah, yet he adapted effortlessly. After a few graceful dodges and maneuvers, Barry moved with increasing fluidity. Tony had taken a few hits, though not severely injured, being the center of mockery stung. "I suggest you surrender. You have no chance." Barry kicked Tony away again, stopping behind him to reason with him. "Surrender? Don't get cocky." Tony slowly rose, suddenly grabbing a young girl in the crowd snapping photos. Help, he was just passing by and wanted to post a tweet. The girl struggled, but Tony's grip was unyielding. "Flash, if you don't want this woman crushed, stay right there." Barry glared. "Let her go. Don't harm the innocent." "Hey, you fool! Who cares about a nobody? Only you would." Tony, holding the girl, stepped in front of Barry and swung his other fist at his face. If it connected, half of Barry's face would be shattered. Yet Barry didn't flinch, letting the punch come toward him. "Die, Flash!" Tony snarled, adding all his force, intending to end this nuisance in one blow. Iris covered her eyes, unable to watch. Then, just as Tony's fist neared Barry, it froze midair as if immobilized by magic. Barry smiled and, in a flash, rescued the hostage during Tony's hesitation. Metal Man Tony, straining with all his strength, still couldn't move his arm. Turning, he saw someone standing behind him, gripping his metallic arm. "Who the hell are you?" Chapter 125. The Storm Approaches. Needless to say, the one stopping Metal Man's fists was none other than Lee, who had been standing to the side watching the spectacle. Tony Woodward, the Metal Man, with his entire body hardened into metal, had overall abilities roughly at the mid-level of the blue elite tier. Even against ordinary enhanced humans, he was more than capable. But for Lee, a foe of this level was laughably weak. "Hey, I'm talking to you." "Who are you?" Seeing Lee ignore him, Tony furiously extended his arm, pushing hard. Yet, Lee's body didn't move an inch. Instead, he was the one who staggered back from the counterforce. The scene was instantly awkward. Some of the onlookers burst out laughing, the earlier tension evaporating. Many pulled out their phones, snapping pictures or recording video. "Idiot, you don't even know who the Avenger is." "Black armor, black cape, a big eye on the chest, that's the Avenger. Remember the Metropolis battle a few months back? He, Superman, and Wonder Woman repelled the alien invaders together." Tony's mechanical ears twitched at the murmurs around him. His mouth twitched, and he turned his metallic head toward Lee. "Why, you're the Avenger." Lee didn't respond. Instead, he glanced at the Flash. "Want me to take him out for you?" "No. I want to rely on my own strength. I want to try the supersonic punch you taught me," Barry said, his eyes burning with determination. "That's more like it. At your current speed, reaching Mach 1.1 requires a 5.3 mile run-up. Then you hit with your maximum power at his weakest point. One mistake and you'll be pulverized. Are you ready?" Lee cautioned. Barry nodded firmly. He had originally called Lee over to help defeat Metal Man, but when he realized this was the same bully from his childhood, he decided he would become stronger and defeat him himself. "Don't worry, Avenger. I won't let you down." Barry's eyes sparked with electricity as he accelerated, vanishing instantly toward a 5.3 miles away. Left alone, Tony glared at Lee in frustration. "What the hell? You're the Avenger? And you're siding with that weakling instead of me? Don't you realize I'm just as much steel as you are?" "You sure seem confident in your strength," Lee replied, looking at him like he was a fool. "Of course. How about a little practice?" Tony transformed back into his full, metal form, letting out a roar as he swung a punch at Lee's face. Lee stood rooted, watching him with the patient gaze one might give a simpleton. Most of the onlookers, like Tony, had only heard about Superman and the Avenger through scattered news clips. Videos from the Metropolis battle had all been deleted by the government. To the general public, Superman might save a plane one day, the Avenger capture a criminal the next, and then together they save Metropolis. None of it conveyed their true power. Only eyewitnesses knew the reality. Now, as Metal Man prepared to fight the Avenger, the crowd fell silent, watching tensely. Though Tony's fists moved fast, to Lee they crawled like snails. Lee took half a second to scan the crowd and judge Barry's distance. Then, in just a tenth of a second, he extended a finger and flicked Tony's forehead. Bam! A heavy metallic hammering echoed as Tony was struck by an irresistible force. He flew backward, crashing into a nearby wall and shattering it completely. Struggling to rise from the rubble, Tony remained fully armored, but a deep finger-shaped dent marked his forehead. "Damn it!" Grabbing his head, he muttered in disbelief. He had thought that with a body of steel, even if he couldn't match Superman, he'd still be formidable. Yet here he was, unable to even stop a single finger from Lee. Utterly humiliated. "Avenger, I've got my eye on you, just you wait." With that empty threat, Tony Woodward scrambled toward his car, planning to make a getaway. Tony Woodward, for crimes including theft, robbery, attempted kidnapping, and being too ugly, you are hereby sentenced to life imprisonment. Leah's voice rang out like a decree of fate. An invisible shackle slammed down onto the Metal Man, as if enforcing the sentence unless he was restrained. The shackle would never vanish. This was the power of the divine enforcer. Once a judgment was pronounced, a formless chain manifested on the criminal. If Leah carried out his judgment, executing the condemned or imprisoning the guilty, his divine power would grow even stronger. Of course, the effect of the shackle wasn't absolute. It depended on the strength of the one judged. Beings stronger than Leah could ignore it entirely, while judging those stronger than oneself accelerated the growth of his power. Tony had originally scoffed at Leah's words, but suddenly his body sank, and even simple walking became agonizingly difficult. "What's happening?" Tony gritted his teeth, his metallic skin glinting brightly as he barely managed to stand. In the distance, a thunderous boom rumbled through the street, shattering windows along the way. "Ah!" A streak of electricity blazed past, carrying a crushing shock wave. Barry's speed exceeded Mach 1.1, and in an instant, he was in front of Tony Woodward, throwing a punch. Boom! Bound by invisible shackles, Tony couldn't resist. Barry's supersonic punch hit with unstoppable force, blasting him into a wall on the opposite side, smashing it to pieces. Barry skidded to a halt, feeling the burn in his arm, and grinned ear to ear. "I did it! Ha! I finally beat him." Excited, he looked at Leah and tapped the communicator in his ear. "I did it! I used a supersonic punch and defeated the Metal Man." On the other end, Cisco and Caitlin high-fived in celebration. "Barry, you did it! I almost thought you'd shatter every bone in your body, but you're even better than we imagined." The transmission abruptly cut off with a busy signal. "Hello, can you hear me?" Barry pressed the communicator repeatedly, but nothing changed. It wasn't just Barry's communicator. Everyone nearby noticed all electronics had suddenly failed. "Avenger, what's going on?" Barry asked Leah, walking up to him. Leah's gaze fixed on a wall-mounted TV in a nearby snack shop. After flickering with static, 3 purple circles appeared on the screen, forming a V shape. Been looking for you for half a month, finally found you. Chapter 126. Release Reflections. Since uploading this book on August 14, nearly 2 months have passed. The official release is scheduled for October 12, 2018 at noon. 2 months isn't long, but looking back, it feels like a lifetime. Fortunately, the book has performed well. For all the readers who have supported me, I must keep working hard consistently, from start to finish. This story takes place in a parallel universe of Western comics. Why a parallel universe instead of the movie or main comic universe? Originally, I wanted to keep the tone lighthearted and fun. In a parallel universe, I can define many things myself. For example, Diana stays on the Messira and doesn't participate in world wars. So in this story, Diana is an innocent, slightly immature teenage girl. Her personality brings a lot of humor and joy to the tale. This is just a fairly typical example. Many readers have been asking why the timeline in this book doesn't match up with the movies, TV shows, or comics. But is sticking strictly to the original timeline really that important? As long as the core principles of the setting remain intact, minor differences in timelines don't matter after all. It's a parallel universe. As long as the story makes sense logically, that's what counts. The author spent nearly 2 months writing during the free period, staying up late almost every night. This isn't a full-time job. Writing happens after a day job at night. Every day, the author writes. Even when friends invite him to play games, he refuses, because a single round of gaming could otherwise take time that could produce half a chapter or even a full chapter. I don't even remember the last time I went to the movies. When Ant-Man 2 came out recently, I didn't go. I thought, the book hasn't gotten to Marvel yet. I'll watch it later when I do. To readers who have seen it, please don't spoil anything. Thank you. Many people may not understand why the updates are slow. Think about it this way. Writing an 800-character essay in school is like writing today's standard of 2 chapters or 4,000 characters per day. That means the author has to write 5 800-character essays every single day. Being a newbie, my typing speed can't compare to the pros. Time alone isn't enough, so I extend my writing hours to keep the updates coming. Speaking of updates. On the first day, 10 updates went live. After that, I try to release 3 updates per day. I can't promise 3 every day, but at least 3 or 4 days a week, 3 updates will drop. Additionally, tips, recommendation votes, and monthly votes can trigger extra updates, though the exact amount is uncertain. If I explain too much and the results aren't great, it's awkward. Explain too little and I risk upsetting people. But no matter what, once the book is published, I do my best to release updates consistently while keeping the story stable, aiming for both quality and quantity. Finally, I sincerely ask everyone to support the official version and subscribe to my book. Writing this book has been a huge pressure. My family doesn't understand writing novels. Some even suggest I do a part-time job at night instead, saying that staying in my room at the computer after work won't get me anywhere, and that I might as well go out and earn extra income for the household. To them, writing is just playing on the computer, unproductive. No matter how I explain it, they don't get it. At times like this, I feel a surge of determination inside me. I think, once the book is published and I earn royalties, I can confidently tell my family, look, I earn money through my own efforts. Writing books can contribute to the household too. I want to prove that writing isn't playing on the computer, and it isn't unproductive. I believe every person's effort will eventually be rewarded. Finally, I sincerely thank all my readers. Thank you for subscribing and reading my book. That's all. Chapter 127. Full-scale invasion. In an instant, all electronic devices across Central City went completely offline. Televisions on the streets and smartphones in people's hands all flickered, displaying the same eerie symbol. The sudden event sent the crowd into a restless panic. Barry frowned. Avenger, what's that symbol? What's going on? It's a Brainiac duplicate. Think of it like an alien hacker invasion. Let's head back to Star Labs and get a clearer picture first. Leah had already suspected that a Brainiac duplicate had reached Earth. With the alien's abilities, avoiding Earth's detection systems was far too easy. Now with this symbol appearing, his suspicion was confirmed. The V-shaped pattern of 3 purple circles was unmistakably Brainiac's emblem. Barry, carrying the defeated Metalman Tony Woodward, returned with Leah to SDR Labs. Tony was now under Leah's judgment. He was only free from his restraints while imprisoned, otherwise he couldn't even manage basic living tasks. Luckily Astour Labs had a specialized prison for superpowered beings. Locking Metal Man Tony inside required no further effort from Leah. He could simply rest and let his own powers continue growing. However, at Tony's level, the amount of power enhancement he could provide Leah was negligible. Inside Astour Labs, chaos reigned. Cisco furiously pounded the keyboard, attempting to wrest control from the hacker invading their systems. Thankfully, Astour Labs had one of the world's most advanced firewalls, giving Cisco at least a fighting chance. Any other system would have been completely compromised by now. Come on, whoever you are, your hacking skills are absolutely top tier. No, scratch that, practically universal level. I can't. If only Felicity were here. Cisco's bloodshot eyes stayed glued to the screen. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't regain control. He could only watch helplessly as the firewall slowly crumbled and Astour Labs' systems were gradually overtaken. Harrison Wells shook his head. Coming from the distant future, he remembered this day in history. It was the second alien invasion after the Battle of Metropolis, a chain of extraterrestrial events that would continue to plague Earth. Some sought its destruction, others, a place to survive. But that was all later. Cisco, let me handle this. Harrison maneuvered his wheelchair to the console. Cisco stepped aside, eyes lighting up as Wells raised his hands and began typing with incredible speed. Wow, Dr. Wells, I know you've got 9 doctorates, but none in computer networking, right? Cisco exclaimed. Caitlin shot Cisco a glare. Stop joking. Right now, the priority is repelling this hacker. I wonder how Barry's doing. A crackling bolt of lightning announced Barry's arrival. He appeared in Astour Labs' main control room, followed closely by Leah. Dr. Wells, it's not just our lab. Every computer, television, and phone in the city is affected. Leah says it's the work of an alien hacker. Barry immediately shared the information. Wells gave a polite, minimal reaction. Cisco, however, hearing about an alien invasion across Central City or the entire US, was not frightened. Instead, he was thrilled. Oh my God! Another alien invasion? And this time it's a digital assault? That's awesome! Before Cisco could finish, Caitlin pinched him sharply. There's nothing awesome about this, Cisco. Have you considered how disastrous it is for humanity if the entire network collapses? Barry ignored their bickering and turned to Wells. Doctor, what's the situation? As you said, the alien has created the most complex oscillating variable matrix to mask its attack intentions. I wrote a counter-path algorithm, but it only delays the inevitable. In about a minute, Astour Labs' computers will be fully compromised. Before that, I accessed networks in other cities: Star City, Metropolis, Gotham. This alien is slowly devouring the U.S.'s networks, potentially the entire planets. Wells spoke at lightning speed. Cisco's eyes were fixed on the screen. A data demon. I've decided to name him. Like Barry is the Flash and Leah is the Avenger, he's going to be Data Demon. Chapter 128. Kryptonian Technology. In the Flash team, giving villains nicknames was always Cisco's specialty, and he never tired of it. Actually, he already has a name. This alien eye is called Brainiac, from the planet Kolu. Before Lee could finish, the 1-minute countdown ended, and the high-tech lab's computer network was hacked. On the screen appeared a mechanical face. In fact, I am a copy of Brainiac 27, but I possess independent consciousness. The demon. I rather like that name. The face wasn't the classic green-skinned Brainiac image, but resembled Ultron's skeletal robotic appearance from Marvel when he first appeared. The mechanical head rotated on the screen, seemingly fixing its gaze on Lee. Lee Rogers, I wish to make a deal with you. How does that sound? Cisco was the first to rush up to the wall, mounted to the eyes wide with excitement. Hey the demon, is that your physical form, or just a digital construct? What's your purpose on Earth? And tell me, do you follow the 3 laws of robotics? Caitlin yanked Cisco away from the screen, apologetically smiling at Lee. Ignore him. He's an idiot. Lee, whatever you can do, just do it. Lee smiled knowingly and turned his attention to the mechanical visage on the screen. A deal? What kind of deal are you proposing? Brainiac sent me to conquer Krypton, but those foolish Kryptonian leaders would rather see their planet destroyed than submit. I need one thing. A piece of kryptonite. I scoured all human networks and discovered that the last piece is in your possession, Data Demon said with a cold expression. Decades ago, when Brainiac attempted to make Krypton part of his collection, he suffered his first major defeat, even sustaining core damage that has yet to fully heal. When Krypton was destroyed, sending his copy to retrieve the remnants was fueled partly by revenge. Even capturing a few high-ranking Kryptonians as specimens could make up for past failures. Yet Data Demon realized that on Krypton, he could not overcome the Kryptonians, and on Earth, he was even more outmatched. He lay dormant in the network for half a month before discovering the Kryptonians' weakness. With Batman's kryptonite weapons destroyed, the last piece on Earth was in Lee's hands, the very kryptonite sword that had killed Zod. Lee stood before the screen, locking eyes with Data Demon. So if I hand over the Kryptonians, you'll spare Earth? I've heard Brainiac loves to collect inhabited worlds. I don't suppose you'll let Earth go that easily? On screen, Data Demon's metallic jaws split open, revealing a chilling grin. Why do you side with these primitive beings? Offer the Kryptonians, offer Earth, and I will let you join us to achieve glorious evolution yourself. In Brainiac's philosophy, mechanical life forms were the highest form of existence in the universe. They could endlessly evolve, and as long as consciousness persisted, they could live forever. But immortality held no appeal for Lee. Now that he possessed the executioner divinity, his body was already eternal. Don't listen to him, Lee. He can't trust someone like this. Barry felt like smashing the TV, but he knew it wouldn't help. Data Demon could still appear on any computer, phone, or network device. Sorry, I'm not interested in being someone's lapdog. But if you're willing to serve me, I just happen to need a database administrator. Care to consider it? Lee gave Barry a calm, reassuring look, then suggested seriously. You're even dumber than I imagined. No matter what you do, it won't change the fate of this planet. With that, the Data Demon's avatar vanished from the wall, mounted T, replaced once again by the three purple circles forming a V shape. Leah tried to recall everything he knew about the Data Demon from his previous life. Brainiac had countless duplicates. In fact, every Brainiac in each parallel universe was a branch of the main universe's Brainiac, an entity that transcended time and space, akin to a supreme deity. He rubbed his chin, thinking aloud. From Kara's description, she entered the Phantom Zone with the Data Demon, then somehow escaped. Maybe it wasn't Kara who escaped, but the Data Demon using Kara's ship to leave. So, where is Fort Roz? In every version of Supergirl, Fort Roz arrives on Earth alongside her ship, containing some of the most dangerous criminals in the universe. In some versions, even General Zod is imprisoned there, but in this universe, Zod escaped during his deportation to the Phantom Zone due to Krypton's explosion. Leah reasoned that the Data Demon sneaking onto Earth and lying low for over half a month wouldn't do so without preparation. As a highly intelligent, mechanical life form, claiming things like the fate of this planet cannot be changed implied he had at least an 80% chance of conquering Earth. Leo, what should we do now? Barry was facing an alien opponent for the first time. This was no ordinary metahuman. The ones he had defeated before weren't particularly strong, at least they had a tangible form to fight against. As for the Data Demon, who knew where it had scuttled off to? Human computers are compromised. We need to use some alien technology to fight alien technology, Leah said. Recently, he had helped Batman upgrade the Batcave, replacing all equipment with Kryptonian high-tech and deploying 10 intelligent machines for system operation and maintenance. Alien technology? Kryptonian tech? Leah, you're going to show me this, right? Cisco, skilled in developing weapons and gadgets, considered seeing extraterrestrial tech a kind of pilgrimage. But Leah refused coldly. Next time. This is urgent. Barry just needs to come with me. Wait, if the Data Demon hacks into Star Labs, what about the prison holding metahuman criminals? Could it release them? Barry worried that leaving Central City might allow those dangerous criminals to run rampant. Leah shook his head. Don't worry, I've judged each of those metahuman criminals. Even if they tried, they wouldn't escape. Under Leah's divine judgment, if any criminal escaped prison, an invisible shackle would constrain them until they obediently returned. Right now, Leah's power wasn't strong enough to significantly affect Brainiac. But one day, when his divine might grows, any judgment up to and including the death penalty will be instantaneous. Barry and Cisco didn't quite understand. They assumed Leah simply warned the criminals. Though it seemed unreliable, so far, the metahuman prison had remained secure. By the way, Cisco, keep an eye on Iris, Barry instructed before leaving SDIR. Labs with Leah. Batcave. Alfred silently watched several intelligent machines busy at their stations. After a complete overhaul, the Batcave was unrecognizable. The formerly cutting-edge computers were replaced by 12 55-inch crystal panels forming a massive display wall. Each panel was connected to a Kryptonian mainframe, and the 12 processors worked together as a computing cluster comparable to the control system of a small spacecraft. Intruders successfully repelled, regaining satellite control. Satellite control regained. One of the intelligent machines reported in its electronic voice it was the same machine Kara had repaired before, Calyx. Hearing Calyx speak, Alfred, a mix of surprise and worry on his face, asked, "Where is Mr. Wayne right now? Is he all right?" Satellite tracking Bruce Wayne in progress. Calyx extended its mechanical appendages, tapping across the lights. Green keyboard. Tracking successful. Bruce Wayne, also known as Batman, is currently fighting alongside Superman and Wonder Woman against mechanical zombies. Not long ago, countless mechanical zombies had suddenly appeared. They resembled the apocalyptic parademons, but most lacked wings. These mechanical zombies seemed more like discarded machinery repurposed into humanoid forms. Metropolis, Gotham City, Star City. In an instant, mechanical zombies appeared across many cities, attacking pedestrians and rampaging through everything in sight. A scorching beam of light descended from the sky, instantly vaporizing large groups of mechanical zombies with Superman's heat vision. Before the remaining zombies could react, a second, then a third red beam shot down from the sky, clearing the entire street of mechanical threats. The panicked crowd looked up at the figure hovering in the sky, his red cape billowing in the wind. The iconic S emblem glowed on his chest, and his eyes burned a deep red. "It's Superman! Thank God! Thank you, Superman! Superman, please destroy these monsters!" Superman's appearance restored hope to those harassed by the mechanical zombies. Once the street was cleared, Clark flew to another block. Thanks to his superpowered brain, Superman controlled his heat vision with precision. Beams of fire rained down, taking out the mechanical zombies without harming a single civilian. In contrast, Diana's fighting style was far simpler and more brute force. She swooped into the streets at top speed, swinging her fists with explosive power. Metal limbs and fragments scattered everywhere. Although the mechanical zombies looked intimidating, their true strength was minimal. Made from discarded machines, they couldn't withstand even one of Diana's punches, let alone her full-strength assault. As for Batman, he piloted the newly developed Nightcrawler 10 armored jet onto the streets. The Nightcrawler 10 was a simplified, single-pilot mesh suit equipped with various weapons and designed for diverse combat scenarios. Upon learning of the invasion, the Flash joined the battle, while Lear returned to the Batcave. He sat in front of the crystal display wall, fingers flying over the lights, green keyboard, searching for something. "Master Leah, what are you doing?" Alfred asked, noticing Leah's super speed creating afterimages as he worked across 12 crystal displays. Leah slowed his gaze and asked back, "Alfred, do you think mechanical zombies are scary?" Alfred considered for a moment and shook his head. "From the live feeds, they're just numerous. Many don't even carry proper weapons. Superman, Wonder Woman, and you plus the military already deployed can handle them." "You're right," Leah said. "These mechanical zombies are pitifully weak, like defective products rushed out to meet a deadline. Brainiac, 27, or rather, the Data Demon possesses level 12 intelligence. I don't believe he'd try to conquer Earth with these flawed units." Alfred immediately understood. "Master Leah, you mean, the mechanical invasion wasn't random?" "That's correct," Leah explained. "That's why I activated the Wayne Enterprises satellites, scanning the Earth inch by inch. But the Data Demon is attacking the satellites frantically. He seems afraid I'll discover something. If I hadn't upgraded them with Kryptonian technology recently, they'd have been destroyed long ago." Chapter 129. The brains behind the operation. Leah's mind was running at peak capacity. Coupled with the speed force, his cognitive abilities now outstripped even Superman at his limits. Yet, when it came to alien tech, Leah was essentially a novice. Luckily, he had downloaded a wealth of Kryptonian knowledge from Jor-El, allowing him to deploy Kryptonian firewalls to fend off the Data Demon's relentless assault. "Master Leah, perhaps you should enlist a few hackers," Alfred suggested. "After all, the best way to deal with a hacker is to hack them back." The mention of hackers immediately brought Felicity from Star City's Green Arrow team to Leah's mind. She was undoubtedly one of Earth's top hackers. But even she was mortal. Facing the Data Demon alone would require the combined effort of at least 100 Felicity-level hackers. No, Leah muttered. Hackers alone won't do. Unless I can find someone with a mind comparable to a supercomputer, ordinary humans simply cannot handle the scale of this computation. He aligned 3 satellites to scan the surface, leaving one pointed toward space. He had a hunch that finding Rosberg would solve everything. The reason was simple. The Data Demon and Kara had been trapped together in the Phantom Zone for years, and if there was anything dangerous in the Phantom Zone, it was the criminals locked away in Rosberg. According to Kryptonian records, Rosberg housed some of the most dangerous criminals across several star systems. While in the Phantom Zone, they were powerless, but outside it, their abilities fully returned. At that moment, Alfred's phone vibrated. Since he had remained in the Batcave, it had been safe from the Data Demon's intrusion. Master Leah, I received a text message, Alfred said weakly. What? Leah paused, frowning. Alfred, turn off your phone immediately. No data, nothing. The Data Demon can bypass the Batcave's firewall, use your phone as a backdoor, and write a reverse security protocol too. Master, Alfred interrupted, raising his phone. My phone is off. Only a few characters appeared on the screen. Leah looked over. Sure enough, Alfred's screen was black, with a single line of text floating in white letters. I know its purpose. Who are you? Leah asked, staring at the screen. Who I am doesn't matter. As Leah's question appeared to trigger it, the text shifted on Alfred's screen, as if responding. It can invade any phone or computer through the network, but there is one place with a primitive manual operating system it cannot access. I suspect that place is America's nuclear missile silos. Nuclear silos? Leah's eyes widened. Exactly. If the Data Demon wants to conquer Earth as quickly as possible, launching nuclear weapons would be the fastest method. The mechanical zombies are just a distraction, a cover to redirect attention while it prepares to launch nukes globally. Incomplete records showed that the U.S. military had documented over 1,900 nuclear warheads. Beyond that, decades of the U.S. Soviet arms race likely left unrecorded stockpiles, numbers that, if revealed, would be terrifying. Even a handful of nuclear warheads could obliterate a nation. If all were launched, the entire Earth would face catastrophic destruction. Chapter 130. Steelbone's Assistance. Nukes will kill humans, but not Kryptonians. Or you. It must have other plans. Be extremely careful. The message blinked across Alfred's screen and then slowly vanished. Clearly, the sender intended to end the conversation. Desperate, Leah snatched Alfred's phone and shouted, Victor Stone, wait! Silence fell over the Batcave, eerily heavy. Seconds stretched into what felt like an eternity, until finally another line appeared on Alfred's screen. How did you find out? In those few words, Leah could sense the sender's rising anxiety. The figure had been hiding in the shadows, intent on remaining undetected. Yet Leah had exposed their identity in a single phrase, and now they were visibly tense. You know of us, so you must also know that the Justice League has the authority to access the U.S. government's alien technology research labs. Your father, Silas Stone, was a scientist at the Red House Laboratory. I once had the privilege of meeting him. Lee had no way to explain how he knew the other's name, so he could only ramble based on memories from his previous life. Fortunately, the Justice League had sufficient clearance. Access to special government labs wasn't out of the question. The other party remained silent for a moment, then typed a series of characters. Clearly, you have not earned the government's trust. My father's lab was not called the Red House Laboratory, but the Starfield Laboratory. This was the kind of discrepancy between universes. Experiences from a past life could only serve as a rough reference. In this universe, many details differed significantly. Luckily, the other party didn't grow suspicious, simply assuming Lee lacked the necessary clearance to know the full truth. The lab's name is irrelevant. What matters is Victor, I need your help. Lee had been struggling to find a suitable system administrator. After all, the Justice League's database would require a dedicated manager, and cyborg Victor Stone was the perfect candidate. In the main universe's Justice League, Victor Stone had been a football player. He was critically injured in an accident involving an apocalyptic mother box, and at the moment of the explosion, he merged with the mother box's molecules. To save his life, his father, Silas Stone, brought him to the lab for emergency treatment. During the process, the mother box's molecules integrated with Victor, allowing him to absorb all the lab's advanced technology. ultimately transforming him into a half-human, half-machine bioweapon. That was the cyborg of today. Alfred's phone screen displayed new characters. How am I to trust you? I don't need your trust. Data Demon intends to turn Earth into a collectible for Brainiac. I assume you don't want to see the planet obliterated by thousands of nuclear warheads. Why don't you help me defeat Data Demon first, then decide whether to trust me? Lee's plan was simple. First, get Cyborg on board. Once he was committed, there'd be no backing out. After all, Lee's skills in persuasion were already bordering on godlike. I just infiltrated the US military's network and discovered 14 nuclear silos. 10 minutes ago, the Pemberton silo sent an abnormal signal. General Swanwick went to investigate. The characters on the screen read: monitoring US officials was a crime. Monitoring a general with nuclear launch authority was a first-degree felony. But Victor Stone couldn't afford caution. Without these measures, they would never know Data Demon's target. General Swanwick, he has launch authority. That abnormal signal is a trap. Data Demon said it. Lee mentally praised Cyborg's efficiency. This kind of skill was too valuable to waste outside the Justice League. I'll continue to monitor. After these last messages, Alfred's phone dimmed completely. Lee pocketed the device and said, Alfred, I need to borrow your phone for a while. I'll return it once this is over. Then, he gestured to the A machinery. Calyx, continue scanning Earth with the satellites. Find Fort Ross for me. Lee shot out of the Batcave, leaving Alfred shouting after him, Master Lee, there are photos of young Master Wayne on my phone. Don't lose it. I get my only joy from looking at those. At the Pemberton nuclear silo, General Swanwick was conducting a routine inspection. After passing layer upon layer of identity verification and security checks, he finally reached the missile silo. The Pemberton silo sat beneath a desolate expanse of go-by desert. Its steel walls were lined with materials that blocked all external signals, rendering it completely isolated. The only connection to the outside was the data monitoring station above the silo. Not long ago, General Swanwick had received anomalous readings from that station. Abnormal data from a nuclear silo constituted at least a Level 2 emergency. Swanwick immediately mobilized personnel to investigate. Lieutenant, status report, Swanwick asked as he entered the control room. The young black lieutenant saluted and reported, Sir, we are at Condition 5 alert. All systems operating normally. Operating normally? Swanwick frowned. Then why report anomalous data to headquarters? Things are chaotic enough outside. There can be no mistakes down here. Back in the command center, the officers were stunned. They exchanged glances and quickly pulled up all the system check data. The black lieutenant spoke up again. Reporting, sir, all systems are functioning normally. Normal? Then, what about the abnormal readings? Adjutant, bring up the logs for inspection. General Swanwick wasn't about to take chances. Nuclear missiles were a matter of global security. Any slip-up here could land everyone in prison for life. Yes, sir. The white adjutant immediately pulled a tablet from his bag. He went through fingerprint scans and facial recognition, struggling for a moment before the device finally unlocked. But the next second, the screen went black, replaced by 3 purple circles forming a V shape. It was the emblem of the Data Demon. What the General Swanwick cursed, joined by the surrounding officers. The Data Demon hadn't attacked the military's network, not because he couldn't, but because he had already infiltrated it silently. The next moment, the adjutant's tablet trembled violently. Streams of data materialized through the physical layer, coalescing in midair into a tangible form. Chapter 131, I Am the Law. What unfolded next was beyond comprehension. The officers watched in disbelief as a swirling mass of purple, seemingly composed of raw information flowing through the physical plane, coalesced into a fully realized mechanical life form. At first glance, it resembled a mechanical zombie, but on closer inspection, the details of its body were sharper, more defined, and horrifyingly lifelike. Enemy attack! Every officer's hair stood on end. They spread out, drawing their sidearms and aiming at the suddenly materialized Data Demon. Identify yourself and surrender immediately, or we will open fire, General Swanwick shouted, aiming his weapon at the figure. The Data Demon didn't flinch. Tilting his neck, he slowly opened his metallic maw and let out a chilling laugh. General Swanwick, thank you for bringing me here. The world is ending soon anyway. You might as well die early. F***K. Swanwick pulled the trigger, and the handgun barked. The bullet sped through the air and struck the Daita demon, but it was as if it hit a cloud of sand. The shot seemed to scatter harmlessly, the Daita demon's body dissolving into fragmented streams of data. There was no effect on the Daita demon. Instead, a soldier standing behind him was hit and fell to the ground. The others quickly scattered. Swanwick and his men fired a few more rounds, refusing to believe it. Bang! 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 After taking several shots, the Daita demon's body showed dents and pockmarks, but he merely breathed, and the damaged sections instantly restored to their original form. Stop struggling. You cannot kill me, but I can kill you! Before anyone could react, the Daita demon's arm extended with blinding speed, morphing into a sharp spike that pierced one soldier's chest. The others opened fire again, but the bullets didn't even slow him. With another swing, his arm became a deadly scythe, slicing 4 soldiers in half in an instant. General Swanwick's legs went weak with fear, but he forced himself to stay upright. He fired frantically while retreating, his hands trembling but determined. By the time he realized he had been backed into a corner, his pistol was completely out of ammunition. The Daita demon stepped toward General Swanwick, tilting his head as if scanning something. 2 seconds later, he slowly raised his hand and thrust violently toward Swanwick's chest. Boom! The ceiling of the nuclear missile silo collapsed instantly, and a dark figure plummeted from above, landing squarely in front of the Daita demon. The moment Leah appeared, the Daita demon's stabbing motion connected with his chest cracks, his arm spike shattered instantly. It's you! How could you find me here? I calculated that your attention could not possibly be here right now. The Daita demon's eyes flickered with panic. He had been supremely confident in his calculations, but he had miscalculated. Leah, of course, didn't reveal the real reason. Instead, he wore a knowing, "Hi Ike, you smile," as if everything were under his control. From the very beginning, I saw through your little trick. From start to finish, I was merely playing along with your little show. Impossible. You couldn't have seen through me. The Daita demon's voice strained with fury. Leah snorted and swung a fist, striking the Daita demon's head. Boom! His steel brain exploded in an instant. Avenger, no matter how badly his body is damaged, he will recover, General Swanwick shouted, still alive against the odds. Before his words even ended, the Daita demon's head reformed, returning to its original state. That's right, humans may be a lower intelligence species, but we're not all fools. The Daita demon's voice carried arrogance as he stared at Leah. You can't kill me and I can't kill you. Why not let me conquer Earth? I'll help you evolve. How about it? Hearing this, General Swanwick panicked. Avenger, don't listen to him. I can contact President O, have him add a 0 to your military budget. At those words, Leah's body jolted. The Justice League's annual budget was 14 billion. Adding a 0 meant 140 billion. Oh my goodness! An annual budget of 12 billion, responsible for the Justice League's daily operations and spaceship maintenance, was already tight, mostly supported by Leah's 1% stake in Wayne Enterprises. If the annual budget were raised to 140 billion, building another spaceship would be no problem at all. General, I must clarify, the budget is not for me, but for the millions of American citizens. On their behalf, I thank you for your generosity. Leah said this solemnly, making General Swanwick's scalp tingle. For a moment, it felt as if failing to convince President O would cost him the next sunrise. The Daita demon had overheard their exchange as well. As a mechanical life form, he understood the concept of money, but could not comprehend why humans were so obsessed with it. To him, it was a symbol of primitive foolishness. Don't be ridiculous. Money, how can it compare to eternal life? Before the Daita demon could finish, Leah's gaze turned solemn. Brainiac 27, codenamed Daita Demon, for invading Krypton, Earth, and multiple other civilized planets, committing crimes against universal civilization, genocide, and disrupting cosmic peace. By these offenses, you are sentenced to death. You're judging me? Haha, the Daita demon laughed coldly, as if hearing the world's funniest joke. Then may I ask, Your Honor, under which law are you presiding? Hovering in midair, Leah raised his hand, divine energy, surging outward like thunder. His voice boomed with absolute authority. I don't need any law, because I am the law. I am the enforcer of justice. With his words, invisible chains descended, causing the Daita demon's body to shudder as if shackles had appeared, subtly limiting his powers. Die! Leah thrust his palm forward, and a dazzling spear of lightning shot out, piercing the Data demon's body. "Hey, you can't kill me." The Data demon's cold smile remained, his voice dripping with menace. "Oh, really?" Leah withdrew his hand, calmly watching the Data demon's body collapse piece by piece. Chapter 132. She's still a child. Pierced through the chest by Leah's divine lightning, the Data demon's torso seemed as if steel had been burned through by a laser. The streams of Data around the wound flowed like blood, wildly scattering in every direction. What's happening? Why can't I recover?" Clutching the gaping hole in his chest, the Data demon struggled desperately to restore his Data, but the massive streams of information poured out like a breached dam, uncontrollable and unstoppable. "My divine power has destroyed the structure of your body. Your Data cannot remain stable. Simply put, you are going to die," Leah said, watching the Data demon thrash and writhe. Impossible. I've studied your battle footage, you don't have this ability." Rancor laced the Data demon's voice. The so-called battle footage referred to military records from the Metropolis conflict back then. Leah had not yet acquired godhood. Gradually, as the Data demon's Data drained completely, his entire form collapsed and vanished. General Swanwick and the others finally rose to their feet, eyes wary, staring at the spot where the Data demon had disappeared. "Avenger, is he dead?" Even Leah found this puzzling. By his judgment, killing the Data demon should have increased his divine power, yet he sensed no such growth. "General, immediately assign guards to all nuclear missile silos. The opponent is an alien computer. Electromagnetic pulses can harm it," Leah ordered, then shot into the sky, leaving the missile silo behind. Outer space, the far side of the moon. A ship, spinning like a gyroscope, drifted slowly through the void. Any Kryptonian would recognize it at a glance. This was Rosberg, the prison for high-risk offenders. In the central control room, the Data demon violently tore out the Data lines connected to his brain, spitting a thick torrent of crimson fluid from his metal jaws. "Avenger, Leah Rogers, I will kill you!" he roared in fury, venting the hatred burning inside him. The Data demon had invaded Earth in digital form, coming agonizingly close to launching every nuclear missile in the United States. And yet, just when success was within reach, Leah had appeared, shattering his plan. Most infuriating of all, Leah's divine lightning had struck the Data demon's core from an incredible distance. A mechanical body can be destroyed at will, but if the core is damaged, the consequences are dire. At best, it malfunctions and must return to a repair facility for major reconstruction. At worst, it dies outright. Even if a memory copy is recreated, it is no longer the original being. The Data demon stood, feeling the invisible shackles of Leah's judgment on him once more. Though the restraint was weak against him, it was enough to be noticed. He strode to the Rosberg console, transforming his hand into several tentacle-like appendages, then plunged them violently into the control interface. "Awaken Prisoner 1." At his command, the display screen immediately switched to a holding chamber. The chamber spanned roughly 10 football fields, densely packed with machinery controlling a single central creature. Thick black fluid flowed through several needles inserted into its body. Following the Data demon's awakening command, a surge of electricity coursed through the needles. Moments later, the entire chamber shook violently, as if struck by some immense force. Boom! Even from the central control room, the Data demon felt the tremor beneath him. A cold smile spread across his face as he issued a second command. "Ancient Kryptonian beast, born to destroy, let it see the Earth's sun. It is time to awaken." Prisoner 1's chamber slowly rotated, and within 30 seconds, it faced the sun. Golden sunlight poured in, and the creature within stirred like a child abruptly awakened from a deep sleep, roaring in unrestrained fury. Roar! River! Each roar sent violent tremors through the chamber. The machinery restraining the creature shuddered, collapsing as if made of paper, unable to withstand the primal force within. Data demon watched Prisoner 1 thrash wildly, then pushed Fort Roz's propulsion system to its absolute limit, aiming it straight at Earth. "Though this guy will slaughter the Kryptonians, I only want the child of Krypton alive. There's no particular concern for the rest. Today's the day of your destruction." Lee returned to the Batcave. With Data demon's retreat, communications across Earth had returned to normal, and the mechanical zombies had been cleared out by Superman and the others. So I hear from Alfred that demon plan to use nuclear warheads against humans? Batman asked, barely containing his urgency when he saw Lee back. Lee nodded. Yes, but I didn't manage to destroy demon. I have a feeling this isn't overweight. Why is Kara here? It wasn't just Superman, Wonder Woman, Flash, and Fiora present. Little Kara Zor-El herself stood proudly in full battle armor before Lee. Her expression clearly said, I fought too, now praise me. Report, General Lee. Kara insisted on joining the fight. I couldn't refuse, so I brought her along, Fiora muttered, looking slightly sheepish. Kara puffed out her chest and waved a tiny fist at Lee. General Lee, I'm really strong now. I can crush a mechanical zombie with one punch. Back on Earth, I could only run from these things. Indeed, on Krypton, Kara had been a powerless child. Against mechanical invaders, all she could do was run. Her enthusiasm to fight now carried a hint of long-awaited revenge. Call me Brother Lee. Lee corrected her seriously. This girl was perfect in every way, except for learning that title from Fiora, which she cheerfully repeated without restraint. He added, by the way, Kara, where did you get that outfit? He gestured to the small battle armor Kara was wearing. Kara was only 13 or 14. Fiora's armor was clearly too small. Suddenly, a perfectly fitted Kryptonian alloy armor appeared on her, accented with a little red skirt, leaving Lee puzzled. He glanced at Diana and Clark, both shook their heads. Batman cleared his throat. There happened to be some extra Kryptonian alloy, so, well, I made a little suit for the girl. Batman, why didn't you make one for me too? Lee's gaze toward Bruce Wayne carried a hint of caution, as if sizing up a suspicious stranger. He scooped little Kara into his arms and scolded sharply. I warn you, don't do anything weird with Kara. She's still a child. Uncle Batman is a good person, you're misunderstanding him. Kara quickly interjected, thinking Lee was about to argue with Batman. Lee noticed the odd expressions on Clark and Diana's faces. Clearing his throat, he quietly set Kara down. We haven't introduced the new member yet, Barry Allen, also known as the Flash. Diana has met him already. Attention shifted smoothly to Barry Allen. He smiled nervously at Lee. We already got acquainted a little earlier. Having just become the Flash, meeting the legendary Superman, Wonder Woman, and Batman was like a fan meeting their idols. Bruce Wayne, however, was more concerned about the mysterious individual who had contacted Lee via Alfred's phone. He asked Lee, is Alfred's phone with you? Lee replied instinctively, I definitely haven't looked at the photos, and I have no idea what you looked like as a baby with a pacifier. Clark's eyes lit up at that, and he shot Leah a glance. Leah raised an eyebrow in acknowledgement. Their entire conversation passed silently between them. Enough. If it weren't for Bruce Wayne knowing he couldn't take on Leah, he wouldn't have held back for even a second. But, exhaling slowly, Bruce forced himself to remain calm and asked again, I wanted to ask about that mysterious person who contacted you. Alfred mentioned his name, Victor Hugo? Victor Stone, Leah corrected. Alfred was getting old, and a little hearing loss was normal. Victor was critically injured when a mother box exploded on Apocalypse. On the brink of death, the mother box's energy transformed him into a half-human, half-machine being. You can call him Cyborg. Apocalypse? Mother box? Half-human, half-machine cyborg? Bruce realized that ever since meeting Leah, events that normally only happen once in centuries seemed to be popping up almost weekly. Clark and Diana both knew of Apocalypse, Clark through his father's knowledge, Diana through the myths her mother had told her as a child. The ruler of Apocalypse calls himself a new god. They are one of the most powerful races in the universe. The Mother Box is essentially a device they created, a source of infinite energy, Leah explained. Bruce suddenly recalled Leah mentioning how he had defeated Ares, the god of war, and spoken of Apocalypse's previous invasion of Earth, a battle against the planet's gods. That battle would later be remembered as Ragnarok. Tell me more about Victor Stone. He's on our side, right? Compared to something as distant as Apocalypse, Bruce felt it was better to first understand this mysterious person. From today's encounter, this universe's cyborg, Victor Stone, seemed consistent with mainstream portrayals. When Earth was in danger, he would intervene to help, doing his part. Just then, Calyx, the controlling Wayne Enterprises satellites, suddenly seemed to detect something. He quickly moved in front of Leah and the others. Alert! Alert! Unidentified intruder detected. Bring up the satellite feed. The group rushed to the crystal display wall. Under Calyx's control, all 12 panels of the wall seamlessly displayed the satellite feed. On the enormous screen, a spacecraft resembling a giant spinning top hurtled toward Earth at maximum speed. Diana instinctively opened her mouth, wanting to speak a name, but then realized the owner of that name was no longer present. Disheartened, she asked, "What is that?" "That is the Phantom Zone prison." Kara's eyes widened. She immediately recognized it as the Kryptonian prison for dangerous criminals. Leah and Clark both looked skyward, their expressions darkening. "It's the Dita demon." "General Leah, should we intercept it?" Fiora's eyes burned with battle intent. She hadn't participated in the fight against the mechanical zombies earlier. Her priority had been protecting Kara. "Best to destroy it. We cannot let the Phantom Zone prison land on Earth. Inside are some of the universe's most dangerous criminals," Leah said. Compared to the Phantom Zone prison, Earth's Iron Mountain Penitentiary or Arkham Asylum were child's play. Clark stepped forward, blocking Leah. "Leah, you can't do that. The prisoners in the Phantom Zone are still living beings. We don't take life." He turned his gaze toward Batman. Actually, this question was for him. Clark refrained from killing humans because of his role as a savior. Taking a life would immediately tarnish that image, causing public and governmental concern. It didn't mean Clark adhered to some rigid no-kill principle. He had already told Leah that he saves lives, Leah kills. But Batman maintained a strict no-kill rule, so Clark knew the team needed a consensus if they intended to eliminate the criminals in the Phantom Zone. Bruce asked, "Who exactly is imprisoned in the Phantom Zone?" "Calling them people isn't quite accurate. They're monsters. Almost all of them are utterly irrational creatures." Kara had overheard Fiora comment on Batman's no-kill rule and worried that if those monsters were released on Earth, they would slaughter innocents. Leah spoke with a stern tone. "Did you hear what Kara said? The ones locked up in Rotsburg aren't human. Any creature completely devoid of reason, no matter how intelligent, cannot be called human. If we don't kill them, we're just enabling those monsters to slaughter innocent people. For humans capable of remorse, I don't care if you insist on sparing them, but for those utterly inhuman, we stick to the principle of extermination. Now, Rotsburg is our target. Any objections?" His words echoed through the Batcave as his gaze swept over everyone present. "No." Diana and Fiora were the first to respond. Kara nodded gravely. "They must be eliminated." Bruce Wayne was last to nod. "I have no objections either if it means saving more lives." Seeing Batman's agreement, Clark winked at Leah and asked, "So what's the plan?" "Kara is too young. She stays in the Batcave. Diana, Barry, Bruce, you three wait on the surface. Fiora, Clark, and I will go to space. Kellex, prepare the electromagnetic disruptor," Leah ordered immediately. Kara pouted reluctantly, while Batman looked confused. "Electromagnetic disruptor, what's that?" The intelligent Mech Kellex received the command and rushed to the holographic keyboard, extending 8 metallic tentacles and clattering across the keys. The next second, the crystal screens displayed a simulation. Wayne Enterprises satellites suddenly reconfigured, 4 of them forming an energy matrix that gradually glowed crimson. "So, you turned my satellites into a giant cannon?" Batman's expression was one of sheer horror. Chapter 134, Doomsday. "That's right. This electromagnetic disruptor is specifically designed to pierce alien ships' energy shields." Leah admitted cheerfully and pointed to the massive stack of 4 papers at the back of the Batcave. "And I've included detailed instructions in the manual, if you bothered to read it." Batman's face went dark. "Are you kidding me? Who would read that insane pile of papers? At least tens of thousands of sheets. No one has time for that." Before more words could be spoken, the electromagnetic disruptor fired. The crystal wall displayed a simulation of space. The cannon struck the surface of Rotsburg, instantly shattering the outer energy shield. Powerful magnetic oscillations penetrated the hull, causing most of the internal instruments to fail immediately. "It's our turn." Leah led the charge out of the Batcave and shot into space. Clark and Fiora followed closely, the 3 breaking the sound barrier in an instant, vanishing from everyone's sight. Barry watched them soar, shaking his head in awe. "So cool." Kara pouted in frustration. "I can fly too. Why don't you let me go?" "You can fly now?" Bruce Wayne looked at Kara in surprise. She had only been on Earth for half a month and already mastered flight. Diana couldn't help teasing her. 30 centimeters off the ground doesn't count as flying." "That's not just 30 centimeters. I can fly a whole meter." Kara blushed furiously, defending herself. "Cal learned to fly at 17. I'm only 13. Barry, taking advantage of a moment when no one was paying attention, had wandered around the Batcave several times. Now back beside Batman, he hesitated before asking Master Wayne, do we just wait here? Just call me Bruce. Helix will calculate where the Rotsburg debris will fall. We'll decide what to do next then, Bruce explained. Chapter 133. Total Invasion. In the depths of space, Rosberg shuddered under the impact of a super-electromagnetic pulse cannon, showing clear signs of structural failure. The Data Demon in the central control room staggered from the electromagnetic shock, but quickly regained composure, restoring the equipment's operation. Useless struggle, he sneered. He brought up the view of Prisoner One's chamber. Inside, the monstrous creature had already torn apart the massive machinery controlling it, and it wouldn't be long before it broke free of its confinement. It's time to deploy the ultimate weapon, the Data Demon snarled. In the next moment, 3 blazing beams of heat vision sliced through space, tearing Rosberg apart into fragments. Explosions thundered across the ship as the Data Demon quickly pulled up the surveillance feeds. It was Leah and the others, using heat vision to dismantle Rosberg. Bastard! The Data Demon directly commandeered Rosberg's processors and unleashed the horde of evil criminals. The prisoners poured out of Rosberg en masse. Many could survive in the vacuum of space, but Earth was the closest and most suitable landing point. Sizzling sparks. Before the criminals even reached the atmosphere, the 3 heat vision beams swept through space with lethal precision, cutting through them like reapers' scythes, mercilessly harvesting their lives. Few living beings could survive such concentrated heat vision. Those who did were swiftly met by Leah, Clark, and Fiora. Clark did not harm ordinary humans, but when facing the inhuman criminals from Rosberg, his speed and lethality rivaled Leah and Fiora. In no time, the Data Demon's released prisoners were wiped out. The remaining task was to push Rosberg's larger fragments into the sun. Except for one chamber housing a terrifying creature that, if cast into the sun, would not die, but instead absorb its fusion energy, growing exponentially stronger. This was precisely why Leah had shattered Rosberg into pieces. Boom! One of Rosberg's fragments suddenly exploded, releasing a terrifying 3-meter-tall monster from its confines. The creature's body was covered in massive, bulging muscles, with dense, horn-like spikes jutting from shoulders, back, wrists, and other extremities. Bone-like spikes protruded from its fists, giving it an utterly monstrous appearance. Roar! Sound shouldn't carry in space, but when the creature opened its cavernous mouth, waves of energy surged outward like tangible storms. Doomsday! Clark and Fiora's hearts skipped a beat. Clark knew of this creature from his father's knowledge, and Fiora had seen it firsthand. Its name said it all, Doomsday. Even without the yellow sun's light, this being was apocalyptic. Now, exposed to the sun, its threat level skyrocketed. It was the embodiment of annihilation itself. Seeing Clark in his red cape, Doomsday charged like a raging bull. Think you're easy prey? Clark snorted in his mind. As the monster lunged, his body shot forward, delivering a heavy punch to Doomsday's rock-like chest. Boom! A white shockwave radiated outward. Doomsday barely shifted backward before swinging its thigh-thick arms, smashing into Clark's face. Smack! The force sent Clark flying like a meteor, blood spilling from his mouth. This was the first time Superman had been struck hard enough to bleed. Even against Zod, Clark had never suffered such a grievous injury. Fiora charged forward, her small frame colliding with Doomsday. The stark contrast in their sizes was immediately obvious. Doomsday let out a furious roar and, with a single swing of his massive hand, sent Fiora flying. The gap in power was painfully clear. Fortunately, with the sun directly overhead, Clark and Fiora quickly recovered. Working in tandem, they attacked Doomsday from front and back. Lee should have joined them. 3 of them working together would have greatly increased their chances of victory. But, bluntly speaking, Doomsday was just a pawn. Without Fort Ross, Data Demon couldn't complete his ultra-long-range transmission. If he got close to the satellites, or if fragments of Fort Ross fell to the ground, Data Demon could freely traverse networks and interfere with satellites. Even the Wayne Group satellites, upgraded with Kryptonian tech, would be powerless against him. It would have been like letting a tiger return to the wild. Inside the fragments of Fort Ross, Data Demon's crimson eyes stared coldly at the world. Where there was metal, he could disguise himself perfectly, because Data Demon was essentially an intelligent supercomputer. Lee knew this, so he didn't bother searching. Instead, he pushed several massive pieces of Fort Ross into the sun's gravitational pull. The solar fire would incinerate Fort Ross and Data Demon completely. Killing Data Demon would allow Lee to carry out his judgment, further amplifying his divine power. Meanwhile, the battle between Clark and Doomsday had reached a fever pitch. Doomsday's DC Universe lore was brutal. He revived every time he died, growing stronger with each resurrection. In this world, Doomsday appeared already stronger than Clark. Only with Fiora's help could they suppress him. Lee accelerated, transforming into streaks of black lightning to push the remaining Fort Ross fragments toward the sun. Then, a few seemingly ordinary metal shards fell toward the atmosphere. Lee noticed unusual electrical signals emanating from them. "Found you, Data Demon." Lee darted forward. The closer he got to the iron chunks, the stronger the strange electric signals became. At just over 200 meters away, Lee's eyes glowed crimson. Blazing beams of light shot outward, and the metal shards, sensing the threat, trembled violently before assembling into Data Demon's form. "Die!" Lee raised his hand, and divine energy surged into silvery thunder, illuminating space. The bolts of divine power struck like arrows. Crash! Data Demon screamed as his mechanical body shattered. "My divine power still hasn't increased. This is just his clone." Sure enough, hundreds of metal fragments, each with abnormal electrical signals, fell from the last piece of Fort Ross. They were all Data Demon's duplicates. A small smile tugged at Lee's lips. Had Data Demon underestimated him, or had he simply run out of options? Shaking his head, Lee focused his mind. Suddenly, the entire world seemed to freeze. Speed domain. The falling metal shards hung suspended in the sky. Even the distant battle between Superman and Doomsday seemed to slow to a crawl. With Flash's card equipped in his secondary slot, Lee drew energy from his super speed. The speed domain, for someone wielding divine speed, granted velocity beyond everything else for 0.5 seconds. What exactly beyond everything else meant, Lee couldn't fully define, but for that half second, he was undoubtedly the fastest speedster alive. Lee didn't bother trying to distinguish which piece was the real Data Demon. Whether it was the original or a copy, none of them would escape today. His divine power erupted explosively. Lee surged forward, and as he approached the scattered metal fragments, he extended his fingers and lightly tapped them. Though the touch seemed delicate, the power transmitted instantly, annihilating every last piece of metal. No matter if it was a mechanical life form or artificial intelligence, they all had to die. With a rapid series of taps, Lee destroyed all the fragments within the Speed Force in just 3 seconds of external time. When he exited the Speed Force, the remaining fragments all glowed red simultaneously, then exploded. Boom! 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 A chain of explosions erupted, like fireworks in space, dazzlingly brilliant. Lee furrowed his brows. His divine power hadn't increased yet, which meant the Data Demon was still hiding in the last remaining fragment of the Phantom Zone prison. "Want to play hide and seek? Go try it in the sun." Meanwhile, the battlefield near Superman had started shifting toward Earth, not because they wanted to return, but under gravity, everything was naturally descending. Their massive clash soon carried them into the atmosphere. Lee lifted the last fragment of the Phantom Zone prison and accelerated toward the sun. Inside the remaining core control room of the prison, most of the Data Demon's copies had been destroyed, and his core was under tremendous impact. Black, viscous fluid oozed from his mouth and body, looking like a cross between oil and blood. Despite the grotesque appearance, the Data Demon was far from defeated. He extended his mechanical arms, which split into countless tendrils that pierced into the prison fragments. In an instant, the fragments seemed infected, abnormal electrical signals surging through the wreckage. Lee pushed the fragments toward the sun with both hands, but a sense of imminent danger arose. Before he could fully react, his hand sank into the fragments as if plunging into thick mud. "Get off me!" Lee erupted with divine power, breaking free from the surrounding liquid metal. The fragments of the Phantom Zone prison seemed alive, sprouting innumerable metallic tendrils that wildly lashed at him, attempting to drag him into the sun's gravity. The sun's gravity is immense, many times stronger than Earth's. At such close range, the fragments and Lee were being pulled directly toward it. "Lee, if you move any closer, I'll drag you down with me to die. Why don't we both take a step back?" The Data Demon's voice echoed eerily in Lee's mind. Not magic, but a synchronization of digital signals with his brainwaves, effectively transmitting speech directly to his consciousness. "You're out of options, huh? Trying to play a mutual destruction game? Don't you know that the closer a Kryptonian gets to the sun, the stronger they become? If a Kryptonian were like a power bank, sunlight on Earth would be like normal charging. Getting closer to the sun is like fast charging an extreme high-frequency charge. Not every Kryptonian can withstand that energy, but Superman, with infinite potential, could. If Superman could do it, Leah, amplified by Superman's power, could as well." Hearing this, the Data Demon's voice sounded panicked. "Impossible. You're human. You're a superpowered human, not a Kryptonian." Having hacked into the US government's networks, the Data Demon could easily check Leah's records. Leah wasn't some sudden emergence like Clark. Every medical record, school transcript, and data point from his birth onward showed nothing unusual. It wasn't until an incident a year ago that Leah awakened his abilities. He could not possibly be Kryptonian. Chapter 136, all just a setup. Even with Data Demon's incredible intelligence, there was no way he could have predicted the existence of the Advanced System 20. Naturally, he assumed Leah's abilities were just some awakened superpower, and he estimated Leah's power level to be roughly on par with Superman and the others. But what Data Demon never expected was that Leah's abilities weren't an awakened superpower, they were straight-up cheating. "I never said I'm from Krypton because I'm human." Leah closed his eyes, frantically absorbing the sun's fusion energy. They were already at the edge of the sun's gravitational pull, and after a brief struggle, both parties were gradually accelerated toward the sun. "Are you insane? Do you want to die?" Data Demon's voice echoed again in Leah's mind, tinged with fear. Even as a Brainiac clone, he had independent consciousness. He could die, and he feared it. Who with even a shred of self-awareness would choose death while alive? But Leah ignored all caution. With every breath, waves of scorching heat pounded him, and sunlight concentrated around him, forming a vortex that poured directly into his body. At that moment, Leah's body seemed like a massive black hole, consuming everything, absorbing the sun's rays. Endless solar energy was converted into divine power within him. In truth, Leah could have stopped absorbing solar energy, hurled Rotsburg into the sun, and freed himself from the gravitational pull without issue. But he wanted to absorb more energy. The closer he got to the sun, the faster the system merged with the Superman card, and the faster his own base attributes increased. Insane, you're a madman!" Data Demon roared as they barreled toward the sun's core like a rainbow piercing the sky. The ambient heat alone began melting Rotsburg, and Leah's body felt satiated, as if fully charged like a battery at its limit. "Time to move on, there's still a big one left." Leah easily broke free from Data Demon's grasp, the exposed metallic tentacles having begun dissolving first. Raising his hand, a bolt of divine lightning shot out. Fully charged, Leah's power was greatly amplified. Even a casual strike had the force of a divine spear. It's worth noting that Leah's divinity was still in its infancy, weaker than Diana at this stage. "Pradush!" Severely injured again, Data Demon let out meaningless howls and tumbled faster toward the sun. Leah stabilized himself, channeling all his strength to resist the sun's pull. Previously, it would have taken tremendous effort to break free, but now he raised his hands, accelerated, and became a streak of black lightning, instantly escaping the sun's gravity. Breaking into the atmosphere, Leah saw Doomsday already fallen to Earth. Unfortunately, he had landed in Metropolis again. The city, barely rebuilt, now faced a second alien invasion. "Leah, respond if you can, Leah, respond." As he entered the atmosphere, Batman's voice crackled through his communicator. Pressing the device, Leah replied, "Bruce, what's the matter?" A sigh of relief came from the other end. "Thank God we reached you. Clark says that creature is a Kryptonian bioweapon. We need kryptonite to kill it." "Yes, that monster is Doomsday. I'll go find kryptonite," Leah responded. No, Clark and the others can't hold him off. You need to go help them. Tell me where the kryptonite is, I'll fetch it." The situation was critical, and the voice through the communicator carried an urgent edge. Without thinking, Leah instinctively spoke, "The kryptonite is right." But the rest of the sentence seemed to catch in his throat. Something felt off. Very off. In this world, Batman had destroyed the remaining kryptonite weapons to prove his trust in Superman, promising never to come into contact with kryptonite again. A flicker of doubt stirred in Leah's mind. He slowed his flight, hovering in place, and looked up at the sun. He watched in disbelief as the Demon and Rosberg were consumed by the solar inferno, yet Leah's godly power hadn't increased. In other words, his judgment hadn't been completed. The Demon was still alive. A cold chill shot through Leah's mind. There was no way he could simply watch the Demon slip away from Rosberg. So it had all been a scheme from the start. From emerging from the nuclear missile silo to Rosberg being discovered, to releasing Doomsday, even feigning a mutual annihilation battle with Leah. It had all been part of the plan. The purpose? To make Leah personally kill him. In fact, if it weren't for Leah's judgment being able to sense whether the opponent was truly dead, it would have been far too easy to fall for the trap. Especially the Demon's last act, plummeting into the sun with such bitterness, rage, and despair. The level of theatricality was Oscar-worthy. No wonder. A 12th-level artificial intelligence, its schemes ran deep. Leah's mind cleared. From the beginning, the true goal had been kryptonite. Since Krypton's destruction, the fragments that fell to Earth aboard Clark's ship were essentially the last pieces of kryptonite in the universe. Sure, there might be more somewhere, but in the vastness of space, finding them would be like searching for a needle in a cosmic haystack. Even Brainiac couldn't guarantee he could locate a second one. Thus, the kryptonite in Leah's possession became the final key. With it removed, Doomsday would be unstoppable. He could kill anyone on Earth, even Superman or Leah. Even if Doomsday failed, the Demon could still use the technology from the core star to mass-produce kryptonite, making Superman an easy target. Hey, Leah, time's running out. Are you there? Where's the kryptonite? Batman's voice came through, urgent and pressing. Leah paused for a moment, then decided to turn the situation to his advantage. Sorry, the signal was a bit bad just now. I hid the kryptonite at home. You probably wouldn't find it anyway, so I'll go get it myself. Kryptonite at your house? Batman sounded surprised. Leah cleared his throat and said with unwavering certainty, yes. And it's hidden in a place only I can find. Chapter 137. Run, Flash. Metropolis. A terrifying roar suddenly tore through the neon-lit chaos of the night market. A storm of destructive energy erupted among the city buildings. Cracks spiderwebbed across skyscrapers, windows shattered all at once, glass cascading down like petals from the sky. In an instant, the crowds on the street screamed in terror, scattering in every direction like headless flies. A streak of lightning flashed across the street, and people who were about to be crushed by falling debris suddenly vanished without a trace. Before anyone could even react, another bolt of lightning darted back and forth. In moments, the entire street lay empty. I've cleared the civilians. After rescuing everyone, Barry returned to the street. Diana appeared beside him, pressing the communicator in her ear. Superman, get that monster out of the city. Don't fight it here in Metropolis. Not far ahead, Clark and Fiora each gripped one of Doomsday's massive arms, but the creature's strength was overwhelming. With a single swing, it flung both of them through the air. Boom! Boom! Clark and Fiora smashed through two buildings, chunks of concrete raining down onto the streets below. Fiora struggled to her feet from the rubble, her head spinning. She tapped her communicator. Cough, Diana, don't just watch, come help. Diana nodded, raising her shield and gripping the reforged sword of Hephaestus with her right hand. Her eyes locked on Doomsday, barreling recklessly through the street. She turned to Flash. Barry, I'll hold it from the front. You flank and look for an opening. Wait. Barry Allen, the Flash, looked nervous. Seeing all of you so confident is inspiring, but I've never faced anything like this before. The strongest opponent Barry had fought previously was Metal Man, Tony Woodward, a mid-tier blue elite. And Doomsday? His power rating easily reached low-tier gold legend, climbing steadily toward mid-tier gold legend. Simply put, facing Doomsday, Barry was out of his depth. Diana gave him a glance that said, I should have brought Kara along. She instructed, use your speed to draw the monster's attention. And then? Barry swallowed hard. Then leave it to us. Superman and Fiora returned to the fight. The four heroes stood together, catching Doomsday's attention across the street. They locked eyes for a moment, then simultaneously charged. Clark took the lead, flying at lightning speed to Doomsday's front. He swung both fists, smashing into the monster's rock-like chest. Thud. Doomsday staggered backward slightly, furrowing trenches in the ground with his feet. He slammed his massive hand down, grabbed Superman, and hurled him into the ground. Concrete shattered instantly. Fiora moved behind Doomsday and slammed her full weight into his knees. Roar! Doomsday staggered in pain, kneeling partially. Diana seized the opening, raising her shield high. Like a falling rainbow, she struck down heavily onto Doomsday's head. Dang! The ground seemed as if it were about to split apart. A shockwave radiated outward as Doomsday's massive body was hurled across the terrain, rolling and smashing a series of craters into the earth. Watching everyone engage fiercely with the monstrous creature, Barry Allen, still lingering at the back, took a deep breath and muttered to himself, "This monster isn't scary at all. I just need to run past, grab its attention, and then run back." With what seemed like great determination, Barry dashed forward, yellow lightning streaking behind him, leaving a long trail of sparks. The Flash had entered the battlefield. He zipped around Doomsday at incredible speed, arcs of yellow electricity dancing around him. Doomsday's eyes flickered with surprise as he swung his massive arms, trying to swat the buzzing, whirling fly. Bang! Doomsday's gigantic palm slammed the ground, causing the entire earth to shudder. Though fast, he was still far slower than Barry in the state of speed-force velocity. Barry easily dodged the blow, but the shockwave from the impact still sent him flying backward. In that instant, Clark closed in, delivering a heavy punch to Doomsday's snarling face, a retaliation for the first strike he had taken. Fiora and Diana weren't about to be outdone. Coordinating from both sides, they struck together, sending Doomsday hurtling hundreds of meters away, closer to Metropolis Harbor. "Good job, Barry. Keep it up," Diana praised. Encouraged, Barry grinned and realized the monster wasn't so terrifying after all. "Thanks. I think I can handle this." He transformed back into lightning and dashed forward again. North American Air Force Joint Command. "General Swanwick, the President is on the line," reported the female operator at the command center. Just returned from the nuclear missile silo, General Swanwick was staring at the Lev Metropolis feed, rubbing his temples. God. First those mechanical zombies appeared out of nowhere, then the missile silo, and now this monster. If I survive this, I'm resigning. I'm done. Complaints aside, the President's call couldn't be ignored. "Mr. President." Before Swanwick could finish, the voice of President Augustine boomed over the line. "Calvin, what the hell is that monster in Metropolis?" I don't know, sir. It might be some kind of alien life form," Swanwick replied, his frustration barely contained. "Alien life form? I know it's an alien. God, didn't we just fend off a batch earlier today? How is there another alien invasion in Metropolis?" Under Augustine's grilling, Swanwick looked utterly helpless, screaming inwardly, "How the hell am I supposed to know? Who do you expect me to ask?" Of course, he only thought that, saying aloud with a slight cough, "Mr. President, rest assured, I've already dispatched armed helicopters for support, and the Pemberton nuclear silo is ready." There was a pause on the other end. Augustine's voice was cold. "Why did you send armed helicopters?" Swanwick was silent. "Are you out of your mind? Alien threats are the Justice League's responsibility. What do you think sending helicopters accomplishes? Delivering them a side of salad? Get them back immediately." With that, Augustine slammed the phone down with a click, leaving General Swanwick staring at the receiver in stunned disbelief. Chapter 138, The Capture. Leah flew back to the small town, landing in his own yard. Because unknown creatures had appeared again in Metropolis, news had reached the town as well, and even Leah's uncle, Sheriff James, had been called in for patrol duty. Moving to a corner of the yard where a small tree sapling was planted, Leah quickly swung his hands, digging into the ground like an armadillo, burrowing 2 or 3 meters down. "Found it." He pulled a lead box from the earth, roughly the same length as the kryptonite sword. Just as Leah jumped out of the pit, a mechanical roar filled the air. A single pilot mecha, in the shape of a bat, descended from the sky. The Bat Fighter 10 armor, Batman's latest creation. The Bat Fighter's folding wings opened, turbines spinning in a single direction, gliding down like a bat, landing slowly in Leah's yard. Bruce Wayne opened the cockpit window and leapt down. "Leah, you got the kryptonite. Let's head out and support Clark and the others." Squinting at Batman approaching, Leah's X-ray vision failed to penetrate the suit. "Bruce, did you coat your armor with lead?" Yes. Clark suggested it. Anyway, you already know my identity. The priority now is dealing with that creature. Batman extended his hand urgently. Leah, give me the kryptonite. Leah studied him for a moment, then a smile curled on his lips. All right, Batman, the kryptonite's in this box. He handed over the lead box. You could have just told me the location, but fine, let's go deal with that monster together. Batman turned, a sly smirk crossing his face, and opened the box. But it was empty. A sudden bolt of divine lightning erupted from the box the moment it was opened, striking toward Batman's head like a piercing arrow. Instantly, Batman teleported with near superhuman speed. Bang! Even so, Leah's lightning grazed his shoulder, exploding on impact with a thunderous boom. How did you know? Batman stepped back, clutching his ruined shoulder. Where flesh should have been, molten metal sparkled and twisted. As Leah looked closer, the figure reverted to its original form. It was Dita Demon in his metallic mesh state. You're asking how I knew? Leah raised both hands, another bolt of divine lightning flashing forth. His expression was one of pure superiority. I already told you I'm smarter than you. Your little tricks? I saw through them effortlessly. Impossible. If you saw through it all, why drag it out with me in space for so long? As he spoke, Dita Demon's shoulder began rapidly repairing itself, the metal almost alive as it healed the wound. Because I was just playing along, pretending not to notice, Leah said. He raised his hand again, sending another bolt of lightning toward Dita Demon. This time Dita Demon's figure flickered and effortlessly dodged, leaping into the air. In Leah's vision, Dita Demon's form rapidly expanded, suddenly lunging forward with a punch aimed straight at him. Much faster than before. Leah's eyes widened slightly in surprise. He raised one hand and met the Dita Demon's fist head on. Boom! Not just speed, power too was several times greater than before. Yet even this increase wasn't enough to impress Leah. In the next instant, he clenched his palm hard against the Dita Demon's fist, yanked him closer with a sharp pull, and swung his right fist, smashing forward with all his might. Whoosh! His punch sliced through the air, but the moment it connected, the Dita Demon's body disintegrated, leaving Leah's fist striking nothing but empty air. What the? The Dita Demon's form flowed like water past him, hitting the ground and rapidly reshaping itself into a massive, reverse rock-crushing machine. Bang! 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 Jagged drill bits shot out, hitting Leah's back with a force 10 times stronger than before, sending him flying. After being hurled dozens of meters, Leah spread his arms and stopped midair, but the mechanical transformation sounds rang in his ears again. Looking back, the Dita Demon had morphed into an energy cannon. Boom! The cannon erupted, sending out a blinding energy orb, vibrating with terrifying power, hurtling toward Leah. That's enough. Know your limits! Leah roared, silver-white lightning flaring in his eyes. He swung his hand, whipping the air forward, and blasted the energy cannon aside. Rumble! The cannon exploded midair, sending out an invisible shockwave. Leah surged forward, reaching out to grab the Dita Demon who had transformed into a massive cannon. Trying to run? Already cut your legs off! Both hands gripped, Leah yanked the metallic Dita Demon back as it tried to escape, bending and twisting its metal body like clay under his superhuman strength. Dita Demon, your original form is much stronger than these unreliable clones, but that's all you've got. According to Leah's assessment, the clones were only lower-tier purple, relying more on Dita manipulation than combat ability. The original's battle power had increased to mid-tier purple, still formidable, but insufficient to challenge Leah. Under Leah's brutal assault and the surge of godly power, the Dita Demon's core suffered severe damage. Its body twisted and shattered, sparks arced across its metal, and dark, blood-like fluids oozed out. You cannot kill me. I am the highest form of life. You cannot kill me! The Dita Demon's metal jaw cracked as it spat out these words. Its metallic body sagged as if lifeless, a purple Dita stream erupting from the exposed core. The stream twisted like a nimble snake, darting toward the phone in Leah's grasp, attempting to escape into the network. You think you can slip away under my nose again? How dare you embarrass me like that? Leah shook his head with a smile and pulled the phone from his suit. On the screen appeared a locked cage, and inside was the Dita Demon. You got him. A deep voice spoke from behind Leah. Chapter 1. 139. Antivirus. The man approached, dressed in a deep blue hoodie and a pair of jeans, hood pulled up over his head, hands tucked into his pockets, stepping steadily toward Laya. At once, Laya recognized him. Most of the man's body had been replaced by machinery. Under the hood, only half of his face was human, the other half was mechanical. "Victor," Laya whispered, calling his name. "Didn't scare you, did I?" Victor kept his head lowered, as if afraid anyone would see the mechanical half of his face. Laya shook his head with a smile and punched his shoulder lightly in a friendly gesture. "Come on, I've beaten up alien intelligences before. You think I'd be scared just because you're part machine?" Laya wasn't some ordinary person oblivious to the world. He actually thought Victor's half-mechanical appearance looked cool. Hearing this, Victor raised his head and forced a small smile. "Everyone else freaks out when they see me like this. I haven't been around anyone besides my father in a long time. Don't worry, Victor. The rest of the Justice League is excited to meet you. But first, tell me about this phone." Laya held up the device, the screen still showing the cage locking in Data Demon. It was Alfred's phone from earlier. After Victor had used it to contact Laya, he had modified it slightly, making it a secure communication device impervious even to Data Demon's hacking. After Laya uncovered Data Demon's plot, he used this phone to coordinate with Victor. Together they set a trap, kryptonite as bait, waiting for Data Demon to take the lure. "Victor, Data Demon's inside this phone now. Can I kill him? You know, leaving him alive is just asking for trouble." Laya waved the phone. Victor closed his eyes briefly. The next second, an antivirus button appeared on the screen. "Just press it," Victor explained. "For my analysis, this being's core is an extremely complex biological code. Perhaps intelligent life in the data world can also manifest in the real world. I can't decode it yet, but destroying it is much simpler." "So you're saying we can treat him like a virus?" Laya hovered his finger above the button. Victor nodded. "Exactly. Kill him like a virus." Beep. Laya pressed the button. Flames erupted inside the cage on the screen, burning Data Demon's biological code to nothingness. Faintly, Laya thought he heard Data Demon's wailing as it was destroyed. Godly power increased. Laya felt it clearly. His divine power had grown, and his godhood felt more stable. "So, where's the real kryptonite?" Victor asked, breaking the brief, awkward silence. Hearing the word, Laya gave him a strange look, silver arcs of electricity flickering across his hand, as if verifying Victor's true identity. Your adrenaline spiked. "You're not doubting me, are you?" Victor's mechanical sensors could detect Laya's vital signs. No. Laya quickly waved his hand, offering an apologetic smile. Data Demon was too sly. Even I almost fell for it. Impossible to guard against. "I understand. You were dealing with a level 12 intelligent life form. I was just asking. That alien monster in Metropolis is still causing trouble. Need me to help?" Victor powered up the energy within his mechanical body, readying himself for battle. Having an ally was naturally something Laya wouldn't refuse, especially since his friendship meter with Victor was just a few percentage points shy of reaching the friendly zone. "Kryptonite? Of course I carry it with me. It's inside my bracelet." Laya touched the silver band on his wrist. It was a miniaturized device reverse Fla had made for him long ago, designed to store his battle suit. The internal space was surprisingly large, so Laya casually slipped his kryptonite longsword inside as well. With his super perception, no one could steal the contents of the bracelet right under his nose. Victor gave Laya's bracelet a quick scan. "Miniaturized particle technology? That's still experimental, but if you are using Kryptonian tech, then it's not surprising." There was no need for Laya to explain further. Victor had already deduced the most plausible explanation himself. This was exactly why Laya preferred dealing with intelligent people. "Let's go, Metropolis." Metropolis Harbor. The battle with Doomsday raged on. The calm sea was cut through by two massive, pillar-like streams of intense heat vision. The water instantly boiled and steamed from the force. Clark and Fiora stood side by side, unleashing their heat vision simultaneously, facing off against the distant Doomsday. However, Doomsday's eyes were several times larger than theirs, and the power of his heat vision far surpassed theirs. Where the three beams collided, an incredible heat erupted, making the early, autumn air suddenly feel sweltering again. "Ah!" Clark and Fiora screamed in unison, ramping up their heat vision output frantically, but they still couldn't stop Doomsday's terrifying power. Rumble! The molten, light beams from Doomsday's eyes surged like flowing magma, overwhelming Clark and Fiora's streams and exploding with a deafening roar. The flash tried to draw Doomsday's attention, but as the monster twisted its neck, two thick heat vision beams slammed into the ground near Barry. The reinforced concrete shattered like brittle cookies, exploding outward. Debris rained down. Barry's reaction and control were far from maxed out, and despite dodging frantically, he was still affected by both flying rubble and shock waves. His footing slipped, and inertia sent him rolling dozens of meters before he crashed into the ground. Omega twisted my ankle, damn it. Before Barry could regain his balance, the searing beams that had just swept past suddenly reversed, sweeping waist high toward him. Barry didn't have Clark's steel-like body. With his smaller frame, if Doomsday's heat vision connected, he would likely be burned to nothing but ash. At that critical moment, Diana leapt high into the air, diving at lightning speed in front of Barry. She crossed her arms into a defensive stance. Doomsday's blazing beams struck, but Diana used her guardian bracelets to block the attack. Crash! Diana planted her feet firmly, gritting her teeth as she resisted the twin streams of heat vision. The force was immense. Her body was gradually pushed backward, and the ground beneath her cracked and splintered, forming a deep trench. In just a few seconds, it felt like centuries had passed for Diana as she bore the full brunt of Doomsday's blazing beams. Slowly, the heat vision began to fade. Diana glared at Doomsday, and the air seemed to ignite with a triumphant war anthem. She leapt into the air, spreading her arms wide and crashing them together with brutal force. Womb! Her bracelets of submission absorbed Doomsday's terrifyingly intense rays. The collision released an amplified shockwave, striking Doomsday like a rainbow-piercing comet. Roar! Roar! The immense energy impact slammed into Doomsday like a colossal stone pillar, sending him flying backward, leaving a trail of craters in his wake. Boom! 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 In the next moment, explosions erupted, flames engulfing the entire harbor. The shockwaves spread outward, obliterating all human structures in an instant. Diana, thank you. You saved my life. Did that monster die? Barry finally snapped out of his panic, flexing his twisted ankle. Thanks to his superhuman recovery, it had mostly healed. Definitely not. Even we couldn't kill him at that level, let alone this monster, Diana said gravely. Fiora landed beside Diana, her gaze fixed on the towering inferno ahead. Clark hovered in the air, his cape whipping violently in the wind. Hearing this, Barry's mouth twitched. That explosion couldn't kill him. Is he even human? Actually, Barry thought, you guys are the real monsters. Compared to the superpowered folks in Central City, dealing with these non-human beings was utterly exhausting. The flames ahead gradually faded, replaced by arcs of golden electricity and energy storms. Doomsday clutched his head, growling low, his body radiating an astonishing aura. The fierce battle had not weakened him. Instead, he absorbed the force of the impacts, converting it into his own energy. Roar! When Doomsday's energy peaked, a shockwave far more powerful than before erupted, sweeping across Metropolis Harbor like a hurricane, leveling everything in its path. It was as if a relentless carpet bombing had been unleashed over the city. We need to act. We can't let him reach downtown, Clark shouted, thrusting his hands forward and launching into the air. The monstrous figure roared at Superman, swinging a massive hand toward him. Bang! The impact slammed Clark backward, but he raised both arms, just in time to block Doomsday's enormous palm. Fiora appeared in front of Doomsday as well, dodging one of his other hands, only for him to stretch his neck forward and ram his head into her. Thud! With jagged bone spikes protruding from his skull, Doomsday's strike sent Fiora flying uncontrollably, crashing into the waters of Metropolis Harbor. Yellow lightning streaked violently through the air. Doomsday let out a furious roar, unleashing layers of oppressive sonic waves. Barry felt his skull threaten to shatter and was flung off balance, crashing through the air. Ruar! Doomsday tossed Superman aside and lunged at Barry with a thunderous knee smash. In midair, a golden glowing lasso coiled, like a serpent around Doomsday's lower leg. Diana gritted her teeth and yanked the other end of the lasso of truth with all her might. Finally, Doomsday lost his balance and plummeted from the sky. Together. I can't hold him alone. Diana leaned back, gripping the lasso with all her strength, but her power was far too weak compared to Doomsday's. With a sudden tug, she was dragged along with the lasso, and Doomsday seized the moment, swinging a massive fist. Bang! Inside the Batcave, Bruce Wayne and Kara both stared intently at the display wall. Seeing Doomsday wreak havoc across Metropolis's harbor, Kara grew restless. She sprang to her feet, moving toward the door in anger. Stop! Bruce grabbed her arm firmly, his voice low and serious. Clark asked me to watch over you. Kara, you're not ready. You can't participate in a fight like this. Kara bit her lip, then stubbornly yanked her arm free with such force that Bruce nearly stumbled backward. She turned, glaring at him. I am ready. I run faster than cars, and I can lift trucks weighing several tons effortlessly. You think I can't help? Yes, you can't help, Bruce replied bluntly. Kara, your senses are sluggish. All your strength means nothing if you don't know how to use it. Kara's eyes filled with tears instantly, the frustration and indignation clear in their glistening depths. Bruce grimaced, exasperated. At that moment, Alfred's voice called out in surprise, Master Wayne, I'm seeing Leah arriving in Metropolis with someone else. He was referring, of course, to the satellite feed. Thanks to the advanced Kryptonian, modified satellites, they had quickly locked onto Leah's location. The mention of Leah cleared the shadow from Kara's eyes. She immediately turned toward the giant screen. It's really Leah. Do you think he can defeat that monster? She asked, hope flickering in her gaze. Bruce sighed. He should be able to. I remember seeing in the LexCorp files that Leah once defeated a similar creature using kryptonite. He was referring to LexCorp's bioengineered monstrosities, the destroyers. At the Metropolis harbor, the surrounding air was blisteringly hot from the ongoing battle. Clark, pushing himself despite severe injuries, worked with Fiora and Diana to blast Doomsday's arms to charred remnants. His own body was covered with wounds. Yet, after a momentary lull, the seemingly near-dead Doomsday surged back with terrifying, almost hopeless energy, as if injected with raw adrenaline. Chapter 141, Leah arrives. Doomsday radiated searing heat, his entire body glowing as if capable of melting the ground itself. Metropolis's harbor was riddled with cracks, the surrounding kilometers scorched to a wasteland. Clark, are you okay? Barry, the least injured among them, watched with unease as Doomsday's bone spikes had pierced Clark's body. Fortunately, Clark's injuries weren't fatal. Bathed in sunlight, the gaping, vicious wounds appeared less intimidating. I'm fine, I can still. Clark tried to stand, but the sharp pain from his wounds forced him back to one knee. Chapter 140, Run, Flash. For the first time in his life, Superman bled, and the injuries were severe, and it was all thanks to Doomsday. Diana's God-forged sword showed new cracks, her divine energy nearly depleted, yet she gritted her teeth. Clark, rest for a moment. Theo and I will hold him off. Once you've recovered, we'll continue. With the sun shining, Clark's wounds could heal, no matter how severe. It was just a matter of time. Without waiting for a reply, Diana leapt hundreds of meters, her sword swinging down in a deadly arc. Aside from kryptonite, the God-forged sword was the only weapon that could harm Doomsday. The blade cut into his wrist, but the wound quickly turned bright red as a sharp bone spike erupted. Roar! Doomsday swung his massive arm. Diana barely retracted the sword in time, raising her divine silver shield to block the blow. Boom! Diana lost count of how many times she'd been slammed away. Even her godly body felt as if her organs were being violently jostled. Theo didn't stand a chance alone. She couldn't withstand Doomsday's relentless onslaught. This won't do. I can't just watch. Barry's fear and tension gave way to a new feeling as he watched everyone fight with all they had. A determination he'd never felt before arose. He wanted to take down this monster even if it cost him his life. Wish. The Flash, Barry Allen, shot forward, a trail of yellow lightning following him as he raced 5 miles away. From above, it looked like a single streak of electricity. Once he reached the 5-mile mark, he abruptly reversed direction, accelerating continuously. Boom! 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 Sonic boom cracks ripped through the air as Barry's arms pumped, pushing his speed beyond Mach 11, the fastest he had ever reached. Closing in on Doomsday, Barry swung his fist with maximum speed and power, his ultimate move, the supersonic punch. As his fist descended, his first thought was that his body would shatter. This move was lethal against metal men, capable of smashing them apart, but could metal men compare to Doomsday? Clearly, no. He would be pulverized, yet, he felt no regret. Fighting alongside Superman and the others, becoming a hero like them, it made his life worth it. With that thought, Barry clenched his fist tighter and struck. Rumble! A deafening explosion echoed as Doomsday was hurled backward, his massive form arching like a shrimp in midair, careening across the street. Barry's right arm hung limply. The bones were definitely broken, yet he felt elation he had survived. Not only that, he had actually sent Doomsday flying. That meant he was a hero, just like Superman and the others. Barry, don't ever do something this reckless again. If I hadn't landed a follow-up punch, you'd be dead right now. Laya's voice suddenly rang beside him. A follow-up punch? Barry whipped his head around, seeing Laya still frozen in the punching motion. Clearly, it had been Laya who arrived just in time to deliver the extra strike, allowing Barry to survive and send Doomsday flying. The joy in Barry's chest evaporated instantly. He almost convinced himself he could take on Doomsday. Steelbone Victor landed right behind him. Leave this to me. Fiora, fall back, Laya said to Fiora, who had been ready to charge forward again. Victor had completed his scan of Doomsday. Inside this monster, are there really hundreds of nuclear reactors in his body? The energy output is insane. Laya, are you sure we can take this thing down? Was Victor really just complaining about Doomsday's seemingly infinite energy and stamina? Laya shook his head. If we go head on, obviously we can't win. But don't forget, I have kryptonite. Against an overpowered enemy, you could only beat him with something even more overpowered. With that, Laya retrieved his kryptonite longsword from the bracelet and mentally equipped Wonder Woman's gear into the main slot. The kryptonite sword reappeared, and even from a distance, Clark felt a faint discomfort. Seeing this, Barry immediately ran over and pulled him further back, while Diana guided Fiora to retreat as well. There had always been a saying about Doomsday. Within his body, there was a trace amount of kryptonite element, which is why he could pose a lethal threat even to Superman. But conversely, being a Kryptonian creature, Doomsday's body couldn't withstand kryptonite. Kryptonite was still deadly to him, just slightly less so than to Superman. Roar! As if sensing the kryptonite sword in Laya's hands, Doomsday roared wildly from 200 meters away, without making any offensive move. Laya gripped the sword with both hands, silver arcs of electricity crackling in his eyes. His divine power erupted, channeling into the kryptonite longsword. Kryptonian beings had almost no magic resistance, and combined with the kryptonite, Laya killing him was practically a certainty. Doomsday, ancient Kryptonian monster, destroyer of all life, I, in the name of life itself, shall slay you. Laya's words of judgment fell, but his binding shackles had no effect on Doomsday. Then again, he hadn't expected them to. In the next instant, a flash of light, and in the blink of an eye, Laya closed the 100-meter distance, striking with his sword. Under the kryptonite influence, Doomsday's reaction speed had been greatly reduced. The green glow of the sword, entwined with silver arcs of electricity, cut straight through Doomsday's supposedly indestructible chest. Roar! Scalding, lava-like blood surged from the wound. Doomsday bellowed in anger, glaring at Laya as he raised his bone-crusted fists and slammed them down. Laya slightly retracted the sword, then thrust it toward his head with all his strength. The kryptonite blade pierced through Doomsday's skull as easily as slicing a watermelon. In an instant, the chaotic energy surging through him abruptly stopped. Doomsday's hands shot out, trying to tear Laya apart. But with his skull impaled, his strength drained away like a dam breaking. He couldn't even scratch Laya. Steelbone Victor raised his right arm into an electromagnetic cannon, ready to assist. Yet before he could act, the battle was already decided. With the kryptonite sword in Laya's hands, amplified by his divine power and super speed, Doomsday couldn't even unleash his full strength. It's over. With those words, Laya pressed down with all his strength. The kryptonite longsword pierced Doomsday's skull and instantly cleaved him in two. After finishing, Laya retracted the kryptonite sword, and only then did Clark and Fiora move closer. The scene stayed quiet for a long moment. Barry, unable to contain his curiosity, finally asked, "So is he really dead?" He's been cut in half, he won't come back, right? Not completely, Clark replied. A creature like Doomsday won't die unless every single cell is reduced to ash. Otherwise, he'll revive, even stronger, and possibly immune to his previous weaknesses. Clark released the hand covering his wound, which had already healed. Barry tensed instantly. So, should we run? What should we do? Laia stepped forward, patting Barry on the shoulder with a reassuring smile. Barry, it's okay. You did great. Leave the rest to us. Comforted by Laia's words, Barry nodded and stepped back behind the others. The next task was straightforward. Laia re-equipped the Superman card and, alongside Clark and Fiora, used heat vision to burn Doomsday's remains completely. Not a single cellular fragment was left. The process took a long time. Throughout it, Barry remained on edge, until Laia finally informed him that the monster was truly dead. Only then did Barry collapse weakly to the ground, feeling utterly drained. Honestly, Barry said, grinning, today was more thrilling than my entire life before, even after becoming the Flash and fighting metahuman criminals in Central City. Clark stepped forward, giving him an encouraging look. If you ever need help in the future, don't hesitate to reach out. And even if you don't, you can still come find us. Barry, a quintessential all-American boy who had idolized heroes since childhood, felt deeply inspired by Superman's praise, especially as an up-and-coming hero himself. Thanks, Clark, Barry said, enthusiastically hugging him, secretly debating whether asking for a group photo now would be appropriate. In the following days, the Doomsday incident dominated the American media. Fortunately, Laia and the others had kept the situation under control, preventing large-scale casualties. For the average citizen, the event appeared to be just a sudden outbreak of alien mechanical zombies, accompanied by one hideous creature wreaking havoc. The true danger and conspiracy behind it remained largely unknown, even to high-ranking officials, let alone ordinary people. To reassure the public, especially after the recent spate of extraterrestrial incidents, President Augenhai publicly announced the existence of the Justice League. This special, self-governing organization of vigilantes and superheroes was officially established. Instantly, Augenhai successfully diverted public attention. News outlets dedicated roughly 3/5 of their coverage to the Justice League and its current members. 2 months later, the essay exams concluded. Laia and Clark knew it was time to consider college. On the way home, Clark changed into regular student clothes and asked Laia with interest, "So, which college are you planning to apply to?" "I've been trying to convince Bruce to buy Gotham University. If he became its president, I might consider attending," Laia said matter-of-factly. Clark was surprised. "With your grades, you could get into any school you want. You don't need Bruce to buy Gotham University." Laia shrugged. "I was actually helping Diana choose. During the exam, I also filled in her answers, but that goof insisted on checking them and ended up changing all the correct answers to wrong ones." Leo was frustrated at how stubborn he could be, while Diana looked wronged. "What's wrong with my answer? Wasn't Ares the cause of the Civil War?" Clark, hearing this, paused for a moment before nearly bursting out laughing. He patted Lea's shoulder sympathetically. "If all else fails, just donate a building to the university you want. Maybe they'll give you a special admission, you're not exactly short on cash." This kind of thing was common in America. After all, capitalism tended to favor the wealthy. "Yeah, donating a building, that's a good idea." Lea had plenty of disposable cash now. He even planned to give his Uncle James some money, though the stubborn sheriff initially refused. After much persuasion, he finally accepted a bank card reluctantly. "Clark, are you planning to attend Metropolis University?" Lea asked tentatively. "That's right, journalism at Metropolis University. By the second semester of my freshman year, I can start interning at the Daily Planet," Clark said, his eyes lighting up at the mention of the paper. Clark's enthusiasm for the Daily Planet was simple. He wanted Lois Lane. Saving the world was just a bonus. That evening, Lea and Diana flew out to the Justice League headquarters on the outskirts of Metropolis. The construction had been completed the previous month, and the facility was ready for use. The Justice League headquarters consisted of a 20-story, semicircular main tower with 2 surrounding annexes. Around the complex stretched a green belt over 2,000 meters wide, filled with trees and manicured lawns. Before Lea even approached, the right annex detected his presence and verified his clearance level. They landed on the rooftop of the main tower, which featured a helipad exclusively for Bruce's use. "Good evening, Avengers Chairman, Wonder Woman Vice Chair. Which floor would you like to go to?" The voice of Gideon came from the elevator as they stepped inside. Leah smiled in reply. "Good evening, Gideon. Where's Cyborg?" "Mr. Cyborg is at the 15th floor C Management Center." "All right, let's go to the 15th floor," Leah said. Chapter 143. The Purple Member. For the past 2 months, Cyborg had been busy building the Justice League's database. On paper, only Metropolis, Gotham, Star City, and Central City had registered vigilantes or superheroes. But in reality, many other cities had vigilantes operating under the radar. "Victor, how's the database coming along?" Leah asked, arriving on the 15th floor with Diana. Cyborg was as busy as ever. Seeing them, he nodded in acknowledgement. "Surveillance and emergency calls from the main cities are all synchronized. If there's activity at the police headquarters, it gets reported directly. Additionally, the Three Wise Court, along with the consciousness of Kara's mother Aurora aboard her ship, is fully operational. The 3 Eyes required by the court are in place. The President and Congress have agreed that dangerous human criminals can now be judged directly by the Three Wise Court." Leah laughed. Knowing Clark's father, Jor-El, and Kara's mother, Aurora Zor-El, anything guilty gets sent straight to the Phantom Zone. Using Kryptonian spatial technology, they could now connect directly to the Phantom Zone from Earth, throwing criminals in instantly. According to the principle of leaving human criminals for trial while killing non-human offenders, ordinary humans ended up in the Phantom Zone. With Fort Roz destroyed, throwing someone in there now meant they'd likely become prey for the creatures inside. Even superpowered individuals below the Blue Elite peak level couldn't survive more than a few episodes in the Phantom Zone. This should take care of the few vigilantes who insist on not killing. After all, the American government has approved it. Dangerous terrorists and criminals? Toss them here. We have AI judgments, and the irredeemable go straight into the Phantom Zone easy. Leah felt recruiting Cyborg had been the best decision. Ever since becoming a half-cyborg, Victor had spent his days at home doing nothing. Now, having been persuaded by Leah, he felt like he was accomplishing something important, working day and night for the past 2 months. Leah was genuinely moved. "Cyborg, on behalf of the Justice League, I officially invite you to join us." Leah extended his hand once more. Cyborg had refused once before, and it had taken Leah a lot of effort to coax him over to even give it a try. But as soon as he arrived, his workaholic tendencies immediately kicked in. From the Justice League's headquarters on Earth, inside and out, everything from installing equipment to programming was handled by him alone. Sure enough, after nearly 2 months with the Justice League, Cyborg didn't refuse this time. "All right, thank you, Leah." Victor Stone, Cyborg, reached out and shook Leah's hand. "Cyborg, since you're managing the Justice League's database, just upload your photo directly. I'll upgrade you to Purple membership." Leah had obtained Cyborg's character card a month ago. His base attributes were high, and his power rating was already at Purple mid-tier. In fact, adding a Purple member requires unanimous approval from all current Purple members, Cyborg said. "Wait, there's a rule for that? How come I didn't know?" Leah was momentarily confused. He didn't remember agreeing to any such rule. Diana seized the opportunity to jab at him. "Plus there is. It was mentioned in the first meeting, but one irresponsible president didn't attend. Later, the written document needed your signature, and you signed it without reading it." I trusted you all." Leah quickly tried to change the subject, covering up the fact that he was essentially a hands-off manager. "Well, Superman and Batman aren't here. A quick phone call for verbal authorization should suffice. I also want to pull Flash in while we're at it." "Do you think Barry will agree to join us?" Diana asked. Leah pulled out his phone. "Do you believe that if I send him a text, he'll be here within a minute?" Not even the mechanical guards at the door could stop him. In truth, Barry had wanted to join the Justice League for a while. Leah and the others never brought it up, and Barry hadn't asked either. He felt a little hesitant as a newcomer. He sent a quick message asking Barry if he wanted to join. Just 30 seconds later, a streak of yellow lightning suddenly flashed. Barry Allen, the Flash, had triggered the Justice League's security alarm and dashed past the mechanical guards straight to the address Leah had given him. The C Management Center on the 15th floor of the Justice League building. "Leah, you invited me to join the Justice League. Whoa, am I trespassing?" I think the president said this is a special U.S. facility, civilians aren't allowed. His excitement quickly collided with reality. Red warning lights flashed around him, and two mechanical guards chased down the hallway, metallic arms swinging toward him. Laia waved the guards away and explained the situation to Barry. Flash Barry Allen. Due to your outstanding performance during the Data Demon invasion, after careful consideration, we officially invite you to join the Justice League. Do you accept? Laia asked seriously. Diana rolled her eyes slightly and muttered, like it was even a real decision. I do. I do. Barry's grin stretched nearly ear to ear, so overjoyed, it was as if he'd just been proposed to. Cyborg and Diana stayed to manage the excited, rambling Barry, while Laia went to call Superman and Batman for their input. Clark had no objections. After the battle against the Data Demon, he had recognized both Flash and Cyborg. As for Bruce Wayne, Laia didn't manage to reach him. The signal was fine, and no emergency protocols were triggered. Could he be asleep? Laia immediately dismissed the thought. Who was Batman? The Dark Knight. In plain terms, it was basically, get your lazy ass out of bed in the middle of the night, hero. Batman's sleeping before 4 or 5 in the morning, not a chance. Diana, Victor, Barry, I'm going to Gotham to check on Bruce. I'll be back in 5 minutes. Laia, having nothing better to do, decided to go himself. Flying to Gotham didn't take long. With a quick scan, Laia spotted Batman's Nightwalker 10 perched on the top floor of the Gotham Museum. Nightwalker had previously been stolen by Data Demon, and Batman hadn't even noticed. It was only when Laia mentioned it that he realized. A museum robbery? Was Laia's first thought. Through his X-ray vision, he saw bodies on the first and second floors, and on the third floor in one room Batman was facing off with a curvaceous woman. Gotta admit, Bruce never lacks female company. Even the female criminals he catches are top tier, Laia muttered, exhaling. Then suddenly, he floated to the window on the third floor. Hearing inside, he saw Batman pounce. Hey Bats, need some help? His words died in his throat. What he saw inside made his mouth twitch uncontrollably. The room wasn't a scene of Batman battling a female criminal. Instead, the two were locked in a passionate embrace, kissing with abandon. Ugh, filthy trashy man. Laia scowled, slowly drifting to the next window. What he saw next made his face go even darker. The two were starting to undress. Batman wasn't wearing his heavy Kryptonian armor today, just his usual form-fitting combat suit. The suit had metal protection in certain areas, but the rest was made of durable materials. Thanks to his X-ray vision, Laia could float to the neighboring window and observe the battle of life up close. Batman was perched on a table in the room, while the woman, shedding her clothes, revealed herself as Batwoman. She wrapped her arms around him, moving together with wild abandon. She's not human. That woman isn't human. Through Laia's vision, her body appeared mostly human, but entwined in her flesh were several vine-like tendrils. Poison Ivy? Poison Ivy had somehow joined Batman's harem? The intensity of the battle escalated further. Ivy's moans grew louder and more frequent, and a sweet fragrance filled the air. Inhaling it, Laia felt an odd stirring in his lower abdomen. Ah, that was the love toxin. Suddenly it all made sense. No wonder Batman never forgot to continue the skirmish while chasing criminals. Ugh, filthy trashy man. Laia scowled, muttering under his breath. Ivy's body was ridiculously alluring, curvy, pale skin entwined with green vines, and those large, captivating eyes. Even without the love toxin, she could provoke a certain intense reaction. After nearly an hour and a half, the battle inside the room seemed to reach its conclusion. As their breathing grew heavy, a wailing cry, like a cuckoo bleating, marked the end of today's battle. Moments later, a barely clothed figure leapt onto the window, ready to jump down only to realize someone was there beside her. What the fuck? Poison Ivy was clearly startled by Laia hovering outside the adjacent window. Instinctively, she unleashed the vines wrapped around her wrists, aiming to attack him. Well, what if I said I was just passing by? Would you believe me? Laia said nervously, feeling inexplicably guilty. He wasn't the type to spy on someone doing that. From inside the room came Batman's voice. Poison Ivy glared sharply at Laia, then leapt down. She landed lightly, using the moonlight as cover, and disappeared into the museum's greenery. Moments later, a fully geared Batman peeked out of the window, hands on the sill, debating whether to jump down as well. If he didn't jump, Ivy would escape. If he did, Emma, his legs were still weak. Poison Ivy was like a fairy who drained men dry. Suddenly, Batman felt like a pair of eyes were on him. He whipped his head around and met Lia's gaze. Both froze in place as if immobilized by a spell. Batman's expression darkened, sweat forming on his forehead. "Oh, Lia, did you see a woman?" Lia cleared his throat. "Yeah, she's moving along the North Avenue Greenbelt, heading toward Central Forest Park. Once she's in the forest, she'll be hard to find." "Thanks." The situation grew even more awkward. Batman held his back, exhausted. Normally 4 or 5 minutes of effort was already impressive, but today, that fairy had drained him for a full hour and a half. He felt older than ever. Maybe he'd need a couple of extra kidney skewers at dinner to recover. "Want to take a break? I can help you catch her," Lia suggested, seeing that Batman wasn't planning to pursue immediately. Normally Batman would never let someone else handle a criminal capture, but... "All right, thanks," Batman replied, leaning against the wall to rest. His back ached. His legs were sore an hour and a half straight. Wow, so ruthless. Lia shook his head, exhaling. He hadn't expected Bruce to be this kind of Batman. First, he dealt with her, and then immediately tried to capture her. So this is the legendary, ruthless move. Ugh, what a scumbag! Batman inside seemed to hear Lia muttering. He slapped his own face in frustration. How did he lose control at just the wrong moment? Caught in the act, his reputation ruined. Since he had promised to help catch Poison Ivy, Lia immediately flew to Central Forest Park. Hovering above, he scanned the terrain with his X-ray vision. About 600 meters ahead, a striking figure moved through the jungle. "Found you." Through his vision, the still forest trees appeared motionless, making anything moving stand out, and a rapidly moving figure with a fiery, alluring body immediately drew Lia's attention. "Whoa." Lia descended swiftly, blocking Poison Ivy's path from above. "It's you, you pervert." Poison Ivy snarled as she saw Lia standing in her way. Peeping Tom." Lia's face darkened with embarrassment, especially since he had deliberately struck a dramatic pose, crashing down and shattering the surrounding plants and trees. Yet, due to a first impression misunderstanding, no matter how heroic or stylish he looked, in Poison Ivy's eyes, he was just a perverted voyeur. "You're the one completely naked, and you have the nerve to call me a peeping Tom? You exhibitionist." Lia's eyes openly roamed over Poison Ivy's body without the slightest hesitation. In his past life memories, Poison Ivy would usually cover her vital areas with plants, but the Poison Ivy before him, perhaps having just completed some kind of life force interaction, had all 3 of her key areas completely exposed. Her prominent chest rose and fell with each breath, and beneath her flat abdomen lay a patch of green foliage, like a tiny forest. Being called an exhibitionist clearly didn't sit well with her. This is nature. This is instinct. Only pathetic men who think with their lower half would turn beauty into lust. Poison Ivy spread her arms, and vines sprouted suddenly like whips, lashing toward Lia. Lia didn't dodge. With a serious expression, he said, "Don't generalize, okay? I've always appreciated your natural beauty. I have absolutely no perverse intentions. Even the most seductive woman can be admired without crossing a line." After all, she had just had a deep discussion with Batman about the origins of life. Lia wasn't in the mood to become the next subject. The vine lashed like a python. Lia extended a hand, caught it, and applied a slight force. A tremendous strength transmitted through the vine, and Poison Ivy's body, as if pulled by an irresistible force, was yanked right in front of Lia. "Poison Ivy, I don't know what you've done wrong, but you're under arrest." Chapter 145, 7, Star, Prison. "You have no authority to arrest me." Poison Ivy shrieked, slamming her hands on the ground. Instantly, thick vines erupted beneath Lia's feet and wrapped him tightly. These vines were far thicker than before, covered with venomous thorns. Yet no matter how the poisonous vines constricted, the thorns couldn't pierce Lia's skin. Lia calmly shook his head at her. "You don't seem to know who I am." "You're a peeping. Why aren't you poisoned? Why aren't you cut by the vines?" Poison Ivy had just escaped from Arkham Asylum and didn't know about Lia or his team. She simply regarded him as a flying freak. "Perhaps I should introduce myself properly. I'm the chairman of the Justice League, the Avenger." As he said this, Leah's divine power flared, effortlessly shattering Poison Ivy's poisonous vines into pieces. At the mention of the Avenger, Poison Ivy's body shivered. Though she had just escaped Arkham, the names Avenger, Superman, Wonder Woman, and Justice League had been circulating recently, seemingly tied to the previous alien invasion, and her old rival, Batman, was involved as well. Leah didn't concern himself with how much Poison Ivy knew about the Justice League. He took a few steps forward, grabbed her, and, ignoring her frantic struggles, shot upward. "I don't care who you are. You can't arrest me, she's in danger." Poison Ivy struggled wildly to free herself, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't pry Leah's hands apart. "Danger? What's going on exactly?" Hearing this, Leah's interest piqued. Clearly, the situation wasn't as simple as he had assumed. This isn't just a simple museum theft? Indeed, what would Poison Ivy gain from a museum heist? But she refused to cooperate, her eyes filled with grievance as she glared at Leah. "You're all in cahoots, Justice League. You're nothing but a bunch of hypocrites." No matter how Leah oppressed her, she wouldn't utter another word. Leah didn't bother pushing further. He notified Batman, informing him that Poison Ivy had been captured and would be taken back to headquarters first. Batman, of course, had no objections. Once his own matters were handled, he would join them. The Justice League's Earth headquarters naturally had a specialized prison for holding criminals. A few minutes later, at the headquarters. Before being locked up, Poison Ivy looked utterly disdainful at the idea of imprisonment. He had been in plenty of prisons before. Breaking out was practically a game to her. Yet, when she was placed inside the Justice League's technologically advanced prison, she was completely stunned. Most people imagine prisons as dark, damp, and reeking with some unidentifiable stench, with rusted cells everywhere. But the Justice League's prison completely rewrote Ivy's perception of confinement. The interior had a sleek silver metallic aesthetic, with expansive spaces laid out like a 7-star luxury hotel. Each cell was separated by opaque white glass and could simulate various ecological environments tailored to the prisoner's physiological traits. As Ivy entered, the cell scanned her body and transformed the interior into a sun-drenched forest. Her feet pressed against a floor that felt like soft, fertile soil, and the surrounding air carried the fresh scent of plants and trees. Poison Ivy stood there, dumbfounded, for a full half-hour. So this was what a prison could be like. Luxurious. What kind of people ran the Justice League? Angels? Of course, not every criminal could qualify for this kind of treatment. Heartless murderers and perverts were first sent before the triumvirate court, and then thrown into the Phantom Zone. Looking around, Ivy's mind briefly entertained the thought, it would be nice to live here forever. But that fleeting thought vanished when she spotted a familiar face. Her eyes instantly filled with fear and panic. "Let me out! I cannot be trapped here." Her previous escape experiences were useless. She could only try the most primitive method: force. With a low growl, she threw her full strength at the exit, but after just a few steps, she slammed into an invisible wall. No matter how real the forest environment felt, the warm soil and sunlight, nothing could change the fact that the cell was only 20 square meters. Her first attempt failed, yet instead of giving up, she crazily hurled herself against the barrier again. The second impact triggered a defense mechanism. A warning, charged electric shock coursed through her body, making her shiver violently and nearly faint. 9th floor, purple conference room. Leah watched the surveillance feed of Poison Ivy's cell as Cyborg entered, accompanied by Batman. "Batman, our prison's first inmate isn't being cooperative. Can you tell me what crimes she committed?" Leah asked. "Murder, theft, destruction of cultural relics." Batman's steps echoed as he approached the conference table and lowered himself into a seat. Resting his chin on his hands, he continued, "Strangely enough, the museum staff killed by Poison Ivy today weren't ordinary people. I had Alfred investigate their identities. Brown Simmons, Mitch Polite, they were agents of the Eye of Providence." Cyborg quickly showed his professional side. Using the on-site photos Batman had shared and other information, he had the backgrounds of several people fully analyzed in just minutes. Batman stared at him expressionlessly for a moment, then asked, "The Watchtower could be a special U.S. division, you wouldn't have?" "I tracked a few people's recent movements via traffic cameras and triangulated their locations." "That's right, I hacked into the Watchtower's internal network, Batman. I know it's illegal. If you want to hold me accountable, I'm willing to accept all consequences, Cyborg said seriously. Batman shook his head. I'm just saying, nice work. The Watchtower types are useless at best, a liability at worst. Don't take them too seriously, Laia added. Laia felt it necessary to clarify the Justice League's stance to Cyborg. When the Justice League handles a matter, only we have jurisdiction. No one else gets to interfere, got it? Though his face remained stoic, Cyborg felt a surge of excitement at Laia's words. So, he really could operate this freely? All right, back to the main topic. Laia sat at the head of the conference table and asked Batman, when I captured Poison Ivy, she said she's in danger. Batman, do you know who she refers to? Batman thought carefully before replying. Before entering Arkham Asylum, Poison Ivy had almost no contact with anyone. It's possible that the she mentioned is her attending doctor or caretaker. He then glanced at Cyborg. Cyborg, still lost in thoughts of his previous exploits, suddenly noticed Batman staring at him expectantly. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Scanning Batman, Cyborg noticed his hormone levels were above normal and was further confused. What the hell is going on here? Laia, realizing the misunderstanding, explained for Batman. I think he means for you to hack Arkham's internal network and check who's been in contact with Poison Ivy. Laia had his own suspicions. Officially, Poison Ivy's canonical partner was Harley Quinn, though he wasn't certain which timeline this was. Based on the current information, it was unclear which version of the story this scene belonged to. Cyborg, understanding Laia's explanation, realized he had probably misinterpreted Batman earlier. He placed both hands on the conference table. The table, large enough for over 10 people, was actually a supercomputer linked to the main control room. From here, Cyborg could manipulate any Justice League equipment at will. The caretaker's name was Harleen Quinzel. During a prisoner transfer a month ago, she escaped with Poison Ivy. She now goes by the alias Harley Quinn. And who else escaped with them? Joker? Laia could almost confirm that Harley Quinn had assisted the Joker's prison break. Cyborg nodded. Besides the Joker, Killer Croc was also there. Killer Croc was one of Batman's adversaries, born with an extremely rare atavistic condition that made his teeth and nails razor-sharp, his body covered in constantly growing scales, and his appearance increasingly crocodilian. Lacking proper guidance and facing society's judgment, Killer Croc had veered further down the path of crime. Hearing that his old foe had escaped Arkham Asylum caught Batman by surprise. Killer Croc escaped too, and now he's hiding quietly in some corner? That doesn't sound like him. Cyborg seemed to understand Batman's meaning. I'll see if I can track him down. And the Joker, and Harley Quinn, Batman added. All right, the Joker and Harley Quinn as well, Cyborg repeated, and began scouring Gotham's traffic cameras, shop surveillance, and even ATMs. Found them. A few minutes later, Cyborg projected the extracted footage onto the glass conference table. The first clip is the Joker and Harley Quinn. It appears they went to a chemical plant, and Harley Quinn was pushed into a chemical vat by the Joker. After that, she transformed from a seemingly normal person into a pale, insane figure just like the Joker, her hair turning symmetrically red and blue. Batman snorted coldly. Who willingly gets that close to the Joker? With his illogical, twisted mind, I guarantee it won't be long before that girl ends up dead at his hands. He had battled the Joker for years. Neither had truly defeated the other. Batman's no-kill principle was influenced, in part, by the Joker's madness. It was his line, his boundary to prevent himself from descending into the same insanity. Cyborg didn't know how to respond, so he released the second video. This one's Killer Croc. 20 days ago, he robbed a beef processing plant. Then a team of highly trained operatives captured him and placed him in a vehicle equipped with concealed cameras. Is that the Eye of Heaven? Laia asked. Yes, with our government-level clearance, all I could find was that it was an Eye of Heaven vehicle. As for what they planned to do with Killer Croc, I couldn't find any record. Even their internal network has no documentation, Cyborg explained, retracting the footage. This confirmed Laia's suspicions. The Eye of Heaven was capturing superpowered villains to create the X-Task Force commonly known as the Suicide Squad. That Cyborg couldn't find any official record meant the plan hadn't been approved yet. It was still in the preparation stage. Amanda Waller is a real schemer. I need to talk to her, Laia said, standing up and preparing to leave. Batman stood as well. I'll interrogate Poison Ivy. Laia had just stepped out of the conference room when he heard that and immediately stepped back, serious. Batman, there are cameras in the containment cell. Make sure you keep control. Batman. If looks could kill, Batman would have vaporized Laia on the spot. Laia, ignoring Batman's dark glare, smirked and slipped away. Eye of Heaven. Amanda Waller observed the lab across the bulletproof glass, silently monitoring. Inside, numerous doctors in white coats busily worked alongside a squad of soldiers. Their equipment could sedate an elephant. MS. Waller, Killer Croc is successfully sedated. The procedure can begin, one of the doctors reported. Waller planned to implant a miniature remote-controlled bomb into Killer Croc's neck. In fact, every prospective member of the X task force carried one of these bombs, but the procedure for Croc was more complicated. His body was unlike a normal human's. The atavistic condition was severe, requiring extensive recalibration of many parameters. He had started. Implant a microbomb in this monster's brain, let's see if it behaves a little better. Amanda gave the order. The procedure to implant the microbomb didn't take long. She had seen it done many times before. Once it was completed smoothly, she turned away, uninterested in watching any further. She headed toward the holding cell. How's Dr. Ewan now? Still in her enchantress form? Amanda asked a white man accompanying her. He nodded. Yes, the enchantress is constantly trying to escape. Amanda sneered. The cell I built to contain her cost a fortune. No matter what power she has, no magic will work inside. The two approached a specially reinforced cell, inside which a gothic-looking woman sat, exuding a dense black aura. Her eyes were hollow and eerie. Chapter 147. X Task Force. The woman's name was Joan Mewen, a former archaeologist. During an expedition to excavate an ancient Egyptian tomb, Dr. Mewen accidentally broke the seal containing the soul of an ancient sorcerer and became possessed. At that time, all members of the expedition had their life force drained, leaving only Dr. Mewen alive as a host for the enchantress spirit. Amanda arrived outside the cell. Slowly, the enchantress lifted her head. In the next instant, her body dissolved into a cloud of black smoke, vanishing. When she reappeared, she was right in front of Amanda, raking her claws against the reinforced glass. Oh my God! Amanda stumbled back, startled. Though she knew the enchantress couldn't break through the specially prepared cell, the sudden attack still sent a chill down her spine. Compared to the killers in the lab, this strange sorceress couldn't be subdued with conventional weapons. Fortunately, Amanda knew the witch's weakness. Dr. Mewen, Miss Witch Enchantress, I don't know what I should call you, but understand this. Your heart is in my hands. Try scaring me again and I'll destroy it. Amanda held up a briefcase containing the heart she had taken from the witch's tomb, a lethal weak point. She pressed a switch on the briefcase, and the sound of electricity crackled inside. At the same time, inside the cell, the enchantress's body was struck by what seemed like electric shocks. Streams of electricity tore across her form, revealing a green glow at the wounds that was the life force of the enchantress. With her heart under Amanda's control, the enchantress quickly calmed, curling into the far corner of the cell. Behave and I'll release you, but don't try anything against me. If I die, the preset program in this briefcase will destroy your heart and you won't survive. Think carefully. Once you understand, return to being Dr. Joan Mewen. Amanda didn't intend to kill the enchantress. After all, she was central to the X task force, possessing ancient magical powers. Experts had concluded that mystical forces might be the only way to handle those few steel-bodied threats, a key reason Amanda had the confidence to form the X task force. Keep a close eye on her, Amanda instructed the agent guarding the cell before turning and leaving. The white man followed, and the two took the elevator to Amanda's office on the top floor of the Watchtower building. When Amanda opened the door, her pupils constricted sharply. Someone in black battle armor was sitting in her office chair, feet propped on the desk, completely at ease. Avenger, what are you doing in my office? Amanda's voice was furious, her eyes wide enough to shoot fire. The man trailing behind Amanda instinctively raised his gun, but the moment his eyes met Laia's, his hands froze in midair. The Eye of Providence, as America's premier superhuman research department, boasted world-class security systems. Yet in front of Laia, even their most sophisticated defenses seemed childish, riddled with flaws, like a game of make-believe. Laya slid his leg off Amanda's desk and stood, fixing his gaze on the two at the door. Amanda, what exactly are you playing at? I don't know what you're talking about, Mr. Avenger. Amanda tried to sound confident. Since Laya had come knocking, clearly aware of something, she decided to feign ignorance and act clueless. Laya snorted. No need to play dumb, Amanda. Forget Arkham's inmates, they're manageable. But the witch isn't someone you can control. If this gets out of hand, there won't be any way to contain it. Amanda, fiercely independent, never listened to advice. Once she made up her mind, no one could sway her. Thank you for the advice, Mr. Avenger, she said, arms crossed. The government must be capable of handling all kinds of crises. Everything I've done is for America's security. All kinds of crises? Which ones exactly? Laya shook his head with a faint smile. He had already obtained the information he came for. Amanda had lined her cell with lead to block his X-ray vision, but she seemed to have forgotten soundproofing. Everything she said downstairs carried perfectly to his ears. Amanda's eyes flickered nervously. Laya didn't bother arguing further. Do as you will. With that, he left the Eye of Providence. According to memories from his past life, the Enchantress was a power-hungry sorceress no ambitious monster could ever truly submit to a person or organization. Amanda currently held the Enchantress' heart. If the witch ever regained the opportunity, Amanda Waller would be her first target. Perhaps now, all Laya needed to do was seize the briefcase from Amanda and destroy the Enchantress' heart to prevent future catastrophe. But in the end, Laya was no savior. He didn't do quiet, selfless heroism. A high-end club in Gotham City. The local gang leader was indulging in luxury when a strange figure burst in, wearing a tailcoat, green hair, and blood-red lips. He and his henchmen stormed into a private room, guns raised, opening fire. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets tore through the air, leaving the patrons no time to react. The gang leader and young women alike were shredded into a bloody mess. Hutton-tilda, why'd you wipe them out alone again? Why didn't you leave one for me? Harley Quinn swung a baseball bat painted with a Joker motif, pouting as she blocked the Joker. Though the evening was cool, Harley wore only a tight gray and white shirt and tiny shorts, her long, shapely legs swaying enticingly. The Joker grinned at her, shaking his head in delight. Darling Harley, I plan to control Gotham's gangs in 2 days. Tonight we've still got 2 more jobs to hit. He tilted his sharp chin at his henchmen. Round up the gang members. Anyone resisting, kill them. Chapter 148. The Joker's Ambition. That night, the Joker launched a brutal strike against nearly half of Gotham's criminal underworld. With near-perfect precision, he slaughtered the top ranks of these gangs, swiftly seizing their funds and recruiting their members to form a new underground force, one with formidable combat power. This swift and ruthless approach proved that the Joker was far from a novice at this kind of operation. Joker, why have you called us here? Don't tell me. It's another one of your ridiculous schemes to take on Batman. Inside a restaurant owned by one of the gangster factions, the Joker had gathered his newly recruited followers, former Gotham gang members, now unified under his control. Some of the more seasoned gangsters immediately voiced their doubts. After all, a year ago the Joker had been defeated by Batman and sent straight to Arkham Asylum, where he'd been locked up ever since. Hearing the skepticism, the Joker grinned wide, his blood-red mouth cut by a knife, and said, "Take on Batman. Ha ha, I think you've got the relationships all wrong." Suddenly, in a manic burst, he lunged at the man, pressing his nose close to the gangster's face, grinning viciously. "I'm nothing but a helpful fellow. How could I possibly harm Gotham's greatest hero, the Dark Knight, Batman? No, it's you, you parasites of society, destroyers of order. Don't you see? Cleaning you out is Batman's true mission." Being called a parasite of society by the Joker enraged the old gangster. "Stop dreaming, Joker. The world isn't like it used to be. Back then, you couldn't even handle one Batman. Now, there's Superman and the Avengers, and they're all on Batman's side." The presence of Superman and the Avengers didn't suddenly make these gangsters moral, but at least it kept them somewhat cautious. They wouldn't take extreme risks unless absolutely necessary. Bang! A baseball bat struck. Harley Quinn swung hers at the old gangster's head. Caught off guard, the man collapsed. Everyone else jumped to their feet, eyes wide with fear, staring at the two maniacs, Joker and Harley Quinn. "Oops, slipped a little, Mr. J. You won't hold that against me, will you?" Harley blinked innocently before swinging the bat a few more times at the man's head. Enough, enough. I suggest everyone calm down. Nah, could some kind gentleman please drag this poor guy out? The Joker's gaze swept across the room as he let out a chilling laugh. I know the world has changed, but from what I've seen, those so-called Justice League folks, just like Batman, are all cowards, and you're afraid of a bunch of cowards who don't even kill. Batman's no-kill principle had indirectly fueled the Joker's arrogance. To him, he could unleash any of his lunatic schemes with impunity. Failure only meant another stint in Arkham. So, what do you suggest we do? The gangsters in the restaurant were a restless, wild bunch. They knew that Batman and the other superheroes wouldn't kill, and that knowledge only stoked their criminal ambitions. Pull off a big score and become rich and powerful, or fail and serve a few years in prison before returning to their constitutional pursuit of wealth. Gotham had never lacked criminals or lunatics. Yes, that's the question. We'll kill Batman. Ha ha ha. Joker clutched his hands, trembling with excitement. Gotham has long been led astray by so-called heroes. Only by killing Batman can we restore Gotham to its true form, restore it to our Gotham. Kill Batman, Harley Quinn cheered, swinging her bat. Standing in the middle of the room, Joker raised his hands high. We have the funds, the weapons, the army. We will kill Batman and take control of Gotham. Kill Batman, take control of Gotham, the gangsters echoed, their voices rising in unison. The next day, Laya sat in his office at the Justice League's Earth headquarters. His office was on the top floor, with the entire north wall made of one-way glass. A large brown desk dominated the space, and near his chair was a light screen projector. Laya was reviewing materials on ancient magic and sorcery. Based purely on the Justice League's collected data, magic in this world still belonged to the realm of myths and legends. Even John Constantine, in the eyes of ordinary people here, was little more than a drunken gambler, always dealing with shady, mystical charlatans. The last time Constantine appeared in human civilization was 2 years ago in London. Since then, not a single traffic camera or convenience store surveillance has captured him. Laya felt a pang of regret. When it came to magic, Constantine was an expert. If he could find him, many of Laya's questions could be answered. At that moment, Fiola arrived at Leah's office with Kara in tow. Since the Justice League Earth headquarters had become operational, Fiola and Kara had moved in. The building included living quarters for members, recreation areas, and training facilities designed for superhumans. Even the prison facilities were comparable to 7-star standards, so the living conditions for members were, of course, exceptional. Kara and Fiola's room incorporated a lot of Kryptonian technology, so living there still gave them the feeling of being on Krypton. General Laya, Kara said, Fiola says I've mastered infantry combat techniques. May I join the Justice League? By infantry combat techniques, she meant the basic hand-to-hand training used in the Kryptonian military, the foundation every soldier began with. Kara stood on tiptoe, leaning on the desk. At 13, she was barely taller than the desk, her face full of expectation, practically daring Laya to refuse her. Laya couldn't help but laugh, muttering, Heavenly King covers the earth. Kara is 1.5 meters. Kara blinked in confusion, pouted and smacked the desk so hard that the whole floor trembled. Hey, are you going to let me join the Justice League or not? Sizzle. Her slap cracked the desk, sparks flew, and the projector screen blurred before disappearing with a sharp whoosh. Ah, sorry, Kara said, realizing she'd caused trouble, sneaking a glance at Laya to see if he would scold her. Fiola, get a few intelligent robots to replace my desk, Laya said calmly. He had no intention of scolding Kara for such a small mishap. Standing, he walked over and ruffled her hair. Kara Zor-El, learning infantry combat alone isn't enough to join the Justice League. You must have one specific quality. What quality? What quality? Kara asked eagerly. Fiola, still at the door, immediately recognized Laya's tactic. He was about to tease the little girl, and shook her head before heading out to summon the robots. Once Fiola left, Laya cupped Kara's face in his hands. Kara Zor-El, do you possess the qualities of a superhero? Kara furrowed her brows. What do you mean by qualities of a superhero? Like your cousin Clark, he is the embodiment of a superhero. Before Laya could finish, Kara straightened her chest proudly. I believe I have all the qualities Clark has. Please give me the chance to prove myself. That grumpy Batman always says I'm not ready, but I think I am. Want to prove yourself? No problem, Kara. I think you can start with something small like going to a place in Metropolis called Mr. Cat's Magical Pizza and grabbing a few slices for me. Leah never passed up an opportunity to make the little girl do his bidding. But Kara, clearly wise to his tricks, slapped his hand away when he pinched her cheek and refused. I won't, Batman said. If it's something you can do yourself, don't bother others. Damn Bruce Wayne. He actually said something like that to Kara. Does that mean he has ideas about her too? What a sleazy guy. And why did I just think too? Countless thoughts flashed through Leah's mind in an instant. He shook his head, dismissing the inappropriate ones. Fine then, I'll go with you into the city and see if there's anything you can help with. Leah silently prayed. Since Superman had been flying all over, crime rates in Metropolis, Gotham, and Central City had plummeted. Kara didn't care about crime statistics. When she heard she could go on patrol, she practically bounced with excitement. Really? Carl said I can't just go out, especially showing my powers. That's because he's worried you might lose control and hurt someone. Don't worry, if I'm with you, you're safe. Kara won't get into trouble. Besides, Kara, you're the older cousin. By rank, Clark should be listening to you, Leah said. Kara poked her chin thoughtfully. Oh right, I am the older cousin. Mom told me to take care of Carl back then. Exactly, so let's go. By the way, and you fly, Kara? 2 months ago, Kara could barely hover a meter off the ground. Leah wondered how much she had progressed under Fiora's guidance. This time Kara didn't answer verbally. She slowly lifted off, floating to the window. I've mastered flying. Leah sighed regretfully. If she couldn't fly, he could have carried little Supergirl around for fun. They flew out one after the other. Since the Watchtower had recently been active in Gotham, Leah decided to take Kara there and test their luck. After all, compared to other cities, Gotham's crime rate was higher, especially with a certain lunatic recently escaping from the asylum. They reached Gotham's skies. Kara, close your eyes and listen carefully to the sounds below. No, it's too noisy to concentrate, Kara said, covering her ears and frowning. You need to focus, truly focus. Your super brain can process all the sounds. You just need to calm yourself and listen. Following Leah's guidance, Kara slowed her breathing, closed her eyes, and tuned into the city sounds. In an instant, countless noises flooded her mind. Car horns, screeching brakes, people shouting after missed buses, pedestrians talking on phones. The chaotic flood of sound triggered her super brain, which processed it all like a full-power supercomputer. I hear it! Kara's eyes snapped open. Clenching her fists, she dove, racing toward a street below. Gotham City, West 20th Street. A young woman teetering on high heels was talking rapidly on her phone, oblivious to the red light across the street. Beep, beep, beep. A massive truck barreled toward her, the driver honking frantically, but the young woman remained lost in her conversation, completely unaware of the danger. Damn it, that stupid woman's crazy. Truck driver slammed on the brakes and swerved, trying to avoid the woman who had run the red light. But at that moment, a school bus came hurtling from the opposite direction. In the next instant, the two vehicles were about to collide. Just as disaster seemed inevitable, the bus shuddered and suddenly lifted off the ground in front of the truck driver. What the hell? What's going on? Pedestrians stared in shock. Beneath the bus was a girl in a blue battle suit and a short red skirt. Kara. She was holding the bus aloft with her hands, preventing a catastrophic accident. Look, there's a little girl under the school bus. She's wearing the same outfit as Superman. Supergirl. It's Supergirl. Gotham traffic police intervened and gave the reckless woman a harsh lecture. Kara gently lowered the bus to the street. Crowds gathered, snapping photos and posting tweets. Amid the praise, Kara smiled with satisfaction and soared into the sky, disappearing from view. Kara, how do you feel? Leah asked as he approached, curious about her first real heroic act. I feel amazing, especially when everyone looked at me with admiration. It was the best feeling ever. Kara's eyes sparkled as she gushed to Leah, like a child discovering a new toy. Leah, I want to keep going. She wasn't satisfied. She wanted to become a full-fledged superhero like Superman right away. Then keep going, Kara. Listen to the city. Kara nodded seriously, closed her eyes, and began filtering through the various sounds around her. Moments later, she snapped her eyes open, glowing with bright, eager anticipation. Lie, yeah, I really want to hear if Gotham Bank is being robbed by a gang. Leah nodded. He could hear it too and even detected a sweet, high-pitched voice calling names like Pudden and Mr. J. It was Harley Quinn, using her personal nicknames for the Joker. Chapter 150. The Cute Law Enforcer. Gotham Bank. The Joker, flanked by his newly recruited henchmen, stormed in and opened fire with a machine gun. Bullets tore through the air, setting everyone in the lobby on edge. The bank manager, dressed in a suit behind the counter, reacted instantly, sprinting toward the emergency alarm button. Every bank had a panic button directly connected to the police station, ensuring that SWAT or specialized officers would arrive within 10 minutes of any robbery. But this time, the manager was stopped by a man in a tailcoat. "Sir, are you trying to call the police?" "Ha, don't you realize it's useless? Instead of relying on Gotham's pathetic police, wouldn't it be more direct to contact Batman?" The Joker twirled his pistol with one hand, then pressed the barrel against the manager's forehead, grinning wildly. "Robbery!" Terrified, the manager raised his hands and stumbled backward. The Joker fired several shots into the ceiling. Bang! 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 The gunfire echoed through the bank lobby. Everyone cowered, died and trembling, staring at the crazed criminals in front of them. "Everyone, hands on your heads, get down and hand over your phones. I strongly advise against any funny business, or my friends will turn you into a hornet's nest with their guns." Harley Quinn set a teddy bear backpack on the ground and opened it. Despite its adorable appearance, it was packed full of bombs. "Someone help me place these around the bank. When Batman shows up, boom, we'll turn him into a roasted bat. By the way, how long is he gonna take? It's already been 2 minutes." Nonchalantly, she tossed the bombs to her henchmen, instructing them to attach them to the bank's walls and columns. Robbing the bank was just a cover. Joker's real plan was to lure Batman here, detonate the explosives, and bury him along with innocent civilians inside Gotham Bank. Kara and Leah landed at the bank entrance. Leah, this time don't step in, okay? "Let me handle it," Kara said, her eyes sparkling as she used a sweet, almost teasing tone. She worried that if Leah acted, there would be nothing left for her to do. After all, a gang of ordinary criminals was no match for him. "Can you handle bullets, Kara?" Leah asked, unsure of her defensive capabilities. "How should I know? Nobody's ever shot at me. I should be fine, right?" Kara answered, a bit unsure. Leah raised his wrist and flicked his fingers against Kara's forehead. Bang! Kara clutched her head and wailed in pain, tears quickly clouding her eyes. Puffing her cheeks in anger, she glared at Leah. "Why did you flick my head?" Leah ignored her protests, pried her hands apart, and saw only a faint red mark on her forehead. "Good," he said reassuringly. "If you can handle that, you can handle bullets. Before, I flicked a certain so-called steel man, Tony Woodward, that idiot who wanted to challenge me, and his forehead dented from just one finger flick." Hearing that she could supposedly withstand bullets, Kara immediately forgot about the flick to her forehead and smiled. "All right, I'm going in. You're not allowed to intervene, just watch from the side." Kara walked toward Gotham Bank with serious determination, glancing back to make sure Leah understood. "Don't worry, I won't steal your spotlight," Leah waved, signaling her to go ahead. Inside, Joker and his gang had already secured the bank and shut the doors. When Kara reached the entrance, she froze, unsure what to do next. After a moment of hesitation, she extended her small, delicate hand and knocked, calling out, "Hello? Is anyone in there? Can I come in?" Her earnest expression was absolutely adorable. "Supergirl, just kick the door down. Those are criminals inside, don't be polite," Leah shouted from behind. A crowd had gathered outside the bank, curious onlookers drawn by the arrival of the Avengers. They had expected the Avengers to handle the situation themselves, so seeing a 13 or 14-year-old girl step up piqued their interest immediately. "Is that the Avengers' daughter? So cute. Doesn't look like a daughter, maybe a little sister? Oh God, can I still call the Avengers big brother? You might make it in time, but he'll probably beat you to death on the spot." The crowd debated excitedly, many lifting their phones to record. Gotham News was about to be flooded with footage of this adorable little law enforcer. Remembering Leah's warning, Kara recalled that there were dangerous criminals inside. Her cheeks flushed, and she stepped back cautiously. "I'll just barge in," she said. Without another word, Kara swung her fist and slammed it against the bank doors. Boom! The doors of the Gotham City Bank were made of thick alloy. Even though 2 panels of transparent glass were set in the middle, not even a bullet was guaranteed to penetrate them. Yet with a single punch, Kara sent the heavy doors quivering. At about 1.5 meters off the ground, the doors seemed to explode as if struck by a bomb, ripping open a massive hole. Creak. The next moment, the entire door collapsed with a thunderous crash. The crowd that had been clamoring moments ago went completely silent, their mouths twitching uncontrollably as they stared. Where was the cute little girl they'd expected? Why was she so ferocious? For a fleeting second after smashing the bank doors, Kara worried whether she would have to pay for the damage herself. Then she remembered Laia seemed rich enough so she could just have him cover it later, maybe with a little charm. With that thought, she strode into the Gotham City Bank. Inside, the Joker and his gang had assumed that if the doors were destroyed, Batman would come crashing in. But after waiting, they only saw a small girl, no taller than 1.5 meters, step through. Wow, this little girl is so cute, just like a doll. Harley Quinn blocked Kara's escape route, eyes sparkling as she sized her up like a prize toy. Kara's skin was porcelain white, her hair golden, and her large, sparkling eyes made her even cuter than a doll. The Joker pursed his lips and walked forward with a few burly men carrying guns behind him. Little girl, this isn't a costume party. Are you sure you're in the right place? Kara bristled at being called little girl and assumed a combat stance in the infantry martial arts style. I'm not in the wrong place. I'm here to take you down. Her declaration sent the gang into fits of laughter. Had they grown too weak to handle a knife, or had this little girl completely lost her mind? None of them had seen Kara smash through the reinforced doors with a single punch. They couldn't fathom how much strength a 13-year-old could possess. No laughing. Robbing a bank is wrong. I want you all to turn yourselves in at the police station immediately, or I won't be gentle. Kara issued her ultimatum to the gang members. The Joker shook his head dismissively. Blah blah blah, you're just like that annoying bat, full of hollow words and fake concern. You think I'm like Batman? Kara selectively caught the words. Batman was part of the Justice League. If she was like him, did that mean she could become a member too? The Joker's chaotic thoughts were running wild, but even he couldn't keep up with Kara's logic. What? That makes no sense at all. You and Batman both wear capes. The Joker had lost his patience. He waved to the burly men behind him. Grab the girl and make her a hostage. No matter what Batman or Superman shows up, I'll make them regret it. One of the men grinned lecherously at Kara, lowering his rifle and lunging toward her. Little girl, come to uncle, I'll give you a lollipop, he. Kara glared at him with utter disdain. Don't call me little girl. I'm Supergirl. Before she finished, she raised her hand and slammed it into the man's chest. Crack! His chest collapsed inward, and he flew backward, spraying blood, smashing into the ceiling before falling lifelessly to the floor. Oops, maybe I went a little too hard. Kara worried she might have killed him accidentally, but her X-ray vision confirmed his heart was still beating. He was just knocked out. The other gang members' eyes went wide, staring at Kara in disbelief. The petite 1.5-meter tall girl had suddenly transformed in their eyes from a delicate lamb into a ferocious, lowly-shaped beast. What kind of monster is this? Is she with Superman too? An alien? The S emblem emblazoned on Kara's chest left no doubt. Immediately, the gang members inside the bank turned pale, while the hostages and civilians breathed a collective sigh of relief. Although Superman wasn't here this time, this little girl seemed reliable enough. Hopefully. So, since you're wearing the same cape as Superman, are you invulnerable like him? The Joker sneered, raising his pistol. He had planned to deal with Batman, but now this little girl had gotten in his way. He pulled the trigger, aiming for Kara's head. Bang! 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 The series of gunshots triggered screams from the hostages. Bullets tore through the air, striking Kara's head with a metallic ping, as if hitting a steel plate. Kara could stop the bullets, but that didn't mean it didn't hurt. Though far less painful than being flicked by Leah's fingers, anyone who had a gun fired at their head would still feel it. Hiya! Kara coughed lightly, took a step forward, and swung her right fist with full force. It slammed into the Joker's face. Boom! His head snapped back violently, all his teeth shattered, raining down in a gruesome mess. Fortunately, Kara had moderated her strength, so she didn't crush his skull, just sent him rolling like a rag doll, smashing him against the wall. Harley Quinn, seeing the Joker flung aside, instantly flew into a rage. She raised her baseball bat, aiming for Kara's head. Kara sensed the movement behind her. Recalling Fiora's training, she shifted her body, dodging the swing, then leaned back smoothly. Thud. Harley felt as though she'd collided with a speeding car. She was sent flying uncontrollably, organs churning, with an almost sickening urge to vomit blood. Kill her! Kill her! The Joker, missing most of his teeth, slurred his command. The remaining gang members, sensing imminent danger, drew their weapons and opened fire on Kara. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets rained down like heavy rain. Kara drew her cape forward, shielding herself. Made from Kryptonian material, it could withstand missiles. While blocking the rifle fire, she listened carefully, mapping the positions of each shooter in her mind. Then, with a sudden burst, she lunged forward. Boom! A concussive sound erupted where she had stood. In the blink of an eye, Kara appeared in front of the first gang member, swinging a fist. Crack! Her punch shattered the rifle in his hands, and as her fist landed, he spat blood repeatedly. Having quickly taken down one opponent, Kara moved again, appearing almost instantaneously before another gang member. He seemed ready this time, spinning his rifle around to smash the stock into Kara's head. Kara was confident in her own head. Before the thug could swing, she charged straight at him. Crack! The rifle's stock shattered under the impact. Kara stepped back slightly, then lifted her leg and delivered a crushing Chinese letter kick straight at him. Bang! Ugh! The other gang members watching immediately felt a chill run down their spines. Being kicked by this little girl in a lowly-like body? That would ruin a man for life. In the blink of an eye, Kara took down 2 more men in succession. The gang's morale plummeted to rock bottom. Batman himself hadn't been this ruthless. The hostages around them were thrilled. They watched as Kara charged again, and when the third thug let out a blood-curdling roar. Thud. He dropped to his knees. It was as if he was about to beg for mercy. From that moment on, no one underestimated Kara for being a child. After the first man knelt in surrender, the rest of the gang dropped their weapons one by one. Kara's legendary Chinese letter kick had genuinely terrified the criminals. Chapter 152, Breaking the Rules. Seeing his useless henchman surrender, the Joker realized today's plan was likely ruined. He scrambled into the bank's elevator. Harley Quinn, unwilling to be left behind, followed him and pressed the button for the top floor. They already had an escape plan. A helicopter was waiting on the bank's rooftop. The Joker intended to flee by air. Stop! Don't run! Kara, having neutralized the gang members, dashed to the elevator. The doors were already closing, and she stretched out her hands, ready to tear them open. Supergirl, focus on rescuing the hostages. The Joker could detonate nearby explosives at any moment. Your priority is saving lives. Laya's voice appeared behind her. Hearing this, Kara remembered Superman's principle. No matter the situation, saving people always comes first. Yes, I understand. Kara nodded, ignoring the fleeing Joker. Punishing villains wasn't her priority like Clark. She preferred helping others. Punishing bad guys? That could be Laya's job. Laya glanced back at Kara freeing the hostages, bent his knees slightly, and launched himself into the air. He smashed through the bank's ceiling, crashing through each floor above, reaching the rooftop. By now, the Joker and Harley Quinn had boarded the helicopter, the rotors spinning rapidly, ready for takeoff. You're not getting away, Joker. Laya hovered above the helicopter, calmly watching them below. Harley, sitting in the co-pilot seat, tilted her head, frowning at Laya. She tugged on the Joker's sleeve. Mr. J, I don't think we can get away. He can fly. Joker, however, laughed as if it were all a game. No. I know these so-called superheroes are the most rule-abiding creatures. Or maybe I should say they're just a bunch of cowards. Watch closely, and I'll show you how to make a clean escape right under their noses. Before finishing his sentence, Joker suddenly shoved Harley Quinn out of the helicopter. The rooftop of the bank wasn't very big, and with the helicopter parked at the edge, his push sent Harley Quinn tumbling down from the top floor. She clearly hadn't expected this, and let out an angry, high-pitched scream. Joker, however, didn't care at all. He seemed fully confident that Leah would swoop down to save her. Calmly, he started the helicopter, preparing to make his escape. Go ahead and save her. I know you won't let anyone die. I'm done playing with you. I. Laughing maniacally, Joker pulled the controls. This was a trick he often used on Batman. Threaten the life of an innocent, and Batman would always abandon the chase to save them. But Batman is Batman. Leah is Leah. As Joker hummed and flew the helicopter 39 meters away, Leah shook his head and muttered, "What a psycho." Before Joker could react, Leah's eyes turned blood red. Two parallel beams of heat vision streaked through the sky, slicing through the helicopter's rotor blades. Without its rotors, the helicopter abruptly stopped ascending, wobbling in midair before beginning to plummet. At that moment, Leah surged forward, crashing directly into the helicopter. Boom! The helicopter exploded into a massive fireball. Through the blaze, Leah emerged, trailing smoke, holding a charred, battered Joker in his hands. Joker, dangling helplessly, thrashed and shouted, "You didn't save Harley Quinn? Are you even a hero? You dare let an innocent girl die? Do you even have a conscience? You, a deranged lunatic asking me about conscience, isn't that funny?" Leah cut him off. "Haha, interesting. Very interesting. But, do you really think you've won? Mr. Avenger, unless you kill me, you'll never truly defeat me. But if you do kill me, how are you any different from me? We're all just crazy." This was the same spiel Joker had used to manipulate Batman in Gotham, a city teeming with darkness and evil. Batman had to set strict moral limits to prevent himself from going insane like Joker. Leah, however, had no such concern. In the face of absolute power, any plot or scheme looked childish and laughable. He smiled coldly at Joker. "Don't get too excited. You're going to beg me to end you." For a purely human criminal like Joker, Leah didn't even feel the need to pass judgment. The act wouldn't even increase his divine power by an ounce. The simplest solution was to hand him over to the Three Sages Tribunal and sentence him to exile in the Phantom Zone. Joker might escape from any prison on Earth, but in the Phantom Zone, even the level 12 Aedited demon couldn't break free. Without Kara's guidance through her ship, the Dieted demon would still be trapped there. For a human like Joker, it was even more inescapable. Joker was utterly irrational, but the Phantom Zone contained creatures far more insane than him. He would truly experience what it meant to be powerless. Back at the bank entrance, Gotham police had arrived. Bomb experts went inside to disarm the explosives, and all the gang members were arrested on the spot. "Mr. Avenger, what should we do with Joker?" Commissioner Gordon, one of Batman's oldest allies, appeared at the scene. He was among the first police officers to know about the Justice League and fully understood the young man in front of him, who had direct communication with the president. So, regarding Joker, Gordon sought Leah's judgment. For ordinary people, Joker was a nightmare, illogical, sociopathic, destructive, and thriving under Batman's no-kill rule. But to superpowered beings like Leah, Joker was just a clown. A human without Brainiac's abilities, trying to play Brainiac-level schemes. Leah was already prepared with his explanation. The Joker is an extremely dangerous criminal. Ordinary laws no longer apply to him. "Oh, you mean you're going to put the Joker on that court?" Commissioner Gordon's eyes lit up. He had heard some rumors from Batman about the Court of the Three Sages, a tribunal specifically designed to judge individuals who pose extreme threats to society or possess superhuman abilities. Leah nodded subtly, giving nothing away. Some things were better left unsaid. Too much clarity could be dangerous. At that moment, Kara brought Harley Quinn over. She had saved her just before she was about to fall to her death. The moment Harley saw the Joker, she erupted with rage like a lioness protecting her cubs. "Joker, how dare you push me off the rooftop? You bastard! Were you trying to kill me?" The Joker faced her accusations with complete indifference, making a grotesque face, his blood-streaked grin wide. "Blah blah blah, you didn't die, so why be mad? Oh right, I've got a plan. Wanna hear it?" His manic words were meant to lure Harley in. As in most versions, the Joker never truly cared about anyone. His antisocial personality meant his world was filled only with killing, hurting, and deceiving. Yet naive Harley's anger softened slightly at his words. In truth, the Joker had meticulously prepared for today's operation, devising countless contingencies, except he had never accounted for a tiny Kryptonian girl. Leah's gaze fell on the Joker, calm and unshaken, with the faintest hint of amusement. All his schemes and plots were without equal strength to back them up, nothing more than a joke. Stepping forward, Leia used just 1/10,000th of his strength and kicked the Joker's leg bone, sending him crashing to the ground. You really don't learn until it's too late. Kara, you did great today. Leave the rest to the police. Let's head back to headquarters. With that, Leia scooped up the Joker and flew toward the Justice League Earth headquarters. Kara mirrored his actions, grabbing Harley Quinn's jacket and following close behind. Commissioner Gordon watched them leave, finally allowing himself a relieved smile. He turned to his aide and said, Gotham's lost a major headache at last. Honestly, I've wanted to shoot the Joker countless times. The aide stared at him oddly for a long moment, making Gordon flush. I was joking, he added quickly. Back at the Justice League Earth headquarters, Leia locked Harley Quinn in the prison, while the Joker was handed over to the Court of the Three Sages. Batman also attended the Joker's trial as an observer. The three AI judges, versed in all human laws, Jor-El, Aurora Z.L. and Gideon, were unanimous in their verdict. The Joker lacked even the most basic human emotions and was an irredeemably dangerous criminal. There was no hope for redemption. As Leia had anticipated, the final sentence was exile to the Phantom Zone. Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy also faced trial. Both retained basic human emotions, and the three AI judges issued differing verdicts. Jor-El, as always, sentenced them to exile in the Phantom Zone. Aurora Z.L. and Gideon both ruled life imprisonment. By a 2-to-1 vote, the final decision was that Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy would spend their lives in the Justice League prison. Poison Ivy, upon hearing the news, was the happiest of all. At first, she had just wished she could stay here forever. Now, not only had that wish come true, but even her dearest Harley Quinn was here to keep her company. Life felt almost like a dream. Lord Avenger, can Harley and I share a cell? Poison Ivy's attitude toward Leia had done a complete 180. She even resorted to subtle emotional manipulation just to be able to room with Harley Quinn. Only Fiora, Kara, and Cyborg were in the prison at the time, keeping an eye on the Justice League's only 2 inmates. Otherwise, Poison Ivy's flirtations with Leia would have easily escalated into something far more adulterated. No, Poison Ivy, you need to keep a proper attitude. You're serving time, not on vacation, Leia said firmly, confident in his ability to resist temptation. If you don't behave, I'll have Batman come down and interrogate you further. The word interrogate was loaded with meaning. Everyone else looked confused, but Poison Ivy's cheeks flushed slightly. Meanwhile, in the Batcave, Bruce Wayne sneezed. Alfred, thinking his master had caught a cold, quickly draped a coat over him. Fiora glanced at Harley Quinn, curled up in her cell, squinting and scanning her body. General Leia, is this one enhanced too? Yes. Poison Ivy injected her with a special serum, enhancing Harley Quinn's physiology. That's why Amanda Waller considered her a reserve member of Task Force X, Leia explained. Task Force X? Are we supposed to do anything? Fiora's instincts as a warrior told her Amanda was playing a dangerous game. Leia shook his head. We just wait and watch the show. Let her dig her own grave sooner or later. The Checkmate organization's resources will be drained by her antics. That night, after Kara's first mission of the day, the excited girl finally went to sleep. When Leia opened the door, he found Diana standing there. She had been on a mission earlier and had returned tonight, silently appearing outside Kara's room. At first sight, Diana smiled warmly, then raised her hand, holding her lasso of truth. Kara's still a child. You haven't done anything inappropriate, right? Of course not. Kara is my brother's cousin. Helping him take care of his cousin is completely normal, Leia said, patting his chest with a look of utmost sincerity. Like a car mechanic carrying a wrench, it's perfectly normal. Hubist, you'll have to convince me. First, the lasso of truth. Diana flicked her wrist, sending the golden lasso shooting forward. Leia raised his arm to block it, and it coiled around his arm like a giant serpent. Leia Rogers, are you a lollican? Leia's face went black. Lollican? What the hell? I'm just waiting for Kara to grow up. Oh no, oh no. Should he even try to explain? Would Diana beat him to death if he did? When he didn't respond immediately, Diana tightened her grip, demanding, Tell me, Leia Rogers, are you a lollican or not? Of course I'm not. I like older women, tall, mature women with long wavy hair. He had spoken the absolute truth from his heart. The bluntness of it made Diana blush furiously. Yes, Diana was an older, mature woman, but that little girl would grow into one too. Technically, he wasn't lying. Diana's grip on the lasso relaxed slightly. Leah tugged hard, yanking it back. Then, wearing a mischievous grin, he spun the lasso in his hands and stepped toward Diana. "Leah, what are you trying to do? Put down the lasso and speak properly." Diana's smile froze on her face. If they were to engage in a real fight, Diana might not have been afraid of Leah, but the lasso of truth was her weakness. Like kryptonite to Superman, once Diana was bound by it, she would lose her godly powers and become just an ordinary human. "What are you trying to do, Diana? Don't you have any idea what I'm capable of?" As Leah spoke, the lasso of truth whipped out from his hand. Diana's expression darkened, and she turned to flee. "Trying to run? If I don't make sure you Astros can't get out of bed today, I'll take your name." In the next instant, the speed field descended. The entire world seemed to freeze. Leah strode up to Diana, grabbed her, and dragged her back into his room. The lasso of truth howled through the air. It was time to put the knowledge from the Dead Drive's life and beauty folder into practice, binding Diana in an extremely compromising position. "No, don't do this. Not there. Please, turn off the lights." Diana struggled desperately, but under the lasso's control, she was as powerless as any mortal. Although Diana could be open-minded in some respects, this was a huge leap. Being tied in such an exposed way was overwhelming for her. "Turn off the lights? I've got my little whip ready. Turning off the lights is not happening. Today, you're not getting free until I unlock all 72 positions. You dared to trap me with the lasso and even accused me of being a lolicate." Before Diana could beg, Leah leaned in and pressed his lips against hers, silencing her whimpers. The battle had begun. From 9 p.m. until 1 a.m., they fought relentlessly. Finally, Diana found an opening, broke free from the lasso, and unleashed her powers. The tables turned. She pinned Leah beneath her like a wolf striking its prey. Smack! 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 Chapter 154. The Enchantress. RUS Headquarters. MS. Amanda, regarding the creation of Task Force X, what was your original intent? For the Task Force X plan submitted by Amanda, the Department of Defense and the National Security Agency organized a specialized evaluation team to visit our RUS for assessment. Amanda stood at the front of the conference room. Behind her, a video projection showed the Battle of Metropolis during Zod's invasion, as well as footage of Doomsday. These videos, I'm sure everyone here has seen them more than once, but what I want to ask is this. If Superman suddenly descended from the sky, stormed into the White House, and carried the president off from the Oval Office desk, who could stop him? Her words echoed through the room. The evaluation team stared at the projection, witnessing Superman's catastrophic power. Faced with that level of strength, ordinary humans were utterly powerless. Seeing the atmosphere develop as she had hoped, Amanda straightened her back and continued, "We can prevent North Korea's nuclear issues. We can solve disease and famine, but we cannot stop an extraterrestrial invasion. Since Superman donned the red cape and began flying across the world, humanity's greatest threat has come from the skies." "Okay, Amanda, we understand your point. So why don't you tell us about Task Force X?" said a gray-haired senator, casually flipping through some documents. "Your team members are all criminals?" "Correct, Senator. They are criminals, but a group of criminals with special abilities." Amanda pressed the remote, and the projection switched to several close-up photos. "Though they are criminals, I've implanted a miniature bomb in each of their necks. The device is the size of a red bean, but its explosive power rivals that of a grenade. So, you understand what I mean. They will obey orders." Murmurs ran through the room. Amanda ignored them and began introducing her Task Force X members. "Each of you has a file in front of you. On the big screen, I'll display some of the abilities of these criminals." A man wearing a white hood appeared on the screen, with a red glowing lens over his left eye. He raised a specially designed pistol and, within 30 seconds, killed a group of gang members 500 meters away, employing all sorts of extraordinary angles. No matter how the gang members tried to hide, in the presence of a master-level deadshot, the world's greatest marksman, appearing in his line of sight for even an instant meant certain death. Deadshot, real name Floyd Lawton, the world's top gunmaster, never misses a shot. Next, Captain Boomerang, real name George Harkness. He can wipe out an entire army in an instant using his boomerangs. A video of Captain Boomerang in action played on the screen, even showing the Flash getting hit. Captain Boomerang has even struck the Flash with a throwing dart. If not for the intervention of other Justice League members, he might not even be on this list today. Next up was a figure covered in green scales, with a massive jaw full of sharp teeth, more crocodile than human. Killer Croc, Waylon Jones. He was born with an extremely rare atavistic condition, giving him immense strength. Even Batman cannot fight him head-on. Then there were Firefly, Chato Santana, and Katana. Amanda introduced the Suicide Squad members one by one, as the commentators grew increasingly animated in their discussion. A senator furrowed his brow. Ms. Waller, no offense, but these criminals do have unique abilities. Do you really think they're capable of taking on opponents like Superman? Isn't that overestimating them? Indeed, most of them were mid-tier at best. Only Firefly's Chato Santana could reach purple-tier hero level, and that only in his Firefly form. Amanda smiled. You're right, Senator. But I have a secret weapon I haven't introduced yet. Dr. June Moon, please come forward. Called by name, a slim woman in her late 20s, dressed in a professional office suit, rose from the back row. This was Dr. June Moon. Once she broke a seal during an archaeological dig, she became possessed by the Enchantress. Seated beside her was her boyfriend and Task Force ex-commander, Colonel Rick Flag. Rather than a genuine romance, Amanda had arranged for the fit and capable Rick Flag to stay close to monitor the Enchantress constantly. Rick held June's hand. It's okay, June. Just show them your power. Everything will be fine. Encouraged, June Moon slowly stood and approached the conference table, glancing nervously at the audience. In a soft voice, she said, "Witch." Like a magical incantation, June muttered the word, and suddenly black energy swirled around her as she transformed into her Enchantress form. Oh my God! Is that a demon? Magic actually exists? Everyone in the room gasped. The Enchantress was supposed to exist only in legend. Witnessing her in person was awe-inspiring. Amanda, enjoying the spectacle, said, "Everyone, meet the Enchantress. Everything we know about her is in the files you hold. She has existed for centuries, and will continue long after we're gone. This girl can accomplish incredible things." Amanda gave her a subtle signal. Instantly, the Enchantress spread her arms, and the black energy surged outward. Everyone felt as if they were in hell itself. Even breathing became a struggle. The Enchantress fixed her gaze on the senator, tilted her head, and transformed into a black cloud, appearing behind him. Her hand brushed against the senator's pale hair, sending shivers down his spine. Okay, Ms. Waller, as long as you guarantee control over this monster, the Task Force X plan is approved, the senator stammered. Amanda suppressed a smile. Enchantress, revert to Dr. Moon. The Enchantress's eyes shifted, as if evaluating the group's reactions. I said, change back into Dr. Moon, Amanda threatened, brandishing the case containing the Enchantress's heart. Chapter 155, Batman Dreams of the Flash. Just as Amanda Waller was moving forward with the formation of the X Task Force, Bruce Wayne Batman sat in Lia's office, a look of utter exasperation on his face. By the time his patience was nearly exhausted, Lia returned to the office, dark circles under his eyes. He had spent the entire previous night fighting Diana. Normally, with his superhuman physiology, a few sleepless nights wouldn't affect him at all. But the battle with Diana had drained far more energy than usual. There's an old saying, there's no land a hard-working ox can't till, only oxen that die from exhaustion. Compared to Lia's weariness, Diana appeared radiant, her face glowing with anticipation for tonight's continuation. Lia, I've been waiting for you, Batman instantly understood. After all, only a man could truly understand a man's suffering and fatigue. Lia yawned and asked Batman, did you need to see me? Batman nodded. Diana, sitting beside him, gestured toward the office door. Do you want me to step out? No, Diana. Maybe you can give me some input, Batman replied. Lia and Diana took seats on the sofa opposite Batman, while the smart assistant served 2 cups of tea. It's like this, I've been having the same recurring dream recently. I heard you've been studying mysticism, so I wanted to ask your opinion. Dreams? Interesting. Batman, tell me what you've been dreaming about, Lia said, leaning forward with genuine curiosity. I keep dreaming about someone. Who? The Flash. Before Batman could continue, Lia gasped sharply, his mouth forming a perfect, a look of disbelief on his face. Batman pressed his lips together in irritation, mentally reminding himself to stay calm and not act rashly. Laia, can you let me finish? All right, go ahead, Laia said, reclining into the soft sofa and listening attentively. The dream is like this. The Flash appears in a storm of lightning, and he tells me, Lois is the key. He says my judgment of him is correct, that I should respect him, fear him. At that moment, Laia's expression shifted, understanding the full implication of the words. In his past life's memories, a version of the Joker had used fear gas on Superman, causing him to mistake his pregnant wife, Lois Lane, for Doomsday, and he killed her. After losing his wife and child, Superman fully succumbed to darkness, even establishing a Superman-led regime, crafting a world without conflict. On the surface, it seemed like a perfect world, but it was built on murder and terror. Diana shrugged nonchalantly. Bruce, maybe you just had a fight with Superman, which is why you're dreaming this. Honestly, you two only bicker on the surface. Deep down you care about each other. Diana had always been a supporter of the Batman-Superman pairing. Laia ignored Diana's teasing. He abruptly stood and walked to his desk. Cyborg, pull up the Phantom Zone footage. Is the Joker still in there? The Joker had been the trigger for Superman's potential fall. If this world's Joker intended to manipulate Superman, Laia had no problem intervening preemptively. Cyborg didn't fully understand the reasoning behind the order, but he executed it without question. Avenger Phantom Zone surveillance shows the Joker is still there, though he appears severely injured. Cyborg displayed footage from a few days prior, the madman attempting some scheme to incite criminals on Hothsia, only to have them break his limbs and leave him hanging at a doorway. Judging by this, he wouldn't survive much longer. Laia, what's going on? Why are you checking on the Joker all of a sudden? Batman asked in a low, serious tone. Although he wouldn't kill the Joker, Batman wasn't merciful enough to save him either. Earth's prisons couldn't stop the Joker from continuing his crimes, so the only option was to send him to the Phantom Zone and let him fend for himself. Laia shook his head. Nothing serious, just a routine check. Cyborg, deploy a drone to keep eyes on the Joker at all times. Even if he dies, keep watching. Understood, Cyborg replied, muttering to himself what kind of grudge was this. So about this recurring dream, Batman brought the conversation back. It keeps appearing, and it's unsettling. Could it really be related to what Diana said, that you recently? No, the first time I had this dream, I didn't even know the Flash. I remember clearly at the end, he said. I think I ran to the wrong place, Bruce. I'll contact you again. Does Barry have the ability to enter other people's dreams? Batman frowned. Laia's expression grew even stranger. Barry can't enter someone else's dreams, but he can run through other timelines. Other timelines? Laia, if you told me this dream was a premonition or some kind of omen magic, I could understand. But other timelines? Batman shook his head. Laia was fairly certain it had something to do with a parallel universe, but he couldn't explain it to Batman. Here's what we'll do. I'll have Cyborg run a full body check first. If he finds nothing, we'll head to the Advanced Technology Lab and consult the experts. In Laia's view, while Kryptonian technology was incredible, Kryptonians had no experience traveling through time. Dr. Harrison Wells at the Advanced Technology Lab, however, was from the future, the Reverse Flash. He had experience with temporal travel and, at least in theory, was over a century ahead of the world in this field. All right, that seems to be the only option. Let's hope I'm overthinking this, Batman said, shaking his head. At noon, Joan Munn returned to the Howard U.S. residence where her boyfriend stayed. They hadn't been dating long when Colonel Rick Flag moved in with Munn. It wasn't so much cohabitation as surveillance. After some deep conversation, Joan Munn fell into a heavy sleep, while Colonel Flag, shirtless and showing off his muscular physique, reported the surveillance situation to Amanda W. Which. In her sleep, Joan Munn murmured, the Enchantress could influence the human mind, and over time, Munn's consciousness was slowly being overtaken by the ancient witch. Hearing his girlfriend mutter the spell for transformation, Colonel Flag jolted upright, drawing the handgun hidden under his pillow and aiming at her. When she spoke the word witch, Joan Munn's body erupted in black energy, transforming into the ancient witch's form. WTF, Colonel Flag realized bullets would have no effect. In a situation like this, he had no choice but to contact Amanda. The Enchantress silently opened Amanda's call and smiled, suddenly exerting mental control over her boyfriend. On the other end, Amanda's voice was serious. "What's the situation, Colonel Rick Flag?" Flag gripped the phone tightly, struggling internally as visions of a happy life with Joan Munn, marriage, children, a perfect family flashed through his mind. After a moment, his expression relaxed slightly, and he forced a smile. "Ma'am, I just wanted to say, everything is normal." "Good. Keep monitoring." Trusting her subordinate, or perhaps unaware of the Enchantress's full power, Amanda didn't probe further. With Task Force X officially approved, she had plenty of other responsibilities to manage. Chapter 156. Another Universe. The Enchantress' mental control forced Colonel Rick Flag to conceal her transformation. From the phone, she realized that Amanda wasn't at the watchtower. Trying to confront Amanda and reclaim her heart would be impossible. After a moment of thought, the Enchantress decided to unseal her brother. In the next instant, the Enchantress on the bed dissolved into a swirl of black mist, vanishing completely. When she reappeared, she was inside the watchtower special storage room. Inside lay another clay figurine taken from a tomb, her brother's seal. "Brother, I'm setting you free." With ease, she took the figurine. The defenses here were designed for ordinary humans, not a witch of her caliber. In a flash, she reappeared at a subway station in the city closest to the watchtower. Suddenly, the well-lit station plunged into darkness. Amid the crowd, the Enchantress identified the perfect host, a strong but spiritually weak black man. "Brother, it's time for you to awaken." She shattered the figurine seal, guiding her brother's spirit into the man's body. The demonic invasion made the poor man tremble violently, and he fell backward. Just as he was about to hit the ground, the Enchantress teleported behind him, catching him and whispering, "Brother, awaken, you are free." The man's eyes were pure white, and a deep, inhuman voice rumbled from his mouth. "Where are we? Why were we sealed away? Time has passed for ages. Humanity betrayed us. Some of them stole our power and sealed us away," the Enchantress replied. "But they once worshipped us. They called us gods." The male witch's voice seethed with anger. "Now, they worship weapons. I will create a weapon so powerful that it will destroy them all. Humanity will bow before our fear." The surrounding black mist began to dissipate, and the Enchantress vanished, but her voice lingered in the man's ear. "Strengthen yourself. Feed on humans. Kill them all." The sudden blackout caused a stir in the subway station. Within seconds, the lights flickered back on. The Enchantress' communication with the male witch was on a psychic plane, imperceptible to ordinary humans. People assumed the blackout was just a malfunction due to old wiring. "Hey, someone's fainted. Can anyone help him?" A passerby noticed the black man collapsed on the floor, foaming at the mouth, trembling uncontrollably. The male witch was destroying his mind and taking control of his body. Subway security rushed over and checked his breathing. "He's alive. Get a few people to lift him and call an ambulance." Before they could move, a black tentacle shot out from the man's body, sweeping through the onlookers. Anyone touched by it instantly withered, reduced to a desiccated corpse. Ah! The sudden horror left everyone paralyzed. The man's body began to swell, transforming into a terrifying demon glowing red from head to toe. "It's been so long since I tasted human flesh. Ha 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 ha." Countless tentacles erupted from the male witch, sweeping through the crowd. They grew rapidly, destroying the subway station and extending outward into the surrounding streets. Wherever they passed, darkness consumed everything. Human life withered in an instant, leaving nothing behind. Cut to a high-tech laboratory. Barry, Cisco, Caitlin, and Dr. Harrison Wells all listened solemnly as Batman recounted his recurring dream. "So, you dreamt of the Flash before you even met Barry?" Dr. Harrison Wells furrowed his brow deeply. Though he was the reverse Flash from the future, history had no record of Batman's dreams. Laia gave Cisco a subtle glance, clearly inviting his input. Cisco, still staring at Batman with a love-struck expression, asked, "Can I get Batman's autograph? Maybe I could figure out his real identity from his signature." Caitlin sharply pinched Cisco and whispered, "Can you be serious for once?" All right. Cisco quickly adopted a serious expression. "Dreams are actually linked to brain activity. If something transmits a signal at a frequency matching your brainwaves, your brain produces a dream like that." Barry looked confused. "Then why would I appear in Batman's dream?" He said this was the first time he'd seen this scene. "I hadn't even become the Flash yet." Could this be some kind of prophecy? The idea of prophetic dreams had existed since ancient times. Across cultures, people often connected dreams with the events of the following day. The group had no clue and turned their attention to Dr. Harrison Wells, who had been silent until now. "Dr. Wells, what do you think?" Barry asked. Among them, Wells was the most brilliant. "Judging purely from the dream's content, this is a distress signal." Wells immediately pinpointed the crucial point. "So we need to determine where this distress signal is coming from, future, or somewhere else." As a speedster, Wells leaned toward the latter. After all, he knew that the future Flash could travel through time. If the signal truly came from the future, there would be no need for such a convoluted method like sending it through a dream. He could just come back in person. "Somewhere else? You mean another timeline?" Batman asked. When Cisco heard another timeline, he clapped his hands and laughed. "Exactly! Another timeline. There's this hypothesis about parallel universes, unconfirmed of course, but theoretically, countless universes hold countless possibilities. Just like in my favorite comic, The Avengers. Maybe in one parallel universe, everything in our world is just a comic, and Marvel is the real world." "Multiverse." Laia corrected Cisco's terminology and shook his head slightly, silently marveling. This guy really has a way with words. Batman, still bewildered, asked, "So, what exactly am I supposed to do? The dream has been tormenting me. I haven't slept properly in ages." According to Batman's schedule, he slept barely an hour a day. Yet in that single hour, he had to relive the same dream, leaving him exhausted. "I have an idea," Cisco suggested. "When you enter deep sleep, we can use your brainwaves to simulate a signal receiver and see if we can pick up any useful information." "That's a good approach." Harrison Wells nodded in agreement. Batman glanced at Leia for confirmation. Seeing no objection, he sighed. "So, what do you need me to do?" "Mr. Batman, please follow me." Caitlin led Batman into the medical equipment room of the cutting-edge tech lab. After fiddling with some instruments alongside Cisco, they had fashioned a helmet that looked suspiciously like a flat iron. "Mr. Batman, put this on. If you can remove your cowl, the results might be even better," Caitlin suggested with hopeful anticipation. Cisco's eyes lit up immediately. "Exactly! Your cowl might interfere with your brainwaves or—" "No, this is fine," Batman interrupted. He refused Caitlin's suggestion. Far too many people already knew his identity. He didn't need 3 more. He donned the flat tire-like helmet and lay down on the medical bed. "Then what?" he asked. "Once you enter deep sleep, we can record your brain waves and simulate a signal receiver," Caitlin explained with a smile. Batman's expression darkened. "I doubt I can. I'm used to sleeping at 5 a.m. and waking up around 6. Sleep for me." Before he could finish, Caitlin pressed a button on the helmet. Click. Batman is already asleep, Leah muttered in astonishment. Caitlin beamed. "Of course. This device stimulates the neurons in the cerebral cortex. When over-excited, they trigger inhibition, creating drowsiness. By amplifying that effect tenfold, we can put Batman into a deep sleep. For a normal human, 5 times would suffice, but considering Batman's extraordinary mental discipline, we set it to 10, Cisco added. Leah shook his head. "How long will this take?" "About 30 minutes. As for Batman, let him sleep a little longer. He seems exhausted," Cisco replied. While waiting, Leah chatted casually with Barry and Harrison Wells. Unlike Caitlin and Cisco, Harrison didn't press for Batman's identity. Instead, he was focused entirely on the Barry Allen appearing in Batman's dreams. "So, you all think I can traverse time and space?" Barry asked, incredulous. He considered himself the fastest man alive, but so far his top speed had only reached Mach 12, maybe soon Mach 13. Even then, he couldn't affect time or space. Harrison patted Barry on the arm, urging calm. "Barry, when you move at extreme speeds, you accumulate tremendous kinetic energy. At a certain threshold, that energy might break through the barriers of time and space." He made an explosion gesture with his hand. "And then you can travel through time and space." Barry's eyes gleamed with anticipation. "How fast do I have to go?" Harrison chuckled, shaking his head. "I don't know. That's for you to figure out." "Okay, thank you, Dr. Wells." A moment later, Steele's voice crackled through Leah's communicator. "Avenger, the Justice League satellites have detected an anomaly in unidentified energy signature in Philadelphia." "Philadelphia?" Leah murmured the name. Philadelphia lay southwest of Star City, geographically closer to Checkmate's headquarters. Could it be Steele, send the satellite feed, Leah ordered. Copy that. In the next second, Steele hacked into the Med Lab's projection system, streaming the satellite footage directly onto the wall screen. The feed showed a giant energy construct, resembling an arc reactor, hovering over the city skyline, with Philadelphia's subway station at its center. Oh my God, what is that? Everyone's eyes were glued to the television screen except for one experimental lab rat still deep in sleep. Another alien invasion? Caitlin clenched her fists nervously, her gaze fixed on the screen with worry. Above the Philadelphia subway station, the sky was encircled by countless fragments of metallic structures, forming a massive ring. From the center of the ring, a beam of light shot straight into the sky, crackling like 1,000 bolts of lightning. Terrifying energy waves radiated outward in all directions. Cisco glanced at the screen, then at the serious expression on Laya's face, and hesitantly asked, did you hack our system? Is there a problem? Laya asked, puzzled. Cisco twitched at the corner of his mouth and quickly shook his head. No, no! Cyborg's face appeared in the lower right corner of the screen. We just received a file from Audiobook, he reported. They've been approved to enter Philadelphia. They said we shouldn't interfere. Hearing Cyborg's report, Barry grew visibly agitated. Why can't we intervene? People in Philadelphia are in danger. Do they think this is some kind of military exercise? Cyborg ignored Barry and looked to Laya, waiting for his orders. Barry, stay calm. Amanda just formed Task Force X. She intends to prove to the U.S. government that she can handle this kind of crisis, Laya explained calmly. Barry wasn't satisfied with that answer. We can't just stand by and do nothing. We have to do something. Laya didn't dampen Barry's enthusiasm. Barry, you handle assisting the police evacuate civilians. That thing in the subway is still spreading. Make sure there are no additional casualties. Got it. I'm on it. Barry turned into a bolt of lightning, first changing into his flash suit in the control room, then racing toward Philadelphia at blinding speed. Laya turned back to the screen and asked Cyborg, can the central area still detect the presence of ordinary humans? Chapter 158. Enchantress. Satellite scans show no signs of life in the central area, only a group of, I don't even know how to describe them. They show no biological activity, but they can move. Cyborg adjusted the satellite's view, zooming in on the ground. Thanks to Kryptonian tech modifications, the super satellite could capture any detail on the surface. The feed revealed a large group of charred, zombie-like creatures. Oh my God, those are the residents of Philadelphia? What did this to them? Cisco and Caitlin both covered their mouths, unable to bear looking at the screen. Notify Diana to be on stand. By, Laya instructed. Avenger, are we really not going to participate in this battle? Cyborg asked, puzzled. Leah smiled and explained, of course. There aren't any civilians inside, so let Amanda take the lead and test the waters. If she can handle it, great. If not, we step in and maybe even give her a little lesson while we're at it. In some versions, Amanda's suicide squad had actually pulled off miracles, defeating ancient witches and warlocks. But in this world, Leah thought that was pure nonsense. Ancient witches and warlocks were semi-divine beings, their power levels sitting in the mid-tier purple hero range. And Amanda's suicide squad? Aside from Inferno, who was somewhat capable, the rest barely reached Elite Blue. A team like that, armed with a few bombs, wanting to go toe-to-toe with semi-divine beings? They hadn't woken up yet, obviously. If C4 could really take down semi-divine magic users, then those half-gods were truly pathetic. At the watchtower, Amanda's gaze swept over the bustling team below. The members of Task Force X had gathered, and their recent training was exceptional. Amanda had full confidence in them. There's some terrifying creature in the Philadelphia subway station, producing a strong energy field. Fighter jets and missiles can't get near it so long. Range strikes are impossible. Right now, it's all on you. Whatever's in that subway, you take it down. Understood? Amanda issued her orders with full gusto, unaware that this entire incident had been orchestrated by the Enchantress. Understood. Led by Colonel Rick Flagg, the soldiers were high-spirited, while the Task Force X members wore expressions of resignation. Amanda ignored them and continued, take the bombs in and level the subway. Rick Flagg, you and Task Force X follow with the troops. Joan Moon, receiving Amanda's command, didn't resist this time. In a daze, she muttered the word witch. Transforming, the enchantress was surrounded by rolling black mists. She gave Amanda a meaningful smile, before suddenly vanishing. Amanda's expression darkened instantly. Frowning, she pressed the communicator. "Have you linked up with the enchantress yet?" A voice came back quickly. "Ma'am, the enchantress has appeared, ready to awe." Screams rang out, followed by gunfire. Within seconds, the line went dead. "Hello? Hello?" Amanda's face turned pale as she slammed down the communicator. Rick Flag stepped forward. "What happened?" "The enchantress has betrayed us." Amanda opened a suitcase and pressed a button, ruthlessly tormenting the heart inside. It was the enchantress' own heart. The torture inflicted here transferred directly to her body. Ah! The enchantress' body writhed under the immense pain. She howled, flickering across space to the center of the subway station. The area was already a wreck. On a flight of steps, the warlock, offering the entire city as a sacrifice, had opened a magic portal. Endless magical energy surged from the portal, blasting toward the sky, manipulating the surrounding buildings into forming a massive ancient energy field. Once activated, the field's unleashed power could effortlessly destroy an entire city. The enchantress flickered into place, wailing as she lunged toward her brother. "Save! Save me! My heart!" Before the portal, the male warlock, glowing scarlet, slowly turned. He raised a massive arm, which transformed into a spear and pierced the enchantress' chest. "I've created a magical heart for you to temporarily ease your pain. Once the magic portal reaches its peak, we will control all human life and death. They will worship us as gods again." His deep voice echoed through the subway. The black mist around the enchantress shattered abruptly, replaced by a soft, radiant magical glow. She transformed from a grimy, Gothic-style witch into a graceful, enchanting sorceress. With the magical gate as her source of power, the witch regained her peak form. She slowly lifted her eyelids, and a single glance carried 1,000 seductive nuances. "Brother, these humans must die." "I know. Join me, the magical gate is almost complete. We'll sacrifice the entire city." As the warlock spoke, the witch spread her arms. Magic surged through her, and in the Philadelphia subway station, countless dark tendrils expanded outward, devouring the life force of civilians. Save. A bolt of lightning streaked across Philadelphia. The flash pushed his speed to the limit, barely saving the civilians near the altar. But the next moment, a terrifying wave of energy radiated from the altar, and the dark tendrils expanded wildly. "Barry, why did you stop? The energy in the central area is spreading. That zone is the commercial heart of Philadelphia, with hundreds of thousands of people nearby. Laia has already sent reinforcements. Move, Barry, move." Though Barry didn't know exactly what was happening inside the altar, he understood the stakes. Hundreds of thousands of civilian lives were in danger. Listening to Cisco's urging over his earpiece, arcs of electricity sparked in Barry's eyes. He shot forward, transforming into lightning again, racing toward the crowd. Meanwhile, Colonel Rick Flag, leading the Suicide Squad and the AI Watchers forces, arrived outside the Philadelphia subway station. They froze at the sight of the creatures patrolling the perimeter, charred zombie-like beings. "Sir, didn't you say we just plant a bomb in the subway? What the hell are these things?" Deadshot asked, scanning the staggering magical puppets with the red lenses over his eyes. Colonel Flag was equally confused. He raised his semi-automatic rifle, aimed at one of the creatures, and fired. Bang! The bullet blew the creature's head apart, and it crumpled lifelessly to the ground. "Not that scary. Just a bunch of brainless monsters. Blow their heads off and we're fine. Let's move in." Flag waved to his team. Deadshot shook his head and muttered to Killer Croc, "I may never miss, but I don't like shooting zombies." "Don't worry, I don't like shooting crocs either." "Don't tempt fate," Killer Croc growled. As the Suicide Squad and the Watchers' troops advanced, the once sluggish black creatures seemed to catch the scent of blood. They began to stir restlessly, like sharks drawn to prey. "Sir, something feels off about these monsters," Deadshot muttered, slowing his steps. Killer Croc, Captain Boomerang, and the others readied their weapons, eyes fixed on the agitated magical puppets. The next moment, every puppet in the block turned toward them and surged forward. "Engage! Engage! All units fire!" Colonel Flag barked the command and opened fire with his rifle. The Suicide Squad and the Watcher's forces went into full combat mode. Deadshot vaulted onto a truck, taking a high vantage point. From there, he had a clear view of the creatures and unleashed a continuous barrage. Each shot dropped a magical puppet with deadly precision. Captain Boomerang, Deadshot, and Killer Croc charged into the throng of magical constructs, engaging in brutal combat. Unlike Killer Croc's straight-forward close-quarters fighting, Captain Boomerang's style was far flashier. He hurled 3 boomerangs in quick succession, like 3 agile white doves weaving through the horde of magical puppets. With a rapid series of bangs, row after row of constructs collapsed. Boomerang slashed a few times as he moved forward, catching the first boomerang he had thrown and sending it flying again. It was like juggling, effortless and precise. Nice work. Squad A, Squad B, cover the left and right sides of the street. The remaining team, wait for my signal to advance. Just as Colonel Rick Flag thought these fragile constructs were nothing to worry about, the soldiers on both flanks froze and reported urgently, "Sir, monsters ahead." As the checkmate team pressed deeper, a dense swarm of magical puppets appeared ahead, while more surrounded them from behind. Clearly, this was a deliberate trap. F******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* you've got. Colonel Flagg ignored protocol. The number of checkmate operatives was already small, and compared to the sheer quantity of magical constructs derived from the city's civilians, they were hopelessly outnumbered. Though weak individually, the constructs' strength lay in their overwhelming numbers, dozens, even hundreds, against just a handful of soldiers. From the altar above, Enchantress stared coldly at the battlefield. Her breathtaking eyes glowed with a ghostly blue light. Rick Flagg, my foolish host thought he'd found true love. He was just sent by Amanda to watch me devoured and completely willing. Fine, I'll kill him for my host. Her expression icy, Enchantress commanded the city's magical constructs, sending them in a relentless wave toward Task Force X. Faced with a flood of enemies, Deadshot and the others held their ground briefly before retreating. Even with endless bullets, humans tire. The fight lasted barely an hour. Even Killer Croc, the strongest among them, was drained, bloodied, barely able to lift his arms. Deadshot and Captain Boomerang were at their limits too, and the two rivals had no choice but to support each other to survive. Colonel Flagg's forces suffered staggering losses, 90% casualties. The survivors regrouped in a convenience store, using it as a makeshift stronghold against the swarm of constructs. Seems one of us hasn't joined in yet. Here for a sightseeing tour? Captain Boomerang sneered at Firestorm, who stood silently, covered in black tattoos. Deadshot had no personal grudge against Firestorm normally, but now his aloofness grated on him. Flagg had emptied another magazine and reached for a fresh one only to realize his pockets were empty. He sighed, exhausted. Chato Santana, I know you don't want to use your powers anymore, but if you don't act now, we're all going to die here. The tattooed man shook his head calmly. Die? Everyone dies eventually. Why be afraid? Chato Santana had innate pyrokinetic abilities, but after a tragic accident during an argument with his wife, he inadvertently killed his wife and children. From that moment, he vowed never to use his powers again. Deadshot's anger flared. He lunged at Chato. I know you're not afraid of dying. Neither am I, but I have a daughter. Listen, I know your past, so you should understand how I feel. I'm risking everything just to see her. She lost her mother. She can't lose her father too. I'm begging you. Chato's eyes flickered. More magical constructs surged into the store, dragging a few soldiers away. Fine, move aside. With a wave of his hand, Chato Santana stepped toward the door. In the cramped convenience store, everyone made a path for him. He strolled to the entrance, calmly raising his hand as the mass of constructs lunged at him. Boom! Flames flickering with blue light shot out from his palms, like twin giant flame throwers, instantly reducing the rows of magical constructs ahead to ashes. Yes, I knew this guy had skills, shouted the Boomerang captain, practically vibrating with excitement. Deadshot allowed himself a rare smile. He had long lost hope in life, but he couldn't let go of his daughter. For her sake, he couldn't die here. With a roar from the fire demon, a wave of searing heat surged forward like an avalanche, obliterating the magical constructs in its path. Crisis averted. Colonel Rick Flagg, pale as a sheet, glanced at the remaining team members and raised the micro-display on his wrist to report to Amanda. Ma'am, we failed. Amanda's face appeared on the screen. Her tone was sharp. What happened? You had the finest equipment. They were like zombie-like creatures. I don't even know what they were. I just know, our casualties are heavy. We need support. Rick Flag's voice trembled. Some problems in this world simply weren't meant for ordinary humans to handle. The call ended quickly. Amanda Waller froze for a moment, then grabbed something from her desk and slammed it onto the floor. Useless, all of them useless. A technician holding a phone approached her, his expression grave. Ma'am, the president is calling. As if bad luck weren't enough, the president's call came at the worst possible moment. Amanda, what's the situation in Philadelphia? On the line, President Owenhi's voice was severe, betraying his frustration. Chapter 160, Lie is Conditions. Before hearing about the military's collapse, Amanda had still imagined herself confidently telling the president that everything was under control. But now, with the army defeated and Task Force X powerless to continue the fight, that fantasy evaporated. Mr. President, this situation exceeded my expectations. I didn't anticipate. F***K. Owenhi shouted into the phone, furious. How could you guarantee that Task Force X could handle any crisis? And now? Is the situation resolved? Let me explain, Mr. President. Shut up, Amanda, he roared. I shouldn't have trusted you. You have 1 hour. No matter what method you use, if Philadelphia isn't secured, our US won't exist anymore. He slammed the phone down. Amanda's face turned gray. After a long, tense pause, she said to the technician, call the Justice League. Will they help? After all, you just sent a message asking them not to intervene, the technician added, wary. I know, Amanda shouted. What other choice do I have? The opponent was an ancient, surviving witch, a semi-divine magical being. What else could she do? Blow her up with Seed 4? There was only one option left. Get the Justice League involved. When Amanda's call reached the Justice League, Cyborg immediately forwarded it to Laia. Laia, Diana, and Barry already had the situation under control. Spit it out. Don't waste time, Laia said, showing no patience for Amanda. Amanda swallowed her pride and turned to Beglia, but she didn't expect him to fire back the moment he picked up the call. She nearly lost her temper and wanted to smash the phone again. Except if she did that, there'd be no way to fix this. Taking a deep breath, she forced down her anger. Avenger, you know what's happening in Philadelphia. I hope you can intervene and handle it. I seem to recall that over an hour ago, you told me the Watchtower would handle Philadelphia, and you asked the Justice League to stay out of it, Leah shot back bluntly. By now, there were no civilians left near the subway station. Everyone had been evacuated. Leah wasn't in any hurry. Hearing this, Amanda's fury boiled over. So you're just going to sit back because we can't handle it? Not exactly, Leah said evenly. But for this incident, you'll bear the primary responsibility. Amanda paused, understanding his meaning immediately. Cut the nonsense. What exactly do you want? Simple, Leah said. First, from now on, the Watchtower will cancel all military operations and transfer all military funding to the Justice League. Before he could finish, Amanda gasped. Wait, what? Why not rob a bank instead? That's billions in military funding. The Watchtower had some military resources, but it wasn't a full-fledged military organization. Its budget, it was nowhere near a formal military center. Leah smiled. Robbing a bank doesn't make as much sense as taking yours. Don't think I don't know the Philadelphia incident was your doing. If you don't agree, you'll be in court tomorrow. From the start, if Amanda hadn't tried to control the Enchantress, none of this would have happened. Only President Orguin didn't know the full story. Otherwise, he'd have torn her apart himself instead of merely disbanding the Watchtower. In short, Leah had leverage over Amanda, leaving her with very little choice. Fine, I agree to the first condition, she ground out through gritted teeth. Leah wasn't surprised. Second, all members of Task Force X, you'll hand over to me. You want custody of this bunch of criminals? Amanda was shocked. She hadn't expected Leah to make such a demand. Task Force X's plan had failed, and she'd even considered killing them herself. Don't worry about that, Leah said simply. Agreeing to Leah's demands meant the Watchtower would lose its military status and likely be reduced to a research department, but refusing meant a court summons the next day. Choice? She had none. Amanda rubbed her temples. Fine. I accept your terms. Smart choice, Leah said, hanging up the phone. He turned to Diana and Barry. Let's move to the center of the altar. As for the magical puppets near the altar, Leah flew overhead, his eyes shooting intense beams that cleared an entire city block in a sweep. The Flash, Barry Allen, dashed through the area. Against these fragile magical constructs, it was nearly one puppet per punch. In less than 14 minutes, the three of them had cleared all the minor enemies. Boom! Leah descended from the sky, crashing through the subway ceiling and landing at the altar's center. Diana followed closely behind, and in a flash of electricity Barry arrived. The three stood in formation, their gaze fixed on the enchantress and warlock before the magic portal. On the steps, the enchantress waved her hands, channeling magic to assemble a weapon in the sky. The energy fluctuations grew increasingly violent. Leah, Barry muttered, pursing his lips in distaste. You said they're brother and sister. Why is the sister so pretty, but the brother? You mean the warlock is ugly? Leah asked, raising an eyebrow. Not impressive at all. Compared to the human form of the sorceress, the warlock was tall and menacing, his features twisted in a grotesque grimace, glowing with a crimson light, a visage capable of silencing even a crying child. The warlock merely twitched his lips in response to their ridicule, while the sorceress turned gracefully with a smile. I can feel the flow of magic from all three of you, she said, eyes fixed on the trio before her. Laie and Diana both radiated divine power, which could also be considered a form of magic. As for the Flash, Barry Allen, he contained the speed force within him. Though Laie wasn't entirely sure how to define the speed force, one thing was clear. It was far more than mere physical strength. Join me. This is our era. The sun will fall, magic will rise, and superpowers will mark the dawn of a new age. Together, we can rule the world and have mortals worship us as gods. The sorceress unleashed a torrent of psychic influence, flooding the minds of the three with greed and other dark emotions. Barry's eyes momentarily glazed over, but his thoughts cleared almost instantly. As a speedster, his mental and spiritual resilience far exceeded that of ordinary humans. Laie and Diana, however, remained completely unaffected. You actually have the audacity to tell the gods of Earth that we should become gods? Who gave you the courage? Laie nearly laughed at the sheer arrogance. The sorceress and the warlock both wielded immense magic and were immortal compared to humans, but to Laie, they were only demi-gods. Even with the magical gate constantly replenishing their power, it would still be a stretch for them to reach true godhood. And true gods? Laie had slain Ares, the god of war. What did he have to fear from them? Sensing his disdain, the sorceress's face darkened. She spoke to the warlock in an ancient tongue. Brother, these mortals clearly do not understand our power. Make them kneel before us. The warlock's lips curled into a vicious grin. No problem. With the magical gate, we are invincible. Though they could sense the immense divine power emanating from Laie, the presence of the magical gate caused them to overestimate their own strength. The warlock descended the steps slowly. With each step, the ground shook violently, leaving deep impressions under his feet. When he was less than 100 meters from the trio, he raised his right arm. Crimson energy surged, and a whip-like tendril shot out, sweeping horizontally toward them. Diana stepped forward, meeting the strike with her Godslayer sword raised high. The sword emitted a soft hum as it cut through the tendril, slicing it cleanly in two. How dare you wound me? The warlock growled lowly, the magical gate pulsing around him. Streams of power surged to him, regenerating his severed arm into a limb several times its previous thickness, coiling toward Diana like a venomous serpent. Agile as ever, Diana twisted midair, evading the attack. Her Godslayer sword danced in her hands like a blooming flower, ready for the next strike. Clang! 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 After a few strikes, the male sorcerer's tendrils were severed into several pieces again. Diana leapt forward with a powerful motion, slicing across with precision, a single strike to the throat. Swish! The sword of Hephaestus cut through his neck cleanly, and his head tumbled to the ground with a rolling thud. Is that all? Diana held her sword high and glanced up at Enchantress standing atop the steps. Yet, the male sorcerer, who should have been dead, still stood upright. His arms shot out, retrieving his fallen head and snapping it back onto his neck. You cannot kill me. Magic unbroken, I am unending. He spoke in an ancient tongue. As an Amazon, Diana knew all the languages of Earth and understood him perfectly. No one is immortal. Diana scoffed. She didn't believe in eternal life. Zeus himself had fallen during Ragnarok, and no demigod had the right to lecture her on the absurdity of immortality. This time, the sorcerer thrust both hands forward, summoning a violent gust of wind, charging like an out-of-control mammoth. Diana braced her godly shield and collided head-on. Boom! A deafening crash echoed through the air. Both staggered backward. Diana lowered her sword and shield, crossed her arms, and slammed them together with force. Sis. The guardian bracelets clashed, unleashing a hurricane of divine power. Under the immense pressure, the male sorcerer's eyes widened in fear. Instinctively, he drew magic from the mystic gate to counter Diana's overwhelming power. How is this possible? This woman possesses such terrifying strength. Enchantress's eyebrows knit in shock. Just moments ago, the mystic gate behind her trembled slightly from the force. Could someone truly affect the stability of the mystic gate? Impossible. Before either enchantress or the male sorcerer could ponder further, Diana smashed her bracelets together again. Another surge of divine energy erupted, forcing the sorcerer to hunch and struggle, his body beginning to show signs of collapse. Luckily, the mystic gate held, and he quickly siphoned its magic to heal his injuries. Diana, the bracelets alone won't suffice. Focus your godly power. End him with a single strike, Laia instructed as he observed her fight. I'll try. Diana nodded. Her training had nearly doubled her divine strength, though her control still needed refinement. Closing her eyes, she silently summoned the godly energy within, channeling it into her arms. Her hair lifted as if caught in an unseen wind. Crackle, crackle. Silver arcs of electricity danced across her wrists. Diana opened her eyes, her gaze sharp and relentless. Valkyrie! The male sorcerer's heart thundered in terror. Her power radiated an overwhelming, crushing force. Any direct clash would be fatal for him. Ha! Diana leapt into the air, condensing all her divine power into lightning that surged along her guardian bracelets. In that instant, time seemed to slow. Before her bracelets even touched, countless silver arcs of electricity leapt and intertwined between them. Sister, save me! In the male sorcerer's mind, not a single thought of resistance could form. The opponent was a Valkyrie descended to the mortal plane. Even a god of magic would be annihilated instantly. Naturally, the enchantress would not stand idly by while her brother was threatened. From the moment Diana began gathering her divine energy, she swung her hands, channeling her magic to activate the arcane weapons behind her. The magical gate flared brightly, sending a pillar of energy soaring into the clouds. The colossal circular ring above the sky suddenly charged with power. Thunder! The enchantress shouted, and a deafening roar echoed through the sky. From the clouds, a bolt of lightning as thick as a bowl shot downward, tearing a rift through the subway station and crashing right in front of Diana. Diana was struck head-on by the bolt. Her recently amassed divine energy shattered, and her body flew backward, smashing through a reinforced concrete pillar. Before Laia and Barry could react, more deafening thunderclaps rumbled through the sky, bolts of lightning striking with the force of Ares at full power. They can control the lightning from the sky? Barry's face went pale. Although he had become the Flash by being struck by lightning, this was no ordinary bolt. If it hit him directly, it would pierce his body and kill him instantly. Not everyone could withstand a lightning strike like Diana. Crack! Barry moved at lightning speed, leaving a long trail of yellow electricity behind him. The bolts falling from the sky, each as thick as a bowl, contrasted sharply with the slender arcs trailing him. It was like comparing an ancient serpent to a baby snake. After dodging the lightning, Barry spun around sharply, only to see Laia still standing in place. Facing the thunderbolts crashing down, Laia slowly lifted a finger. Show off much. Even steel conducts electricity. Barry's scalp tingled at the sight. Chapter 162. Instant Kill. This thunderpower had long entered the realm of magic. Laia's physical defense was virtually unmatched, but his magical resistance wasn't particularly high. Moreover, his divine essence was still in its infancy. Taking a direct hit from lightning comparable to Ares' full-strength strike would likely harm him almost as severely as it did Diana. But Laia had 5 seconds of invincibility. The moment the lightning struck, Laia raised his finger and silently activated his skill, Iron Body. This was a unique skill bestowed by Fiolanolka. Once activated, it allowed Lya, thanks to his Kryptonian lineage, to become immune to all attacks for 5 seconds. Boom! The thunder struck violently, lightning cracking through the air. Yet when it hit Lya's finger, it flowed into him like the yellow river meeting the sea, vanishing without a trace. The thick, silver bolt instantly calmed, as if a raging lion had been tamed, now docilely swirling between Lya's fingers like a tiny kitten. The enchantress froze, her smile stiffening on her face. What the hell is going on? The magical weapon had summoned lightning from the sky. Normally, even gods would fall under such power, let alone mortals. But this man didn't die. He stood there as if nothing had happened, playing with the lightning in his hands. It was as if he wasn't holding a bolt of lightning at all, but a little white kitten. What the? Damn it. The enchantress refused to believe it. She raised her hands again, amplifying her magical output, and the sky erupted with rolling thunder once more. Boom, boom, boom. 3 or 4 massive bolts, each as thick as a bowl, crashed down. Lya remained unmoving, unflinching, and lifted his arm once again. Anyway, his 5-second invincibility hadn't worn off yet, so naturally, he absorbed every bolt of lightning that came his way. Nothing was refused. Ish. Lya stood like a lightning rod, 3 or 4 bolts as thick as bowls striking him. He smiled warmly, arms outstretched, savoring every spark. At this moment, Lya hovered slightly above the ground, his entire body shrouded in silver lightning, as if he were wearing a radiant, divine armor. The 5 seconds of invincibility passed. I honestly don't know what to say. Playing with lightning in front of me, who gave you the guts? Lya slowly raised his hand. As the warlock charged at him, he extended a single finger and lightly tapped. Ish. A sudden bolt of lightning erupted, illuminating the center of the subway station. The bolt formed a spear, and the instant it appeared, it pierced straight through the warlock's heart. Brother! The enchantress screamed, a sound torn from her very soul. Where the lightning struck, the warlock's heart melted as if made of metal, leaving a hole from which a molten, magma-like fluid oozed. Ugh! How? Why? He had thought that the endless magical energy from the portal would grant him near immortality, yet Lya's single finger had annihilated him before he could even react. Instant kill. Barry instinctively clutched his own chest at the sight. If Lya had aimed that lightning at him, would he even survive? Brother, no! The enchantress, seeing her brother's body start to collapse, flashed over and landed beside him. Brother, don't die. We haven't conquered this world yet. She poured every ounce of her magic into him, desperately trying to repair his body. But the lightning had been tamed by Lya and infused with his divine power. Divine lightning is the bane of all magic. Unless the opponent's magical strength surpasses Lya's, a single bolt reduces them to ashes. I'll kill you! The enchantress's eyes reddened as she glared at Lya, lifting her hand to summon more lightning from the sky. Her invincibility had ended, and the magical weapons she used to channel lightning were immensely powerful. Even Lya couldn't simply tank them head on. But he didn't need to. He had already absorbed so many bolts, it was easier to send them right back. Playing with fire. Lya scoffed, silver lightning coalescing around him. 3 bolts as thick as bowls intertwined, shooting skyward. That's the divine spear of Zeus? Diana's gaze went blank. Even Ares had once used this technique, though not at full strength. According to myth, Zeus, king of the gods, commands lightning. A single strike could collapse the sky and shatter mountains. The divine lightning Lya hurled collided with the enchantress's magical bolts. A zizzy. The entire subway station was engulfed in overflowing lightning, as if trapped in the heart of a storm. Barry, you need to get out of here. It's too dangerous, Diana warned, noticing cracks forming in the ceiling above. Barry had long since decided he didn't want to stay, realizing his talents were better used saving people. In the next moment, Barry and Diana dashed out together. No sooner had they stepped forward than the thunderstorm exploded violently. Boom rumble. A shockwave of electricity radiated outward, tearing the Philadelphia subway station apart. In an instant, it collapsed, and the surrounding buildings trembled under the force. Wherever the electric shockwave struck, structures shattered into rubble. The thunder above scattered, but Laia's hand surged with lightning that shot skyward like a blazing rainbow, striking the magical gate. The magical gate's power was endless, but Laia's divine lightning could destroy anything. Under such a terrifying assault, the gate's stability began to fail, and the magical ring in the sky collapsed and fell. No! The sorceress glared in fury as the gate slowly shut before her eyes. She was powerless. Although the gate wasn't destroyed, reopening it would require sacrificing an entire city's population again. But was that even possible? Sorceress, warlock, as ancient magicians who sought to conquer and massacre modern society, interfering with its natural course, you are sentenced to death. Laia hovered in midair, his gaze cold as it swept over the sorceress and the barely conscious warlock below. Their magic drained like a breached dam, and once it was gone, they would truly die. Why are you siding with humans? They will betray you sooner or later, just like they betrayed us. The sorceress hissed, her eyes locking onto Laia as if cursing him. You are yourselves. We are us. The lightning Laia had absorbed was spent, but it didn't matter, his own divine power was enough. His divine energy transformed into lightning, crackling between his fingers. Unlike you, humans fear you, but they worship us. With that, the lightning surged down from his fingertips. No matter the era, ordinary people fear those with superpowers. In the sorceress's time it was the same. In modern society, it remained true. The only difference was that her era relied on magic to intimidate mortals, while in this age, superpowered beings set examples, heroes like Superman, Batman, and the Flash. They became idols in the eyes of ordinary people. Everyone longs to be heroic in some way, so the appearance of these heroes gave the public hope, a vision to aspire to. Laia's role, however, was that of the executioner behind the heroes. Without the magical gate, the sorceress and warlock were merely demi-gods. Facing Laia's divine lightning, they had no means of resistance. In an instant, they were reduced to ashes. Having destroyed two ancient magicians, Laia felt his divine power advance significantly. After all, the magical bloodline of the sorcerers amplified the feedback of his power, far beyond what ordinary foes could provide. The Eye Society. Amanda sat in her office, staring blankly at nothing. Suddenly, the briefcase containing Enchantress's heart emitted a burst of light, but it quickly dimmed again. She hurriedly opened it and found the heart had crumbled into dust. Previously, Enchantress had had a magical heart made to temporarily block Amanda's control over it. But now that Enchantress was dead, the heart quickly dried and disintegrated into powder. Enchantress dead? Amanda's eyes were momentarily dazed. It should have been a relief, but the thought that Laia was about to seize Checkmate's military assets and the X-Task Force left her uneasy. Checkmate had worked for years to reach its current scale. If the military assets were suddenly removed, half the organization would collapse instantly. There was no choice. Philadelphia. After dealing with Enchantress, Laia and the others returned to the SDIR labs, leaving the cleanup to the government. On the ruins of the altar, a man in a pale yellow trench coat appeared. He had short blonde hair, a scruffy beard, and a cigarette hanging from his mouth, nearly smoked to the end. He approached the edge of the altar, leapt onto it effortlessly, and stared at the opening of the mystic gate, lost in thought. There's a scent of hell, but not demons, a witch clan. After observing for a moment, he shook his head, flicked the stub of his cigarette to the ground, and crushed it underfoot. Then he pulled out another cigarette, lit it, and inhaled deeply before turning and walking away. SDIR labs. In the medical equipment room, Laia and the others returned to find Caitlin and Cisco still fine-tuning various data. Batman was asleep, making soft, rhythmic breaths. Why is Batman here, and sleeping so soundly? Didn't he say he always dreams of Barry when he sleeps? Diana asked, puzzled. Barry nearly choked. Diana, the way you say that could easily be misunderstood. Laia ignored teasing Barry and asked, any results yet? Yeah, but here's the thing. There is indeed a hidden signal source synchronizing with Batman's brainwaves. However, we can't trace it, nor can we decode it. In short, Caitlin had confirmed Dr. Harrison Wells's hypothesis. It was a distress signal coming from another time and space. Can you respond to it? Laia asked. Cisco shook his head. Not yet. Humanity's understanding of spatial sciences is still too primitive. We'll need extensive research to understand the signal's principle, its origin, and that will take a long time. Even just upgrading the equipment is a headache. Scientific research was like that. To explore deeper mysteries, one needed not only brilliant minds, but also equipment capable of matching their intellect. Go to the Justice League headquarters. I'm sure they have the equipment you need, and if there's anything you don't understand, you can ask Superman, Laia suggested. Cisco's reaction was like winning the lottery. His excitement made him tremble with anticipation. Superman, wait, Laia, you mean Superman is also a scientist? No, he's not a scientist, not your peer. You could say he's a human search engine, Laia said, breaking Cisco's fantasy. After all Kryptonian knowledge was stored in Superman's mind, but he had never considered using it. Otherwise, if Superman became a scientist, he could easily sweep the Nobel Prizes and leave the world in disbelief. Caitlin silently vanished, reappearing moments later with a simple backpack. She pointed at the stills, leaping Batman, and asked, "What should I do with him? Wake him or move him? I'm ready to go anytime." Harrison Wells smacked his forehead. Just as last two team members left. The last two? Would they really be poached this easily? Cisco seemed to sense Harrison Wells' thoughts and quickly explained, "Dr. Wells, our hearts are still at the Advanced Technology Lab. We're just stepping out for a moment. When you need us, we'll come back." Harrison Wells wanted to strangle someone. Was this how people comforted others? He felt bitter inside but couldn't say a word. All he could do was wave his hand, muttering, Fine, go ahead. "Or maybe you should come with us, Dr. Wells," Cisco asked earnestly. Caitlin, sensing that Wells was on the verge of exploding, leaned close to Cisco and whispered, "Cisco, maybe don't say that it's not appropriate. Try to be considerate of Dr. Wells' feelings." Unfortunately, Wells overheard every word. He couldn't take it anymore, but since Laia was present, he restrained himself, pushing his wheelchair and storming out. After Wells left, Cisco gathered his things. No time to waste. Let's go now. For them, witnessing Kryptonian technology and meeting Superman was an opportunity ordinary people could only dream of. After leaving the medical equipment room, Harrison Wells moved to the center of the corridor. He pressed his hand against a section of stone wall. Instantly, a passage opened, and as Wells wheeled himself inside, the wall slammed shut behind him. Inside the temporal dome, Wells rose from his wheelchair. He approached a mechanical console and placed his hand on it. "Good evening, Dr. Wells," said the eye projection on the console. It was Gideon. "Gideon, search for Lois Lane," Harrison Wells commanded. "Understood. Please wait." On the display, streams of data flickered rapidly. Wells' eyes moved with equal speed as he scanned through all the information. Lois Lane, a few years from now, would marry Clark Kent, living a happy, legendary life. "Fine. Forget Lois Lane for now. Show me photos of the future," Wells commanded again. The display flickered and jumped to a newspaper. He checked nearly every day a 2025 edition with the headline, "Red Sky Crisis, Justice League Missing." Chapter 164, Fractured Personnel. The Justice League's Earth headquarters, Cisco and Caitlin quickly became adept at operating technology far beyond Earth's level, under Cyborg's guidance. As for Bruce Wayne, the Batman, after Laia carried him into the Justice League HQ, he was left in the medbay. Everyone got busy with their own tasks and completely forgot about him. And then, the severely sleep-deprived Batman ended up sleeping a full day and night. This was probably the first time he'd slept so long since donning the Batsuit. Meanwhile, at the Watchtower, with the Philadelphia crisis resolved, Ogwen High didn't press further. Although Amanda was reluctant, she dutifully submitted her request for military budget transfer. Ogwen High didn't hesitate, he agreed immediately. After all, the Aegis Society wasn't a formal military organization. Their budget, while not insignificant at $5 or $6 billion, was nothing compared to the North American Air Force Joint Command's funding, which ran into the hundreds of billions. From that point on, the Aegis Society shifted from a military-focused superhuman investigation branch to a research department. Leah stepped into the Justice League elevator and asked Steele, who was accompanying him, how many people are in the Task Force X. 6 official members, plus 7 or 8 reserves. But after we took them in yesterday, each one was sent to the Tribunal of the Three Sages. 5 were sentenced to imprisonment, and the rest were sent to the Phantom Zone, Steele replied. "Only 5 left, huh?" Leah sounded a little disappointed, then asked, "Who are the 5? Deadshot Floyd Lawton, Captain Boomerang George Harkness, Killer Croc Waylon Jones, Piero Chato Santana, and finally Bronze Tiger Ben Turner." Steele listed off the names. There was also Katana, but she wasn't a criminal. She had been brought in by Amanda as an outside specialist, and now that Task Force X had been absorbed, she counted as an auxiliary member of the Justice League. Bronze Tiger passed the trial? So he might actually reform? Leah asked, surprised. Bronze Tiger was one of Batman's old rivals. He had once beaten Batman in hand-to-hand combat, only for Batman to rapidly grow stronger and exact revenge. Later, Bronze Tiger escaped prison, but never got the chance to confront Batman again before Green Arrow had him sent to Iron Mountain. He's obsessed with martial arts. After Amanda implanted a microbomb in him, he actually felt a sense of relief. Apparently, he refused to let us remove the microbomb. Steele explained that anyone who passed the tribunal had their microbombs removed from their brains and replaced with harmless tracking devices. Bronze Tiger, however, refused. "What a masochist," Leah muttered, shaking his head, then took the elevator down to the Justice League's prison level. Stepping out, he was greeted by a massive Kryptonian alloy door flanked by 2 hulking combat androids. Compared to the maintenance-type androids on other floors, the prison models were designed for combat. After all, these weren't ordinary criminals, they required a certain level of force to prevent unexpected incidents. The 2 combat androids scanned Leah and quickly confirmed his identity. "Mr. Avenger, how may we serve you?" one of them asked, opening the prison door. "Bring the prisoners to the interrogation room. I have some questions for them," Leah said, walking in without hesitation. Following his command, the androids remotely unlocked all the cells and guided the prisoners to the interrogation room. "Where are these tin cans taking us?" Harley Quinn, back to her usual lively self, was the first to jump out of her cell, glancing around to see if escape was possible. Poison Ivy immediately rushed to her side, giving Harley a big hug. "Harley, even though we were separated by a glass wall every day, couldn't touch you, could you feel how much I missed you?" Without another word, Poison Ivy cupped Harley's face and kissed her. Deadshot passed by the 2 of them, his inner monologue taking a serious hit. Hey, can you 2 at least keep it PG? This is a public place." Poison Ivy, unashamed, glanced at Deadshot and snorted. "Ha, man." The 5 Task Force X members, plus Poison Ivy and Harley Quinn, followed the androids to the interrogation room. Leah casually sat on a table, while the others stood scattered below him. Before they could speak, Leah began, "Introduce yourselves. I'm the Avenger, president of the Justice League." "Oh, so you're the Avenger. I heard you're a powerful metahuman like Superman." Aside from Poison Ivy and Harley, only Deadshot and Captain Boomerang recognized Leah. Killer Croc and Pyro had no idea who he was. They had been in prison for the past 2 years and were completely out of touch with the outside world. Deadshot had heard somewhere that the Justice League wasn't a government agency. Summoning his courage, he stepped up to Leah and said, "Hey, I heard you're a metahuman. We've got metahumans here too, and I know a few others. If you let us go, I'll be grateful to you for life." Harley Quinn laughed so hard, she fell onto the floor. "Hava, you're begging him to let you go? Dream on. If he actually did, I'd eat 200 puddings for lunch today." "Actually, I do want to let you go," Leah said, his expression serious. Deadshot froze, scratching his ear as if he'd misheard. "Sir, did you just say you want to let us go?" Harley Quinn rolled her eyes. "Hey man, you're kidding me, right?" "I'm not kidding. Of course, I'm not just letting you walk away for free. There's a condition," Leah said. Captain Boomerang and Killer Croc sneered, but still listened carefully. As for Firestorm, he didn't care at all, whether free or dead made no difference to him. Deadshot, however, craved freedom more than anything. "What condition? You want me to kill someone for you?" "Quite the opposite," Leah replied. "You know that the Justice League is a special division made up of vigilantes and superheroes. I can give you a chance, an opportunity to serve voluntarily. In short, you'd use your skills to assist law enforcement in dangerous missions." Before Leah could finish, Captain Boomerang raised a skeptical eyebrow. "Sounds fancy, but how are you any different from Amanda Waller?" "Of course there's a difference," Leah shot back. "At least Amanda never gave you a choice." Deadshot didn't care much about the specifics. What mattered to him was freedom, or more precisely, seeing his daughter. "Sir, I'll join, but I want to see my daughter. That's my only condition. If you can arrange a full scholarship for her, to attend the best elementary, high school, and top universities, ideally Harvard, Ivy League. Deadshot had been sentenced to life imprisonment. Even basic visitation was denied. For a parent, the longing to see one's child is impossible to understand unless experienced. Since entering prison nearly 2 years ago, Deadshot hadn't seen his daughter. After the Battle of Philadelphia, he feared dying suddenly without ever seeing her again. Even one last glimpse had become a luxury. This isn't an orphanage, Laia shook his head. Schooling is something you'll have to manage yourself. Deadshot froze. At first, he thought Laia had rejected his request, but then his heart leapt. What did manage yourself mean? He still had a chance to handle his daughter's schooling. For most people, that might be overwhelming, but for Deadshot, it was everything he had ever wanted. Sir, you mean, he asked, unsure, his tone respectful. As long as you agree to serve the Justice League, you'll be free. There's a 6-month probation period, and once your psychological assessment and all other criteria are met, you'll regain your freedom or, in other words, become an external member of the Justice League. Official members of the Justice League must be superheroes, but Laia had just absorbed the Eye Society's army. After screening, he retained only about a fifth. So, what does being an external member entail? Captain Boomerang asked, now intrigued. Our main job is to take down criminals. The League's data terminals will assign missions to you. As for benefits for non-roster personnel, 5 days on, 2 days off. You must report for duty in emergencies, evaluations every 3 months, and a monthly salary, $150,000. Laia explained the compensation package for Justice League auxiliary members. Deadshot blinked. 5 days on, 2 days off. Captain Boomerang raised an eyebrow. Monthly salary, $15,000. Killer Croc burped. $150,000 a month, maybe not a huge sum for these guys, who had risked their lives countless times. According to the law, a few million here or there wasn't hard to come by. For hardened criminals like Deadshot and Boomerang, this was an easy way to earn some money. But money now came with consequences. They'd still face the police, vigilantes, and superheroes afterward. Either life on the run or a long stay behind bars. Pyromancer, who had stayed silent until now, let out a self-deprecating laugh. So, you want a bunch of criminals to fight criminals? I've never believed anyone is inherently bad, a born criminal, or trash. I'm giving you the choice. You can join the Justice League Auxiliary or stay in prison. For those currently serving life sentences, you could rot in the League's cells until the day you die, Laia said, crossing his legs. I'm in. Deadshot was the first to speak up. Then he narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Boss, really? You trust us enough to let us out? Of course, but understand this. If you join the auxiliary and return to your old ways, you will die horribly, Laia stated bluntly, not as a threat, just a fact. Deadshot relaxed. No problem. I've made my peace. Family comes first, and I can do what I'm good at while earning enough to support my daughter. Wait, $150,000 a month. Really? Does the Justice League have that kind of money? $150,000 a month, $1.8 million a year. That was upper-class pay in America. For the Justice League, our budget is in the billions. You're just auxiliary personnel, so this is all you get, Laia said, shaking his head. He'd pulled a significant budget from Oguin High, and soon the UN would contribute as well. By then, the League's accounts would be staggeringly large. Even after accounting for the ongoing construction of spacecraft, the Earth headquarters expenses, and donations for city destruction, there would still be plenty of funds, and the budget grew annually. Laia naturally didn't hoard the money. Every League member had a vigilante bank card, with monthly deposits according to their membership level. These cards were specially modified so transfers and spending couldn't be traced. From what Laia knew, Clark never used the funds on his Superman card. He donated everything anonymously. Laia's job was only to manage the disbursements. How the money was spent wasn't his concern. After all, superheroes weren't in it for profit. Batman didn't need money. Barry bought a full-price villa in Central City. Cough, cough, best not to think about that. I'll join too. Killer Croc was the second to volunteer. He didn't care about the salary, he just hated sitting around in a cell. Captain Boomerang and Bronze Tiger thought it over and agreed as well. The remaining 3, Pyromancer, Poison Ivy, and Harley Quinn, didn't seem interested, and Laia didn't push them. Everyone else, step aside. The 4 joining the auxiliary will undergo training with Instructor Fiola tomorrow, Laia said, gesturing them out. Deadshot left in high spirits, thrilled at the chance to see his daughter again and determined to make the most of it. Captain Boomerang and Bronze Tiger looked troubled, but they knew one thing: sticking with Laia was far better than being under Amanda's watch. The only rule was not to betray him. Anyone who did ended up in the Phantom Zone, a lesson painfully learned by those before. One by one, the others left, leaving only Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy lingering. "What's the matter? You two still have business here?" Laia raised an eyebrow. Harley Quinn grinned widely, producing a lollipop from somewhere. She tore open the wrapper, popped it into her mouth, and swirled it around with her tongue. "Whoa, Harley's mouth is huge!" That was Laia's first reaction. Chapter 166, Not Good, There's Surveillance. Could I share a cell with Harley?" Poison Ivy's voice carried the faintest trace of her seductive toxins. Harley Quinn, meanwhile, sauntered up to Laia's desk, leaning over to reveal glimpses of her curves, the lollipop still between her lips. In and out, in and out. After a few times, she switched to holding the stick with both hands, her tongue darting like a small red serpent over the candy's round top. "Wait, you can eat a lollipop like that?" Laia's throat went dry. Was Harley trying to hint at something? Absolutely, and she was being wildly explicit about it. MMM. As Harley licked the lollipop, a heavy nasal hum escaped her, making Laia's ears tingle. Poison Ivy had silently moved behind him, her delicate hands resting on his shoulders, kneading gently. "This feels incredible." "But, you're in jail! Can you at least act like you're in jail?" Laia tried to maintain some composure, crossing his legs to shield himself. Harley Quinn propped one leg on his desk, her pale, smooth thigh clad in black fishnet stockings, covered in playful doodles. Following upward, the hem of her short skirt revealed a hint of a black forest below. Poison Ivy leaned in close, exhaling into his ear. "If you agree to let me share a cell with Harley, we can take care of you too." "One dragon, 2 phoenixes? Is this real?" Laia drew a sharp breath, forcing down his rising pulse. "There's surveillance in the cells." There isn't," Ivy purred, her hands sliding down his chest. MMM. Harley Quinn's lollipop skills intensified, and she used her free hand to toy with herself. She wore only a light top, leaving endless temptations exposed from any angle. Laia closed his eyes. "Time to find the card." "Where's the old mayor's card? The one that guarantees you won't be caught cheating?" "Rolling in the deep, you had my heart inside of your hands." Just then, Laia's phone rang. F*CK, who calls me at a time like this? He reluctantly opened his eyes. The caller ID showed Felicity. "Why her? Why now?" Poison Ivy's hands were restless, and she cast a sharp look at his phone. "Do you have another woman outside?" she asked, voice dripping with accusation. Laia gave a dark look. "What do you mean another woman outside?" "No time to argue with these 2 lunatics," he answered the call. "Hi, Felicity, this is Laia." On the other end of the line, Felicity's voice cracked with suppressed sobs, as if she were trying not to break down completely. Oliver's dead." What happened?" Leah was startled. "How could he just die?" After saying that, Felicity began to quietly sob, while Poison Ivy's hand was already at the zipper of her pants. Leah froze, his expression hardening, and he immediately stood up from his chair. He no longer had the patience to deal with Poison Ivy or Harley Quinn. He stormed out. Felicity took a deep breath to calm herself and began explaining the situation. Ever since more than half a year ago, when Leah had helped Oliver defeat Slade Wilson, the course of events had changed to some degree, but not everything. Oliver's mother had survived and had successfully become mayor. His sister Thea had not run away, but Thea's biological father, Malcolm Merlin, had returned to Star City. Because of her kidnapping by Slade Wilson, Malcolm persuaded his daughter to train with him. To force Oliver into conflict with the Ninja Master, Malcolm Merlin used a secret drug to control Thea, compelling her to assassinate Sarah Lance, who was also a member of the League of Assassins. Sarah's death devastated Oliver. He swore he would tear her killer to pieces. But when Malcolm's scheme was exposed, Oliver discovered that it was his own sister who had killed the woman he loved. He found himself trapped in an impossible dilemma. Later, the League of Assassins came for Thea, demanding her life in exchange. Oliver, of course, couldn't allow his sister to be threatened. Knowing full well that it was all Malcolm's doing, he voluntarily went to the League to face them and challenged their leader, Ninja Master Ra's al Ghul. During the battle in the snow-capped mountains, Oliver couldn't bring himself to strike decisively. Seizing the opportunity, the Ninja Master pierced Oliver's abdomen with a sword and kicked him off a cliff. "Oh, I see now." After Felicity's explanation, Leah finally relaxed. Being kicked off a cliff wasn't instantly fatal. As long as he hadn't died on impact, being semi-conscious and falling would hardly be lethal. Have you ever seen a protagonist die from falling off a cliff? They always have some twist of fate saving them. Felicity, however, didn't know this rule. Her voice still trembled with tears. "Leah, you can fly. You're impervious to blades and bullets. Please, please, help me bring Oliver's body back. Alive or dead, I need to see him. This is my last request. I beg you." It was clear how deeply Felicity cared for Oliver. Leah comforted her. "It's fine. Oliver won't die, he's lucky. Have Diggle take you to the Justice League headquarters, he knows the way." Diggle's wife was a former Aegis Society agent. After the Aegis Society's military branch was dissolved, the relevant personnel all transferred to the Justice League. After layers of vetting, Diggle's wife had been retained, making her an external staff member of the Justice League. Felicity thought Leah's reassurance meant Oliver couldn't possibly die, and it wasn't her fault for believing that. After all, from her perspective, being stabbed and falling from a towering snowy peak was surely fatal. "Leah, Diggle isn't back yet, but I can have Roy accompany me to you," Felicity said through her tears. "I'll send someone to pick you up. Send me your location." Leah hung up after giving the order. Felicity quickly shared her coordinates, and Leah notified Theo to bring her from Star City. "Steele, find Batman and ask him for the League of Assassins location. Also, prepare a plane, I'm taking people there." Though Leah could fly, he wouldn't carry an injured Oliver across half the globe. That's why Steele needed to ready the plane. Batman received the message, and immediately returned to the Justice League's Earth headquarters. "Leah, why do you suddenly want to find the League of Assassins?" P.S. The timeline in this book differs slightly from the Green Arrow universe. Everything here follows this story's interpretation. Chapter 167, Batman's Excuse. It's about Green Arrow. For reasons that are very complicated to explain, Green Arrow challenged the Ninja Master to a duel, got stabbed, and was kicked off a sheer cliff. Leah explained briefly, not worrying whether Batman fully understood. Green Arrow killed someone from the League of Assassins? And an important person? Batman, having spent time within the League himself, was familiar with their rules. After a moment's thought, he made that assumption. He was set up. It involves his sister or something like that. "Batman, you still haven't told us where the League of Assassins is." Leah pressed. "I'll take you there. I've defeated the Ninja Master before, but this time, if possible, I want to wipe out the League of Assassins," Batman said, speaking with righteous gravity. Leah, however, looked skeptical. "Wipe out the League of Assassins? Surely you're just looking for an excuse to visit your father-in-law." Before long, Fiola escorted Felicity and Roy to the Justice League headquarters. Neither of them had any interest in touring the base. They were solely focused on going to Nandar Bart, the League's location. "Roy, how have you been holding up mentally?" Leah asked as they made their way to the rooftop, where a plane was already ready. He took the opportunity to check on Roy's condition. In this world, Roy hadn't been injected with a Marakiru antidote. It was solely Leah's interventions that kept him sane. "I'm much better. I can fully control myself now. Regardless, I still owe you thanks, Mr. Leah," Roy said, forcing a smile. The memory of losing control and being beaten by Leah still made him shudder. Felicity noticed a blonde girl around 13 or 14 trailing behind them. Seeing Kara's cute appearance, she couldn't help but smile, momentarily forgetting her worries. "Leah, who's this little girl?" "She's Superman's cousin. You can call her Kara," Leah introduced. Kara scowled, displeased at being constantly defined in relation to Superman. "Superman is Superman. I'm Supergirl." "Supergirl," Felicity pinched Kara's cheek gently. "Can you fly too?" "Of course. Not only can I fly, I can lift a plane, withstand bullets and blades. Lately, I've been practicing heat vision. My control isn't perfect yet, but I'll master it soon." "Impressive. Can you breathe freezing air?" "My lung capacity isn't enough yet, so not for now." Even if you can't, I still want to say you're amazing. Of course, Kara said proudly. The two girls chatted happily, while Laya, Roy, and Batman sat more quietly. They boarded the plane, with Batman at the controls, Laya in the co-pilot seat, and the others in the back. This time, they flew in a combat plane upgraded with Kryptonian technology, capable of crossing half the globe in just over an hour. Laya was used to flying everywhere, but since he didn't know the exact location of the League and had to bring Batman and Felicity along, this ride was a rare chance to sit back. There's the snowy peak where the Ninja Master accepted the challenge, Batman said, gradually slowing the plane and pointing to the mountain ahead. At the summit, a platform had been carved out, with 4 stone pillars forming an arena. Near the cliff edge, faint traces of blood were visible. Yes, Diggle's last coordinates were here. My God, Oliver fell off the cliff, and Diggle has been out of contact for days. Felicity looked grim. She desperately wanted to know if Oliver was truly dead, but arriving in Nandar Bart, she hesitated to face the truth. The plane landed on the dual platform. Laya leapt out, followed by Kara. There's no body at the base of the cliff ahead in the forest. There's a house. Oliver is there. Through Laya's X-ray vision, the surrounding 100 miles were laid bare before him. Is he still alive? Felicity asked instinctively. Laya smiled. Yes, he's alive. I can see his heartbeat. Thank God, Felicity cried with relief, finally letting go of the huge weight pressing on her heart. Afterward, Roy stayed behind to watch the plane, while Laya flew toward the forest cabin with Batman, and Kara accompanied Felicity. The cabin wasn't large, and a small fire still burned inside, suggesting the owner hadn't been gone long. Felicity dashed inside, her eyes immediately landing on the person lying on the bed, Oliver Queen. Oh my God, Oliver! Seeing Oliver so pale and weak, Felicity burst into tears again. Kara frowned slightly, oddly unsettled by Felicity's emotions. Batman stepped forward, pulling back Oliver's blanket to inspect his injuries. The wounds were treated, but very roughly. Luckily there's no infection, or this guy would be dead. Then he produced an unmarked vial from his suit, pried open Oliver's mouth, and poured a small amount in. Batman, what did you give him? Felicity asked, immediately recognizing it as some experimental concoction, worry flashing across her face. It's medicine to speed up his recovery. Don't worry, I've been through worse injuries myself, so he'll be fine. Just then, footsteps sounded outside. A not particularly muscular Asian man barged in, noticing signs of forced entry, and drew the short sword at his waist the instant he entered. Laya, Batman, and Kara all locked eyes on the newcomer. Felicity, slower to react, blurted out, "Who are you?" "That question should be for you. Breaking into someone else's home is impolite," the man replied. Since Laya was the only person of Chinese descent present, he spoke English to address the group. Batman studied the newcomer's outfit and asked coldly, "Are you with the League of Assassins?" And judging by his bearing, not a low-ranking member. "Yes, my name is Marcel." The man nodded, glancing at Oliver on the bed. "Are you friends of Oliver?" Felicity seized the chance to ask, "So, you're the one who saved Oliver?" "Correct. Oliver saved my life a few years ago, so, now I'm even," Marcel said firmly, addressing Laya and the others. "Since you're here, take him and leave. Never come back." "No." Felicity hadn't forgotten Diggle, who had accompanied Oliver. "Your name's Marcel, right? Do you know where Diggle is? The big black guy who came with Oliver?" Marcel sheathed his sword and replied gravely, the Ninja Master gave him 2 choices. Join the League of Assassins, or die. Today is his final day." Batman raised an eyebrow at this, finally finding an excuse to see his future father-in-law. Clearing his throat, he said with mock seriousness, "All right, let's go rescue Die." Completely ignoring Diggle's name, he trailed off, shrugged, and headed for the door without bothering to finish.